This is Rogers TV, Mississauga.
Who's saying prayer? Saying the prayer. Does he have it? Morning, everybody. I'd like to start this meeting, and I'd ask you all to rise, and Councillor Starr is going to recite the prayer.
Grant us, O God, perception and patience, that justice, truth, and honesty may be evident in our planning and governing. Make us aware of the needs of each part of this regional municipality. Save us from a parochialism that divides, and so create in us a desire for progress and responsible action. We pray that all our words and deeds may be in accord with thy will, to the glory of thy holy name. Amen.
Amen. All members of council are present except Councillor Crombie. Mayor Fennell's away in other municipal business. Councillor Fonseca is away in other municipal business. Councillor Unica is absent. Councillor Mahoney's away on a personal matter. Mayor McCallion is absent. McFadden's away ill. Mayor Morris away on a personal matter. Councillor Mullins away on a personal matter. Councillor Peleshi's on vacation. All other members are, no, Councillor Tovey is away also. All other members are present. So I just want to say to you, because we just have bare quorum, you need to pay close attention so you don't break quorum. Our first item of business then is there's anybody that has a conflict of interest on today's meeting? If not, could I have a motion to approve the minutes of November the 14th, 2013 Regional Council meeting of Thompson and Star, that the minutes of the Regional Council meeting held on November the 14th, 2013 be approved. Are there any questions or errors? If not, all those in favor? Opposed? All those in favor? Carried. Approval of the agenda then. I want to make note there is a communication here from Bill. We'll put it on as a motion to receive the information under other business. Any other? Could I have a mover and a seconder to move the agenda? Dale and Crombie. All those in favor as amended then, the agenda? All those in favor? Carried. Okay, our first delegation is Pam Banks, Executive Director, and John Switcher from the Chair of the RICA Center. I'd like you to come forward, make your presentation, please. Morning.
I presume I can navigate this presentation with the mouse?
Yes, and have you had any problem? We have some technical
Okay,
people that
perfect.
can help and assist you.
Well, technology is our business, so I hope I can handle it. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, members of Peel Region Council. My name is John Switzer, and I'm the chair.
Excuse me, could you bring them two mics in a bit? Maybe
Okay.
we could turn it up a bit.
All right, there we go.
Thank you.
I'll do a reset. Good morning
Thanks.
again. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of Peel Region Council. My name is John Switzer. I'm the chair of the Research, Innovation and Commercialization Center, or the RIC Center, as we are best known by. And joining me this morning, as noted, is Pam Banks, our Executive Director. I'd like to thank you for the invitation to give you an update on the progress we're making in support of innovation in Peel Region this morning. Since its inception, RIC Center has been the portal for small to medium enterprises in Peel Region, providing businesses with the services they need to establish a path towards commercialization of innovative products and services, and forming an important link between entrepreneurs and investors. The RIC Center is a regional innovation center, part of the Ontario Network of Entrepreneurs, the ONE. The Ontario Ministry of Research and Innovation provides primary funding to the members of the ONE. The Ontario Network of Entrepreneurs is a collaborative network of regional innovation centers built to align the programs and resources available across Ontario to support innovators. The Ontario Network of Entrepreneurs was created to bring together the various resources for entrepreneurs so those entrepreneurs didn't have to search for help, sometimes in the dark. The less time these people have to spend finding and accessing programs and services, the more they are able to focus on the business of advancing their innovative ideas and starting a business to commercialize these ideas. There are 17 regional innovation centers across Ontario, so we are one of those 17. A core set of common programs are provided by all members of the ONE. At the RIC Center, we have 3 entrepreneurs in residence, as well as some 24 volunteer advisors who listen to client questions, provide advice, and also help them find the programs, services, and other supports best suited to their needs. The advisory services offered by RIC are free of charge. Some programs may require a client to invest a certain amount as a condition of receiving program money, and some of our seminars and events are offered for a nominal fee. Rick Centre is a not-for-profit organization, and as I noted above, core funding for the Rick Centre is provided by the Ontario Ministry of Research and Innovation, as well as by community partners including Region of Peel, City of Mississauga, City of Brampton, Town of Caledon, and University of Toronto, Mississauga. RIC serves clients in 4 core areas: materials and advanced manufacturing, digital media and information and communications technologies, clean technologies, and advanced health technologies, all areas where we have deep expertise within our team. This said, I should note that we do not turn clients away if we do not possess the industry vertical depth to be of service. Our client base has grown dramatically, as you will see, as our resources have grown in number and expertise. A key measure of our performance is the number of jobs created by the clients we work with. As the number of clients we have served grows, the number of jobs created by these clients increases. The good news about our clients also includes the economic activity these startups are able to generate and the grant funding they receive to support their development and growth. An important service we provide is to help our clients navigate the various public and private funding sources available to entrepreneurs and startups. A highlight of our activities during 2013 has been to receive an invitation from the Xerox Research Centre of Canada to relocate into its complex at Sheridan Research Park. The Xerox Centre provides office, meeting, and conference facilities for RIC and also provides office space, wet lab, prototyping, and small lot production services for our clients. This move has enabled RIC to establish an incubator in Peel Region with no capital outlay and has addressed a need that has been discussed in the region as a dream for the past several years. The leadership shown by Xerox will be a catalyst for further such engagement by other enterprises in Peel Region, and we will work to make this happen. Such engagement is critical. Such engagement from the enterprise sector is critical for the long-term sustainability of the RIC Centre and innovation in this region. Another highlight for RIC was the award of an additional $2.5 million in grant funding for the highly successful Venture Start program received from FedDev at the beginning of 2013. Venture Start provides up to $30,000 to qualified youth entrepreneurs who have graduated from a science, technology, engineering, or mathematics program and who have developed an innovative solution that needs further funding to move towards commercialization. RIC was awarded the contract to administer this $7.5 million program in 2012, and it has been a successful example of how different levels of government can work together to advance the innovation agenda and provide support to young entrepreneurs with great ideas. Additional value-added programs sponsored or delivered by RIC include the Silicon Peel Initiative, which brings together young entrepreneurs in the information and communications technologies domain who meet regularly in meetups to network, share ideas, and connect for problem solving. Facilitation of such connections is an important service where entrepreneurs generally work in isolation of each other and yet who are often stymied without connections. Similarly, we've received funding from the Federal Industrial Research Assistance Program, IRAP, to launch an initiative we call Business Uncovered, which provides experiential learning opportunities to teams of students from Sheridan College, University of Toronto, Mississauga, and foreign trained professionals through the Peel Newcomers Centre. These students have innovative ideas and entrepreneurial opportunities to advance these ideas with the funding provided to Business Uncovered. Today's youth are more likely to find career success as entrepreneurs, and RIC considers filling the needs of students and graduates in this area to be an important area of service and growth. And with that, I've completed my formal comments. Pam and I would be pleased rather, to answer any questions that you may have generally or about this presentation.
Any questions of the speakers? Councillor Starr.
Morning. You do a great job. I've been there many times, and I think all of us are very, very proud of what you do.
Thank you.
What numbers of clients? I don't see it. Maybe I've missed it in your presentation or the brochure. But how many clients would you go or would go through the doors in a year?
It's actually on one of the slides. But
Oh, did I miss it?
Yeah, it's just over 200 clients a year. Of those 200 clients, as John mentioned, not all clients match up with our goal to service technology and innovation clients. So we have a very close working relationship with the small business enterprise centers in all three communities in Peel Region. So any of those clients that perhaps aren't aligned with a technical innovation, we actually refer to the enterprise centers. So the ones that we work with are about 200.
And for clarification, as you go through the process working with some of these clients, do you then find that there are times when either your facilities aren't matched right, that it's better for them to be working with say, a larger company or a different type of a group? And is there a referral system for that sort of endeavor?
We really look at ourselves as being a safe shepherd or an advocate for the client. We know that we're not going to have all the things they need to successfully commercialize their business, and that's one of the advantages of being part of the One Network. So we can tap into expertise available through entrepreneurs and residents or partnerships through other members of the One Network. Also through our volunteer advisors, of which we have over 24 volunteer advisors. They also have connections to industry that can help us create and help a client form a strategic partnership.
I know you have the ability to work with, say, the schools, whether they're secondary or university level. Is that an expansion that you're going to get into more? I mean, trying to get, I don't know, more courses for entrepreneurs at a lower level?
There is a significant initiative that's delivered provincially called the Ontario Youth Entrepreneurship Strategy. And that's a new strategy that we're just starting to understand what the deliverables are going to be from each of the agencies. I believe that there's going to be a strong focus of delivery from the enterprise centers, and we also will piggyback and be able to offer supports around that. But we're just starting to get sort of all our information about what we're going to deliver and how we're going to deliver it. I do know that we will have a program called the Business Acceleration Program that will be rolled out in April 2014 that will specifically be funding to support youth entrepreneurs under 29 start a technical innovation.
Let me ask you a question that we got about 3 or 4 weeks ago. A couple of young students came in. They had this great idea on IT, and they said, "Where do we go?" I said, "Well, if I had the money, stay here." But where would you refer somebody like that to?
So when you say, are they looking for connections and advice, or are they
They
looking?
wanted two things. They wanted some advice as to whether they had a workable model. Is it something that's is it commercially feasible, and will it work? And they really needed advice, and they were past the student or they were in the last year of high school. They were past that level where they could help, and so their particular mentor said, "Try your counselor." So,
They need to come and talk to us.
Yeah.
great.
The RIC Center is where you would direct them. In fact, we have a number of young people with exactly that same story behind them. And while we may not be able to help them, we will direct them to
Yeah.
where they will get the help they need.
I think that's important so that anybody can get some direction, rather than searching and going through programs and whatever. That's great.
And that's part of the service. I liken the RIC Center in some respects to a concierge. If we can't help, we know who can and direct prospects to those places where there may be a better fit. But there is one development that I think is important to your question, Councillor, about higher education. As many of you are aware, the University of Toronto Mississauga is in the process of establishing an Institute for the Management of Innovation. And it'll be interesting to see how curriculum develops in that, within that institute along the lines you're describing. Because as I suggested earlier, I think we're going to find more and more youth finding success and fulfillment by going out on their own, as opposed to looking for a job when they graduate. And this is where I think there's a great need that's being filled by places like the RIC Center, but also hopefully by places like the Institute for the Management of Innovation.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Hey, Councillor Thompson.
Good morning, and thanks for coming. My question is on your Venture Start program. How's the uptake been on that?
Rick, do you want to give us some numbers?
So the overall program funding for Venture Start was $7.5 million. Of that 7.5, $5.5 million went right back out into the hands of entrepreneurs in $30,000 increments for seed funding. We fully committed all those awards. We awarded over 202 entrepreneurs funding, and we were actually the coordinators of that project across the RICS in southern Ontario. So those awards are fully committed, and we're hoping and waiting for a call for proposals to submit a new proposal so that we can have another pocket of funding starting in April 2014.
Have you got an example of one that's been quite successful that you can use as an example or a champion you have?
Sure, absolutely. One that's particularly interesting is a couple of young entrepreneurs, and they've started a company called Prodigy. Prodigy originally started out a year ago when Venture started as a program called Smart Teacher. These are two young Metatronics students that came together and said, we really didn't like it when we had to go to Kumon and learn math. Wouldn't it be neat if Pokemon could teach math? So they came up with a game called Prodigy that actually focuses on primary students to teach them math in an interesting and fun way. Since they've completed the program, they've received another $150,000 in follow-on funding. They're in a commercial location. They have 5 other people. They just reached out to me last week to say that we need to hire another developer. Wonderful. So they're in schools across southern Ontario. So they've got a really interesting sort of business channel model, but they've done very, very well. And they're one of the ones that I like to point to from a real success from Venture Start.
It's good to know. Thank you.
They are graduates who came out of the University of Waterloo with an idea. This is their job, is getting this company off the ground. And it's an example to the earlier set of questions about youth and the kind of support that they can receive.
Perfect. Thank you.
Councillor Sprovieri.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the presentation. I see in your pamphlet that you've been in this business since 2009 and in providing the service. Obviously, at the rate of customers you've had, you must. It's a very active service you're providing, and I know you gave a good example of some a success story, but what is the rate of success where people actually follow through and they actually succeed and establish a business and grow and actually are successful in their venture? Do you have a number, what the percentage is?
I'll give a general question and then answer rather, and then turn it to Pam, Councillor. One of the challenges we face with innovation is the time from the generation of the idea to the actual commercialization of that idea into a sustainable business with customers, revenue, and employees varies all over the map in terms of the duration. So if you take a snapshot at a point in time, you might say the percentage is very low. And that's why I think it's important for us, to your point, to track over time. We're still a relatively new entity in terms of the sustainable funding we now receive from the province. So it's hard to give you a percent figure that is going to be what I would call the steady state longer term. So being new, I think it's more important for us to track revenue and jobs created as opposed to success. But over time, I think we'll be in a position to do that. Pam?
Maybe if I can add to that, what we look at is we look at different success metrics rather than success depends on who you're talking to. So we look at our client base at any one time. 60% of our client base is active. That means they're actively working towards commercializing their business. In that group of 60%, those clients are actively trying to get their first customer. In some cases, those 60% actually may be acquired. They may take on a strategic partnership. So it's difficult to pinpoint the level of success.
I see. Well, good luck to you, and hope that you turn out some good champions in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We do have a report on human services on this item. It's here for receipt. It's HSA1. Would someone like to move and second it? Thank you very much. Were there any questions on the report? If not, all those in favor of the report? Carried. Thank you again very much for being here this morning.
Thank you.
It's always good to hear what's going on and how we can promote business better out there. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much,
Could
Councillor.
I have a motion to receive the delegation, Sanderson and Patterack? All those in favor? Carried. Thank you again. Have a great day. Our next presentation is coordinators from the Regional Diversity Roundtable, and I would ask Varsha, Nick, and Monica Valencia to come forward, please. Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You start whenever you're ready.
If we could have the...
Yes, they have it.
Thank you. We appreciate the opportunity and the invitation to present what the Diversity and Inclusion Charter of Peel is all about. I am Varsha Nayak, the chair of the Regional Diversity Roundtable, and Monica Valencia is the coordinator of the Regional Diversity Roundtable, which is a not-for-profit charitable organization that became an entity in 2012 of May. And from 2005 on, we have operated in the region of Peel as a network of diversity and equity professionals across sectors. So hospitals, education, police, libraries, the city, region, as well as the not-for-profit sector, United Way, Peel Newcomer Strategy Group, and we've collectively worked towards institutionalizing equity within the programs, policies, structures, services of these organizations, and also collectively out in the community. The Regional Diversity Roundtable is committed to building inclusion, and as such, we were invited by the Peel Newcomer Strategy Group to present an initiative which would create collectively some momentum in our region around diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Do you want to see a video?
Yeah. If we could please have the video. If I can draw your attention to the video that's coming up, which speaks to the initiative and how it came to be. That's That's a very brief and quick snapshot of a 4-month process which helped us develop the charter. If I can now speak to the PowerPoint, please. The charter, Diversity and Inclusion Charter of Peel, is a living document which we have created to the reality of Peel today, and which will give us the necessary tools and resources to ensure that in our region, diversity and equity become reality so that everyone feels included and everybody has an equal opportunity to contribute to their full potential. The Charter supports the implementation of existing national and provincial legislation. It is not meant to duplicate or replicate. It is meant truly to be a collective regional response to ensuring that Peel remains at the forefront of work around inclusion, that Peel remains a leader in showing our nation and our province where we need to go in terms of creating a community that is thriving, but which respects all its diversity. The development of the charter was under the recommendation of how do we create a community that is receptive to the newcomer population that is calling Peel home in large numbers, and which also values the long-term residents of Peel and their contributions and responsibilities. So how do we balance the newcomers with the old residents who lived here for generations, and how do we collectively move the region forward in terms of creating equal opportunity spaces and organizations that serve the diverse needs of our community fairly and justly. In 2012, the Peel Newcomer Strategy Group formed a partnership with the Regional Diversity Roundtable because of its expertise in the area of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and asked us to lead this initiative. The Regional Diversity Roundtable put a call out for members from the community, members from organizations, members from our governing bodies to be part of the solution. And we had a 10-member Diversity Champions Committee, which guided the process and the development. Monica, you want to take it away?
Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit about the project funding. This is the slide. The project was funded by the Ontario Community Builders Program of the Ontario Ministry of Citizenship and Immigration, and we also received funding from the Ontario Trillium Foundation. For the next slide, please. Okay, so for the next slide, then we have the Charter of the Diversity and Inclusion of Peel, and you have 12 commitments. We also have 3 key definitions, which are diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I'm going to talk about how we created the Charter and where we got that feedback from the community and how we engaged the community. So for community engagement, can you please go to the next slide? For community engagement. Okay, you have that in your papers. So for the engagement process, we had 4 different stages. The first one was to form a committee of diversity and inclusion champions. The second stage was in-person and online consultations, and for that we involved about 180 people. For the third stage was the focus groups. 60 people participated, and the last one was to contact everyone in the community so that they had an opportunity to provide final feedback on the charter and the guidelines. So the guidelines is this document that accompanies the charter and gives more information on how to use the charter, and it also takes you to extra resources. For the community of diversity and inclusion champions, Varsh already mentioned about that, but we put out a call out into the community, and we invited everyone from all the different sectors, public, private, and also nonprofit, to participate. And basically what they did was we met every week for 2 hours, and we discussed the whole consultation process. And after we had all the feedback, then we discussed how are we going to create the charter and the content, what it's important, and at the end we also as a group planned the launch of the charter, which was launched in April 18. For the in-person and online consultations, we had 2 consultations in Mississauga, and we had 1 in Brantham, really close to Caledon, to give both cities the opportunity to provide their feedback. And we had a number of people representing different groups in the community, but we also had people from organizations serving diverse groups participating in the consultations. And we also had an online consultation to provide everyone an opportunity to give their feedback. For the focus groups, we had 4 focus groups, 1 with the private sector, 1 with the RDR members, 1 with the members from the Peel Newcomer Strategy Group, And the other focus groups gave the opportunity to those who had participated in the consultations to come back and review the charter and give further feedback. And the last one was to disseminate the final draft of the charter and also of the guidelines to everyone. So before they were made public and before it was officially launched, people had the opportunity to give their final insight in terms of this initiative. And lastly, I'm going to talk about the benefits before we go on to Varsha. So there are many benefits, but I'm just going to talk about the main benefits. So building an inclusive community, also reducing barriers for everyone, reducing the negative impacts of exclusion and discrimination, also promoting and fostering the economic growth, the social growth, building mentally healthy people, and having the meaningful participation of all community members.
And thank you, Monica. And you may ask why this initiative was necessary. I think you might have caught a couple of articles last week and this week are in our region where equity and inclusion are not at a standard that we would like to see in our community. Exclusion is a reality. Inequities do exist, whether it be for seniors, whether it be for gender-specific communities, whether it be for sexual orientation, or young folks who want to have a different lifestyle, whether employment for youth, or whether poverty within children and families of newcomers and racialized communities. All of these inequities require us as a region to respond collectively, and I mean collectively, together, to address this in every possible way that we can, whether be it organizationally, whether be it individually, or whether be it out in the community as a group. And that is why we have undertaken this initiative and are asking here today for your endorsement and full support and leadership in demonstrating to the rest of the community that you are fully behind this initiative. What we are looking for is your support in moving this initiative forward. We have definitely gotten wonderful supports from organizations that would speak to public service, even the town of Caledon, looking at the provincial government, looking at key institutions, Peel Police, Brampton Fire, Peel District School Board, Dufferin Peel District, Catholic District School Board, Brampton Library, United Way, but we still need to do more. And our ask today is that you, as the regional council that defines the situation in our region, fully endorse this and support this. Thank you so very kindly.
Okay. Thank you very much. We do have a couple of speakers here, but we also have a report that's on HSB 1-1, which does indicate for us as the region to endorse the request, and also for us to share that with the area municipalities for their information also, and hopefully. So, Councillor Conbry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Varsha, Monica, nice to see
Thank
you.
you.
And
Thank
I'll move the report at the appropriate time and also endorse your charter wholeheartedly. I think it reflects Canadian values. I really do. You're promoting what's common to all of us, our shared principles: diversity, equity, inclusiveness, openness, respect, and obviously promoting an equal opportunity for everyone to succeed. I think your charter stands in very stark contrast to the Quebec Charter, which is intolerant and exclusive, and I thank you for that.
Thank you very kindly for that
And also
feedback.
just wanted to comment briefly on that series that you mentioned on racism. Obviously, I was interviewed, as were you. We were both quoted. What more should we be doing to eliminate racism in our community?
One, we definitely need to have more community dialogue. Two, we need to demonstrate through our actions that we are truly inclusive. So our services, our policies need to be completely responsive to all diversity. And I'm not just talking about cultural diversity, I'm talking about all diversity. So wherever we encounter difference, how do we address that difference respectfully and equitably should be the norm, and that is what we want to work towards. We also need to educate our staff within our organizations to be sensitive to that diversity and what should be the most appropriate response. We definitely want to have our media supporting some of the work that needs to happen out in the community. And our local media have begun with that first step with the article, but they need to go much more in terms of also reporting on what the solution is, highlighting what the best practices are. And we have some best practices locally that we can showcase and highlight and learn from. So those are some of the immediate that we want to undertake as a community. In the long term, we certainly want to, think strategically and put the necessary supports in place so that we are not tripping over each other and doing crisis management. We certainly do not want to go down that path. We want to be proactive versus reactive. So that would be my recommendation.
Very good plan. Thank you both.
Okay, Councilor Sprovieri.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Varsha and Monica, for the presentation. I'm gonna put a little perspective on this issue, and I fully endorse what you're saying. I support, and I believe in the principle.
Absolutely.
Now, the question I have for you is looking for diversity and wanting us to promote diversity. When you look around this table, you don't see that diversity. The only thing you see is males and females, all of the same color. So really, for us to endorse something, we have an issue right around this table, and where there is no diversity. Maybe there is. I was born in Italy, and Richard was born in the States, and there's an Irish lady here, and another Italian, an English lady there, from mainly the Western world. And I would predict that in the next 10, 15 years, the faces will change dramatically around this table. It's just a matter of evolution. Things happen slowly, and they happen surely. For us to try to accelerate that in any way, that's a challenge. And that's the challenge is, I see, it's caused by, first of all, democracy, where people get to choose who sits around this table. And the other issue, of course, is that I always tell people is that the land shapes the people, and all facts of society, they tend to favor people who were born here, raised here, educated here, and that's the way I've come to understand the way the system works. And that will happen in time. You'll see that transformation where the young people that were born here, they're educated here, they learn the ways of this country, the ways of our, it will happen. I know you probably you're a very energetic lady. You want to see this happen sooner than later, but sometimes you can't really force nature.
Councillor Sprovieri, I appreciate your comments, and I appreciate that your intent is absolutely aligned to the values that the Charter espouses. But I also want to respectfully challenge your viewpoint. Let me begin by just referring to the guideline and the statistics that we have drawn from. And I'm quoting actually 2011 stats. So I think we have since then probably grown a little bit more. The racialized population in the region of Peel was over 50%, so which is half our community, which was again twice the percentage of the racialized population in Ontario. So if we even compare what was the growth rate of racialized communities in Ontario versus what is in Peel, we are at significantly higher population rates. if our understanding is that we want to remain at the leading edge of innovation, at creativity, at leadership, then we definitely want to tap into the resource that is within our community. We do not have to go search for those resources. You say that it will evolve, but for some folks, that evolution may come far too late. And I appreciate your sentiment that, things will be when they will be, but we also cannot rest on our laurels and let it, happen when it happens. Today, the need exists. Today, the skills are available. The resources are in our community, which are going untapped. So for me, can we work consciously on ensuring that we are not looking at the same scenario 20 years from now? I appreciate that those who are grown here, who are familiar with the system, would always have a competitive edge. Good for all of them, good for us as a region. But we also have the best of the best from the world coming and residing in our communities, and we are not tapping their potential. So my effort with all of this is only to ensure that we create a system that is supportive of that diversity. And I know you said you look very alike, maybe, visibly. Invisibly, there may be significant differences that nobody knows of. So I'm not negating the diversity that exists here. That is not what this charter is all about. This charter is all about creating a community that values its diversity and creates equal and equitable opportunity for all who reside in Peel, not just the segment who was born and brought up here, but also who are coming and investing and helping build our region. They're contributing as taxpayers. They're working employees. And how do we support their growth so that the region grows ultimately? This is all about us together. It is not about us and you or them and us. It's us all through and through, walking the journey that we want to create for our region.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for that, and I really appreciate your challenge. And again, I think it's a big hurdle that you're asking, and really, I don't know what we can do as a council to champion your this initiative. Perhaps something more concrete ideas of how we can. Because right now, we're going to support your charter, and you're going to go your way, and we're going to just keep on doing what we're doing. Please bring us some really concrete ideas of what we can actually do.
Absolutely.
And then we can work on that.
Absolutely. If I can just leave you with two, and I'm sure you will not, you will not have to do a lot with that. One is, of course, to put your signature on the charter, so endorse it fully. But two, within your wards, begin to talk about it. If we create common language and common understanding, that is when we will create common change. So the only two things that I'm asking you to do today is, one, to endorse it, and two, to begin to speak about the charter and its values and use the language that it talks about within your wards whenever you are at an event, wherever you encounter your members of the community, so that the word gets spread and we collectively work on what we need to work on.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Paderak?
Well, I don't know if it was your word or Councilor Sprovieri's word when he said that he spoke of promoting diversity. I would frame it as celebrate diversity, which is basically celebrating humanity in all of its aspects and potentialities. And I congratulate you on your passion and speaking for all of the talents that are in the room, whichever room that happens to be. And I think we're all against waste and wasting resources, and we don't want to waste human resources, and I think that's what this is all about. And I think rather than you challenging us, I think we have to look inward, both as a council and as a staff, and see what we're doing and how we can do it better to accomplish those aims. So I thank you very much, and I'm happy to second the motions that will be on the floor. Thank you.
Okay, I have one more speaker, Councillor Sato.
Thank you, and thank you both for being here. Excellent presentation, and I too am very pleased to support the Charter. I was pleased to hear that at the beginning of your presentation, you didn't speak just about diversity as it related to various cultures, and I think that's very important in the Charter. You spoke about youth, you spoke about seniors, poverty, and I want to add persons of disabilities.
Absolutely.
That is an area that I've been very involved in, and we are breaking down those barriers for persons with disabilities, and we do have our various policies that we have put in place in Mississauga and at the region, so that we can ensure that that there is diversity in our hiring, in our practices as we run our governments. So we are walking the walk here. And, you mentioned about visible...
Difference.
Yeah, when you look around the table, referring to Councillor Sperverian, I was sort of smiling there because I'd said to him, I was born in Ireland. My husband is third generation Japanese. My daughter-in-law is Welsh. So my grandkids were born in Canada. So they are Irish, Welsh, Japanese, Canadians.
Fantastic.
And I'm very proud of that, and they are very proud of that. They have a rich heritage behind them from all of their ancestors. So, I think diversity also comes as the generations change. And we see a lot right now in some cultures that are still continuing to marry within the culture and not achieving that diversity in their own families. Where it has taken time for other cultures to achieve that, I think it will as well as new immigrants come to Canada and those cultures start to merge and meld together. And that's where you're going to see real diversity happening. It's just naturally occurring. The articles that have been in the Mississauga News recently on racism, very disturbing when you hear some of the visible racist comments that are made. And we all know that exists. But we also know that there's that invisible racism that exists. We hear about it, we read about it. It's not quite as visible, but we know that it's there, and it can come out very subtly at times. I really like in your charter where you talk about equity. And the most important thing I think you've said about equity is that it acknowledges the fact that equal treatment does not always yield equal results. And I think that's very important because the reality is that those of us around this table, when we're dealing with development applications, and it may come from a certain culture, from a certain religion, from whatever, a certain organization, and it is so common for us to hear, well, if you don't approve this, you're being racist. And so it works the other way. That, we try as members of council to look at everything on its merits, on its planning merits, on its merits within the community, but knowing that we're going to be hearing from various sides of the coin, and also from some of the organizations, and we do hear it, who want diversity, who promote diversity, but then want us to always make those decisions based on who they are, and what they are providing. So I really like that statement because I think it answers it all, that we can be objective, we can treat everyone equally, but the outcome is not necessarily going to be the same. And it's something that we need to look at. So I think, Councillor Sperveri, you said it is going to take time for a visible diversity, I guess it would be, to appear, and I think that's true. But it is happening. it is happening, and as our city and our region change, it will happen even faster. So I appreciate all the work that you have done. Tremendous amount of effort went into this, and I'm very pleased to support it.
Thank you.
Councillor Starr.
Excuse me, echo the comments. You're on the right track. It's going to take some time. And I think if you did a survey or a poll or a historical, I guess, capsule of, say, this room, everybody to some degree has probably experienced racism of some sort. And my dad did, and my name wasn't originally Starr. And the only reason he got a job in the 40s is that somebody changed his name on the application form because they didn't like the ski at the end of it.
Right.
And that's, you know, it's happened to, I think, all the way through. And fortunately, I think the Canadians are much, much more tolerant now, and it does take time. And I commend you for the direction you're going, and certainly I think the support is here. I think you've heard that already. And it's just, you know, you just keep at it. It's a journey.
Thank you.
And I think, you know, you'll be very successful, but it's one step at a time. And, you know, down the road, your kids and grandkids will be very happy that you did what you're doing.
Absolutely.
So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes my speakers. We have a motion. I have a mover and a seconder. Are there any questions on it? If not, all those in favor? Opposed, anybody? Motion is carried. Thank you again very much.
Thank
for
you
being
so
here
much.
today. Thank you. Moving on then to the next, yes, could I have a motion to receive the delegation then? Yes. Okay. Yes. All those in favor then? Carried. Moving on then to the next delegation, Janet Horner from the Executive Director of the Golden Horseshoe Food and Farming Alliance. Morning.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. While some of you may not be familiar with agriculture and farming, food connects us all. And I would just like to bring you a report from the Golden Horseshoe Food and Farming Alliance and our activities of the past year. So you may recall in 2011 we presented to you our action plan of what we hoped to accomplish with a new set of partnerships across the Golden Horseshoe. We had originally been the GTA Agricultural Action Committee and decided it was time to expand across the Horseshoe because we shared in the regional municipalities around the Horseshoe similar issues when it came to food and farming. So we developed our action plan, and you endorsed that action plan in 2011 for our vision, which is that the Golden Horseshoe is globally renowned as a vibrant food and farming cluster characterized by profitable farming operation, a thriving hub of food processing, food retail and food service businesses, extensive research capacity, innovative technology, and a wide range of healthy and safe products. So since that endorsement, we have formed the Golden Horseshoe Food and Farming Alliance, developed its terms of reference. We're in a pretty unique position in that we have formed the alliance from 14 members representing farming operations. There is a representative from each of the regional municipalities, Durham Region, Halton, Peel, York, Niagara, and the two cities of Hamilton and Toronto. So this is it's a partnership between the farmers, the municipal reps, food processing, and the Ministry of Agriculture and Food. So we have a broad representation on this alliance. We also have a wonderful working group of staff from planning and economic development in all of those regions, and they have helped us move some of our actions forward. One of the things that we've done was that we've created a model an agri-food asset mapping tool. The first time this tool has ever been developed that's helped us identify where are our farms and where are the food processing facilities and who's selling what and how many jobs are there that are involved here. We've created this tool, and it's a first that's going to be, we hope, rolled out across the rest of the province by the Ministry of Agriculture and Food. We've also helped produce a movie, a half-hour show that's being shown at least twice a year on PBS. And in that show called Off the Beaten Palate, Caledon is showcased quite extensively, and especially the Spirit Tree Cidery, and it's bringing all kinds of attention to Caledon as a destination. The farmers of Peel region and the Toronto Region Conservation Authority also participated in a climate change study to take a look at the effect of climate change on field crops, and they've found some very interesting results there and the impact of climate change on Peel region, and we're hoping that some of those results again can be shared throughout the province. We're currently undertaking an agricultural profile for the Golden Horseshoe based on all of the statistic data released in the last year, and that's going to be probably ready in about February. We've participated and hosted one provincial economic development forum in Toronto last year with the City of Toronto and the Golden Horseshoe, and we were presenting at the second one this year about our asset mapping tool. And we're going to be really involved in reviewing agricultural policies in relation to the Rouge Park. We presented to the Parliament, to Provincial Parliament on the Local Food Act, and we've done comment on the provincial policy statement, and we'll be reviewing the upcoming 2015 review of the Greenbelt Act. We've also done a lot of work in creating a new website and getting our communications and social media presence up to date. So here's how things get done. So you see the Golden Horseshoe Food and Farming Alliance is kind of looking at the whole project and the action plan from the 30,000-foot level. And then we have the staff working group of the planners, economic developers, and our next group that we're bringing on board are the public health units. We've had one meeting with the representatives from the public health units around the Horseshoe, and that's gone very well. They're doing a lot of work in local food promotion, and that's where we're going to see some real input on their part. And then we have the agricultural advisory committees and the GTA Ag Action Committee making input on the issues that are important in food and farming. So in 2005, the provincial government, through the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, gave funds to the region of Peel, as they did to the other regions, to do this kind of work. That provincial funding is now fully spent. It was $200,000 from each municipality, so a total of $800,000 in total. And we have been able over the years to match those funds and get other things spun off through and get some of our projects done. But we're going to be needing some new funding to continue. And so what we're asking is that we are asking each municipality a total of $30,000 a year for the next 5 years. And this would come from each of the 5 regions and the 2 cities. And your presentation today is one of several that we've been making around the Horseshoe for such a request. So the kinds of things that we hope to be doing in the next couple of years with this money would be, again, to leverage additional funds from other foundations and the provincial government, perhaps some federal funds. We want to make sure that we finish off our asset mapping tool. We've got a few issues. For example, Halton's not playing really nice. They don't want to share their data. So we've got to figure out a way to make sure that we're going to be able to look at their data and share it around the horseshoe. So that's going to be phase 2 of the asset mapping project. We really want to eventually develop an investment strategy for food processing and farming infrastructure around the Golden Horseshoe. And this is partly what the asset mapping has helped us see, is where are the gaps, what are the things that probably would make this cluster a better cluster. We're looking at doing some work in taking a look at incubating some projects that might be innovative in food and farming. And we may do this with a group like the Ontario Food Processors, who also sit at our table. And we're really wanting to spend some time on our one pillar, enabling the cluster, which is taking some of the best practice in policy and again, trying to figure out how we get some of the other regions in the Golden Horseshoe to adopt policy and value added, or an innovative approach to enabling food and farming businesses as opposed to putting up roadblocks. Again, the 2015 review of the Greenbelt Act is going to be a significant amount of our time. As the Greenbelt Act, the Niagara Escarpment Act, the Oak Ridges Moraine Plan, and the Places to Grow are going to be reviewed at the same time. And we want to make sure where those acts are not working for farming now, that they are enhanced so that they can. And finally, we're hoping that we're able to do some more pilots. And one of those pilots would be a climate change pilot that would go right through the Golden Horseshoe. So that's my presentation. That's our activities that we've done since I've been here. And I appreciate if you would consider our request for the $30,000 a year for the next 5 years for core funding.
On your agenda today, you have a recommendation MAB1. That is that recommendation, and there's also some correspondence MAE1 that we can deal with at the end of the presentation. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, and I'm the representative that sits on that, along with Councillor Foley as my alternate. Janet, I think one thing you have to say is it isn't dollar for dollar. We're roughly running at a ratio for 1 to 7. For every seed dollar we've put out, we've got about $7 back, sometimes higher. So I think that is something we need to emphasize, that we've been able to bundle. The other thing is the asset management has been a huge benefit, and I think the economic development groups from both Brampton, Mississauga, and Caledon participating in it. And what's unique about the asset management, and I know I've used this as examples before because I've been able to pull from the document, Peel used to be a power hub. At one time, we even had over 3,200 milk shippers in Peel County back in about 1954, when my grandfather was the secretary of the Peel Producers. Today, we are still a major hub, but it's in food processing as well as what is in food production. And yes, Toronto is the largest employer of food processing. Peel's output outdoes Toronto 3 to 1, and it's just more of the efficiencies and the high technology and what's coming here. And it's one of the fastest growing industries, even in the manufacturing. Any growth that we have, even what's coming to Caledon is food processing. So I think this is a really good, I think it's timely. I think we've been able to accomplish a lot of good information. The sad part is the information's all been out there, but it's all been in silos, and what we've done is broken down those silos and put it together that we have useful information, that we understand what we're about. One thing I would like you to explain a little bit more too, well, maybe I'll say this. The Peel Federation, or the farm federations are also contributing, not as much as 30,000, but even the farmers are engaged in putting money in. It isn't just they're coming to us, the municipalities, they've engaged. So we do have buy-in, and I think maybe, Janet, you can mention that we do have commitment with most of the regions across, and we're one of the latter ones being delegated.
You're the second last delegation I've made, and most everyone, although I haven't had a lot of final results yet, most everyone's pretty favorable.
And we finally got Toronto to put money at the table. Even though they've been sitting there, they finally coughed up.
Since 2005, Toronto's been sitting at our table, and we've been kind of, oh yeah, come on, you know, there's a connection between food and farming here. And finally they got it. And the councillor from Toronto came to our last meeting and said, there, I got it. I got it at economic development for you, and we're going to work together on the next 5 years. So.
Okay, Councillor Miles.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I do believe, Janet, that your alliance is doing really valuable, worthwhile work in the community. But there's the but. And I guess when I read this report, I thought, where is it going to end? Because at the end of the day, the regions are always left holding the bag. This is absolutely, definitely a provincial responsibility. The province started it, funded it, gave the money to the regions to distribute, and now at the end of the day, there's a viable organization that's doing good work that can no longer get funding from the province of Ontario. So naturally, people turn to the regions, and we've seen it time and time and time again. We're going into a budget process. I can tell you from our existing grants budget, there are all kinds of community groups and organizations whose funding has been cut back already. So a lot of the work that is being done in the community today by our existing community groups and organizations will not take place because of cutbacks. So this has nothing to do with valuing your organization whatsoever, but it's absolutely to do with a province of Ontario who collects the largest share of tax dollars with the federal government. A small portion comes to the region of Peel. It's absolutely a provincial responsibility, and we are being asked once more to try and fund a provincial responsibility out of the property tax base. And it's just, I think it's a road we can no longer go down. We at the region are continuously looking at the things that we are funding to see whether or not this is a business we should be in. And we have made drastic changes this year to reduce our costs. So the one suggestion I would have is that we do have a grants budget, community groups, organizations that want to apply for funding can apply for funding through the grants process. We as a council can't continue to make ad hoc decisions of funding requests to different groups and organizations. I would suggest you go through that process at the region of Peel as well. But if I were you, I would be back at the province, and I really encourage council. We should be putting the support behind this group and getting the funding from the province of Ontario, not at the region of Peel. We're in too deep already. I mean, we're sinking in quicksand, and we're continuing to be every council meeting almost. There's a new request for new funding for new business. So. I'm sorry, but I can't support this request. I would suggest, though, that you go through the normal granting process that is available to organizations here at the region of Peel.
Okay. Mayor McCallion.
We're very proud of the food processing plants we have in Mississauga. We certainly have a lot.
I didn't see your name, but.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, I'll put you back on.
You had pressed your button.
I've been pressing it.
Okay, so I saw Mayor McCallion first, and then Councillor Whitehead and Patterack.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Mayor McCallion.
Oh, okay. Well, Richard wants to go. No, we're very proud of the food processing plants in Mississauga. In fact, we consider it not a major, but it's a very, very effective base of our economy in Mississauga in this regard. I have to agree with Councillor Miles. Here's another organization that the province has started and encouraged, etc. And we get hit every time. Get them set up, and then they have to appeal to others. They only, when it comes to economic development, we're struggling to get the province on board with the Greater Toronto Marketing Alliance. They don't come on board. They don't support it. They only support special projects, which I think they would do for you as well.
And yes, we were hoping we could.
And, we're the Greater Toronto Marketing Alliance, which covers agriculture and everything. I mean, it covers the whole economic base. We can't seem to get them to come on board and finance. So the Region of Peel is financing it, by the way, and all the regions are in the GTA and Toronto. We have to finance it. They will only finance special projects. A very worthy cause, I have to tell you, and I think finally we're recognizing in the Greater Toronto Area that agriculture is a very important part of the economic operation of the GTA, and so I don't think Councillor Miles or my approach is to discourage what you're doing. I think you're doing it fantastic, and it's time it was done. I think it has been not coordinated at all, the approach, but I would suggest you approach the wine industry in the Niagara area that is making a lot of money. And that's farming, by the way. It's a part of the agricultural. And they're doing some pretty good work. Secondly, I believe that farmers are becoming very, I don't know what to use the word, wealthy or something. But farmers are doing all right.
Right now.
Right now, they really are doing all right.
I think
so,
that's
quite
what you
honestly,
have to say.
I have to agree with Councillor Miles. Worthy cause, doing a great job, etc. But I don't think it should be on the property tax of the Region of Peel.
Councillor Bacharach?
Well, I would disagree. I learned a new word when I was reading our agenda this week on HSB4, precarity. I had never seen that in print before. And I think that agriculture in the GTA is in a situation of precarity. It's precarious. They might be making money, but the infrastructure, and for a lot of reasons, agriculture is on the top of a fence, and it could fall either way. And I would disagree that this application should, which is basically economic development, and I know that the region shies away from economic development, but it shouldn't be lumped in with social programs and social grants. It's a different kettle of fish, and I would like to know what the response has been from the other regions and the people who have approached. Are you getting the same treatment there as you're getting here, or the same response, I should say?
No, we've been endorsed most of the way through.
Okay, thank you. I guess it's a question of what this region, what value they put on farming and having a diverse economy and having a diverse experience available for our community. I know that our staff puts together a Grown in Peel map. Eventually, we might have a map that will just have trees grown in Peel. We won't have food grown in Peel, and so I disagree with the two previous speakers, and I think that we should motor on like the others have, understanding that the world isn't perfect. The province always doesn't come to the table, or doesn't always come to the table, and we can't stick our head in the sand about this. We have all kinds of initiatives we've taken through our POG and everything else about agriculture. When it comes to spending what is essentially a pittance in a $2 billion budget, $2 billion plus budget, I don't think we should be choking on that. I think we should be endorsing this and supporting this very important sector in our economy, and which makes, if it's healthy, it will continue to, with specialty crops and specialty products, help our food processing industry grow in the GTA and in the region of Peel. So that's another reason to be on site. Thank you for your presentation.
Councillor Whitehead.
Mr. Chairman, I agree with the sentiment that Gail and Hazel brought forward, that the province routinely decrease policy and routinely will not fund the process, leaving it to their own planners and their own convoluted process to make decisions on behalf of all of us. I certainly agree with that sentiment. The fact remains, though, that that is what the province does, and this is a profound policy issue. It's not a community groups, social support type of application. It's really, in my way of thinking, it's not only economic, it's a planning issue. More than half of Peel's land area is in the town of Caledon, and about 70–80% approximately of the town of Caledon will not urbanize. 20% will. So almost half of the region of Peel, although we're a city region, I understand that, and I don't disagree with that principle, including that part of South Caledon. The fact is that we have two responsibilities here in the region of Peel that many other regions don't have, except York, I suppose, is to not only urbanize at the rate that we are and help with the GTA evolution, but we also are the owners, if I can put it that way, of a substantial portion of our land mass is rural and is tightly regulated by the province. The town of Caledon, AMO says, is the most regulated municipality in Ontario. And the reason for that, of course, is because of where we are geographically as part of the GTA urban mass and as part of this enormous rural area that the province of Ontario is attempting to regulate in various ways. In your presentation today, you, of course, are getting ready for the 2015 review of the rural aspects. Not only the Greenbelt that you put in your presentation, but simultaneously that's the Oak Ridges Marine Review and it's the Niagara Escarpment Review.
And the places to grow.
And the places to grow, but I'm speaking about rural. So that all of the 80% of Caledon in the rural area is going to have an extensive review of provincial policies in that area. Now, we can leave it to the province who get it wrong, or we can fund the process, and we will enter through our various planning departments municipally, but also an organization like yours. It's not a Peel organization. It's a Golden Horseshoe organization, and we're part of it. I just want to close by saying, Mr. Chairman, that I'm not a farmer, and for some peculiar reason, a lot of the farmers in Caledon think that I'm a nice guy, I guess, and they vote for me. Fortunately, I have a council partner who is a farmer, and is a very active farm, Councillor DeVour, and Councillor Thompson, of course, and Councillor Patrick and I make up the farm group, I guess. Me not as a farmer, but let me tell you that the processes, it's not so much the policy. Although rural policy as written by somebody who is urban-centered is peculiar. And that's why we have to make sure that we're strong in our push to get it written right. It's the regulations that are driving us crazy.
And the interpretation of.
And the interpretation, absolutely. And I mean, one of our principal goals in the town of Caledon, believe it or not, is to have a strong rural economy so that our rural part of the town of Caledon carries itself. And that should be an item that the Peel Regional Councillors, I'm sure embrace and endorse, as we have the odd councillor occasionally that hints that Caledon somehow is heavily subsidized by the urban part. But our policy, and it's not so popular at home in some places, our policy in Caledon is to have a strong rural economy. And you can't do that unless you have diversified agriculture. As soon as you talk about diversification, which everybody says is a wonderful word, and then you get faced with an application, then they say, well, the Oak Ridges Marine Act, doesn't encourage business, can't have business, because in the urban planner sense, Mr. Chairman, that's a factory with a smokestack. But we're talking about wineries. We're talking about urban agriculture and production for urban agriculture. In other words, retail operations that take place on the farm. And you run it headlong into these regulations that just drive you absolutely crazy. And in 2015, while we want to work hard to protect our environment, and if I'm fortunate enough to be back here, you'll hear a lot more about this from me in the next term, because it's in my ward. We also have to be very strongly of the opinion that a strong rural economy is absolutely essential. If you want to save your forests, you want to save your greenbelt, you want the parks, the nice places that people to go to, it has to be able to stand on its own feet. And it's not going to be able to do that in the remainder of the agriculture. Most of the agricultural land in Peel, prime agricultural land, is either gone or is going. But that doesn't mean that there isn't viable agriculture to take place in the huge north of the region of Peel, but only if it's diversified, only if it's urban centered. And so I support the recommendation today and at budget. I don't think it's a one-off local community application that should go to a grants committee. I think it's a fundamental planning issue. We're going to spend a lot of money here at Peel, I hope, and certainly in the town of Caledon, pursuing these planning issues. And I want to make sure that your organization has the tools in the toolbox to work along with us to get it right this time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Yanika.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I have to support.
Patrick, your name was.
Oh, sorry, Richard. Richard.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Richard. Well, I have to support my colleagues to my left, but I'm going to try to couch the discussion and the debate differently. With the greatest of respect, we're not talking about farming at all. We're not talking about food. We're talking about the new reality. Welcome to the new reality. A couple of my colleagues aren't here, but they would have gotten up before me to speak to it. But our friend and colleague Tovey isn't here, and Chris Fonseca is at FCM. But what they'd be telling you, just like they told us at budgets, and I don't know if it's going to come to news to some of you. I used it yesterday night at an annual general meeting, and they were dumbfounded. The new reality is that those of us around this table and those of us that go back home to our local tables and the people that we tax, to do what it is that we do at the municipal and regional level, we are 11 cents on the dollar of all the taxes you pay. So when you pay all your taxes, and all the taxes you pay, we're the dumb ones. We hit you between the eyes 6 times and say, give it to me directly, give it to me, because we only get direct taxation. Our provincial federal friends, by the way, some of you pay more in gas tax than you pay in municipal tax. Let's not even discuss your personal income tax and people, but here's what the data is, and this is the point I'm coming to, and I think it's very important as to the continuum that we're on. So we're 11% of all the taxes that people spend. We own 65% of all the stuff. Roads, bridges, sewers, libraries, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's how much has been downloaded by the provincial federal governments. The provincial government's almost awash. They're 33, 34%. They own 33, 34% of all the stuff. The federal government gets 56 cents on the dollar, and they own 3% of the stuff. You see where the problem is, and it's falling apart. You know, in and around the time I was born, they were announcing a national transportation strategy, and maybe before I'm dead, we'll get it. Discussed housing policy, I think, and maybe before I'm dead, we'll get it. Daycare policy, I think they announced that too before I was born, and maybe before I'm dead, we'll get it. But they can just keep talking, collecting the money, pay for 3% of all the stuff, and starve entities like yours. That is the new reality. And you hate to juxtapose this, but this is the reality. We, independent of you, looked at something like childcare, and that took a bit of a haircut around this table recently. But is childcare important? Kind of think it's important. Last time I spoke to this issue, I've said, and the mayor knows it, what are we throwing overboard next? Because at the local level, I'm in the business of golf courses, for example. But shouldn't I be building more daycare and social housing instead? So maybe I'm not going to be in the business of golf courses anymore. So you're going against the curve now. And we're so fed up of being downloaded and downloaded and downloaded and say, you're the last link, you're the ones that have to help us out. No, let's just break the chain. I say you've come at a really bad time because we're dealing with our budgets at the city now. And what we're looking at is the unfunded items that we need now. The stuff that we know we need to do now over a 10-year plan. And here's what we are going to do. Here's the $690 million of what you don't even have funded at the City of Mississauga in our 10-year capital budget that we need to do. So go talk to the guys with the 56 cents on the dollar that are only paying for 3% of the stuff, because I will not be taxing my taxpayers more than what I take for them and the 65% of the stuff they're already trying to maintain that needs some help. I apologize to put you in my crowd. It's not my intent, and I think none of this comes to you as news, but I think Gail and the mayor said, we've reached the tipping point. This is the new reality, and we're saying we can't play this game anymore because we'll be forcing seniors out of their homes. So we have to draw a line in the sand, and yours is not the only one along that continuum. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mayor McCallion.
Well said. My concern about it is, and by the way, Councillor Paterak, the Region Appeal does support economic development in a major way with their contribution to the Greater Toronto Marketing Alliance. And they don't have a duplication as they have in other regions of economic development at the lower level and economic development at the regional level. We're a little smarter in Peel that we have it where it should be, and there's no duplication on that. But what concerns me is your coming. We have a major economic base in Mississauga. And there's technology that might come and say, well, you know, we need assistance. I think the Region Appeal is doing the Greater Toronto Marketing Alliance, which markets all our economic base. And that, to me, is the way we should be going. And it will be in the budget this year, whether we support the Greater Toronto Marketing Alliance. But to get down to individual economic base of the Region Appeal, then we'll have many people coming and saying, you know, we'd like assistance. We want to grow that economic section of the economic base. And that's why I can't support it. I think it's got to be the overall region should be supporting the overall economic benefit of the region, which is really varied and quite complicated. So that's my reason. If we start individually supporting a section of our economic base, we're going to be in trouble. And please, I hope that, and I can speak for myself, but I think for Councillor Miles and Councillor Unica, we think you're doing a fantastic job.
It's vital.
Much needed, long overdue, by the way, long overdue. But as he says, our needs are great and we're not fulfilling them. Yeah. Our responsibilities we're not fulfilling. We're just not fulfilling them. You know, I don't know if you folks have looked at your budgets, but we've looked at ours.
Okay, Councillor Thompson, and then moving on.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we've supported this for quite some time. This is about planning and policy. Instead of us doing it individually, we compiled everybody together. We've brought the Golden Horseshoe together. So instead of spending $100,000 on a study, we're just contributing $30,000. That's a heck of a deal. We all eat 3 square meals a day. This is about food we eat across the Golden Horseshoe. And it's great to talk about budget and everything else. For $30,000 versus, this is saving us a lot of money in planning. This is an investment. That's what it is about. Yes, we used economic development because people understand the benefits this planning, policy, collaborating, sharing policies. The biggest challenge we have in government is dealing with policy that's handed down to us. And you're right. We've been dealing with the province. It came through municipal rule and affairs in the first place. Unfortunately, fortunately or unfortunately, we have a premier that's now Minister of Agriculture. The chair has been trying to get a meeting. It's next to impossible. But this is a good investment. This is saving us money, making this $30,000 investment instead of doing all these individual studies and banging up against each other. What we're doing is collaborating, and we need to do more of it. We hear about transit. We hear about everything else that we're doing. This is what we're trying to do, folks. It is not about coming for a little, I'm a group and I need some funding for it. This is an investment that we all collaborate and we get the job done once and correctly, instead of all of us doing it individually. It's breaking down those silos. We're showing how we're starting to share information so our planners, both here and our local municipalities, can do better planning so we can be competitive. We got Ohio right now, folks. You're talking about we're needing to maintain what we've got, not growing it. And economic development's out trying to grow the market. We need to maintain it. And if we have to be competitive, we need to have good policies to keep our people here, or they're going to go south of the border. Ohio's up here catering left, right, and center. I've had food companies coming to Caledon looking, and you know where their competition is? It isn't going to Milton or whatever. They're also looking in Ohio as well. So what can you bring to the table? Unfortunately, we're not in that competitive bidding. But we have cheap water, we have cheap wastewater, we have a few other advantages, and we have a growth market here. And because the competition's here, is our card to draw them. But what are we going to do to maintain it? Folks, I know we're coming on budget, I know where you're caught, but you're missing the point. This is an investment in saving us money long term. And this is what we need to look at. And if we message this wrong today, I'm sorry. But this is what we're doing. We're saving the municipality money doing it this way. And yes, 30,000 really from all the areas, it's just a drop in a bucket. We still need the province here, and we got to get them engaged. And basically, this makes it easier for Emil and the other regional chairs and mayors to go say, the municipalities that chipped in now, pay your fair share. That's what we need to do, and that's what we're working on. And unfortunately, time was restricted. We know we have a big agenda, so we tried to keep it as clear and simple, but that's what the message is today, guys. It's an investment.
Hey, Councilor Provieri.
Wow. I'm glad that food keeps rolling our way, because I tell you, we'd be a bunch of hungry people if it stopped flowing. And I don't know what we'd do then. I always tell my grandchildren, I say, well, what would we do if the food stopped flowing all of a sudden? My second grandson says, I don't want to think about it. My granddaughter goes, I'm going to go hunting in the woods and then get the rabbits and the deers. Anyway, she has a better idea. I tell her to remember dandelions can keep you sustainable, and also dig for the dew worms. That'll keep you alive. But anyway, we've heard in the past year, we've heard from the Conservation Authority, we heard from the Ministry of Natural Resources, the Minister of the Environment, and every time I read some of their communication about agricultural activities, it seems that they're trying to make the industry more difficult to survive and stay viable. So I really see a benefit, and let's face it, folks. The agricultural industry is the most important industry we have in our existence. If it wasn't for the food that the farmers produced, I think we'd all be in trouble. And we can live in caves and we can live in shacks, but we need the food to sustain us. So I certainly see some value in what you're trying to do, is to actually keep the agricultural industry alive and well and viable in Region Appeal and surrounding areas, the Golden Horseshoe. So for that reason, just to keep back the attempts of the various levels of government and departments and trying to make the production of food more difficult, I totally support your efforts to make sure that food production in Peel Region and Golden Horseshoe stays viable and keeps us feeding. Thank you.
Councilor Sato.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I won't echo what my fellow councillors have said, because it is a very important initiative. I guess part of my concern is that the municipalities are being asked to contribute to 210 $100,000 total, and only 100,000 of that, less than half, is actually being used to leverage provincial funding. The rest is being used for office expenses, and including the executive director, office and travel, communications and website, and alliance expenses. So it's strictly for the office expenses, and we've discussed that a lot as part of the grant process. If we're funding office expenses and operational, then I agree with Councillor Miles. That should be part of the grant process. And I have organizations in my ward that are very upset that Safe Cities, for example, have been cut by, I think, they're getting about a third or a quarter of what has been asked for, and the number of programs that we're going to have to cut at Safe City Mississauga, and I'm sure Safe City Brampton, are going to have a huge impact on the community. This fits. I'm surprised there isn't a comment from health staff, because this does fit as part of our Healthy Communities initiative, and we're talking about healthy food and our war against diabetes and obesity and all of the programs that we're doing at Health, but I don't see any relation to it in the report. I guess part of my concern also is that the recommendation, it's the wording in the recommendation. I can certainly support this being referred to budget for consideration, but the wording in the report says that it be endorsed for consideration at budget. And I'm not prepared to endorse it today because we haven't even started budget. We haven't heard from the departments. We haven't had an opportunity to debate any of the other budget items. And I know the grant issue, the amount of the grants and all the other issues are going to come up at budget. So I would be prepared to support referring it to budget for consideration with removing the word endorsed, because I think that is putting council on the spot prior to us deliberating on budget, and that's just not something that we do. So if, be referred to budget for consideration, I could certainly support that, and then we can have, we can look at it in relation to the rest of the budget. I don't know who's moved the recommendation. I can't recall. I think it was Councillor Thompson said he would move it. So I would ask if he would take that as a friendly amendment. If not, then I would just move it as a referral.
Yeah, it gets busted one way or another. So,
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Mayor McCallion.
I know the appeal. The economic base of this region is very varied, and we're very proud of it.
Absolutely.
So, in fact, I was invited over to Oakville to the car manufacturers. They need help as well, by the way, to promote car production in Canada, because car production is way down in Canada, isn't it? A major impact on this province of Ontario. Major impact. So we're going to get a lot of requests from the different sections of our economic base. And if we start it, then I'll tell you, you're going to need a big budget to support it. So what we have to do is look at what we can do to develop and to assist the economic base of the region of Peel, and not pick on any one section. Because yes, agriculture is important, but it is a small percentage of the economic base of the region of Peel at the present time.
May I just say that 65% of what's grown in the countryside is processed in your food processing in those jobs in the cities. Just making that point.
Yeah, I know it is, and that is very true. But, you know, to think that because I'm opposed to the funding in any way indicates that there is not need for your organization and the great work you're doing. But we'd better set our priorities. And we haven't yet adopted whether we're going to support the Greater Toronto Marketing Alliance, is marketing all the economic base of the region appeal. You know, but if we start individually, folks, you're going to be busy because others are going to come and help, ask for assistance. That's my position. So please, it's not that we're against this project at all. It's what is it going to develop into as requests from different others. You know, the car manufacturing parts of Mississauga is a major economic base of Mississauga, and they're struggling. Really interesting, eh? And it's, just tell you, so please don't think that because I'm speaking against it, and I think I speak for Councillor Unique and Councillor Miles, that we're against it at all. It's a case, it is not our business right now. Our business is to support the total economic base of the region appeal and not one section of it. Simple as that.
Okay, I have a motion then before me. It's on the board for you. It's moved by Councillor Thompson. I'm not sure who seconded that. Councillor Patterack. There's an amendment there you see printed in red and taken out the word endorsement and referred to the 2014 budget meeting. All those in favor of the amendment first?
Amen.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion as amended? Motion's carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to the next speaker. Oh, a motion to receive the delegation. Thank you very much for being here.
We start funding it.
And the communications. All those in favor? Just put mover in that. We're moving on then to Ms. Jones, resident of the City of Brampton, regarding her water bill.
Pick up with that.
Morning.
Good morning, Regional Chair and members of the Council. I'm basically here to get your help with my water bill. My recent water bill was in the amount of $2,374 for the period of 3 months. I have a family of 5 people, 2 adults and 3 kids, and my average water bill is about $150 in the summertime. So when I got this bill, I was just shocked. I wasn't expecting it, and so I called the billing department just to get a clarification of what happened. And the way we were notified was when we had the Region of Peel come by to do a reading on the meter. Sorry, I'm a bit nervous. So that's how we were notified. And when I asked that, isn't there a way to notify us in advance if there's something wrong in the house and it doesn't add up, I was told that no, they can't. They don't have a system in place where they can be notified that something is wrong with the meter in the house or the water is being too much water is being used in the household. So the only way for them to know about this is when the meter reading is taken, and by which time it's in the system, and it's already too late to do anything about it, and so therefore I must pay the amount of $2,000 and $2,300. So all of this doesn't fit well with me, and I'm here basically to ask you guys if you could please consider adjusting my bill. It's just, I can't afford to pay it, and that's why I'm here. I also want to acknowledge my regional councillors' help and support in this matter. Councillor Superiori has been very helpful. I had reached for his help, and I couldn't be here without his support. And if he could support me that much, I'm hoping that everybody else can put their heart together and help me with this matter.
Superiori?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for, I'm sorry, I forgot your first name.
Freba. Freba.
Freba.
Yeah.
thank you for taking the time and coming here to appeal to council. As I said to you, we've had many of these similar requests, not through the council process, but through the staff process. And usually staff sticks to their position that the water bill has to be paid. And I know that I've had a couple of circumstances in the past where I've thought, I remember one was to do with a faulty toilet. The toilet got stuck, and people were out on holidays for a week, and the water just kept running. Although I sympathized with them, I figured that, when the toilet's running, you can hear the noise. And so I didn't really pursue it to this extent, or at least advise the people to this extent. But in your situation, Mr. Chairman, I sympathize with the resident. I've never met you before, only through email. I read your circumstances, and I thought that there's room for the region to come with some kind of assistance of some sort. And the reason it dawned on me just the other day, that the water that you discharged was clean water, and it went down into the system, and we know that half of your bill, the water bill, is for discharging wastewater. And so I thought that since the water was clean anyway, it went down into the system, it didn't really need cleaning at the other end as much as really contaminated water. So perhaps, Mr. Chairman, I'm asking the council if we can be sympathetic to this situation, especially since Frida is in a situation she's in. She's an only breadwinner for the family, and has a hard time making ends meet. And whether council can entertain the idea of only charging her for half the water bill, the water for half the bill, meaning that the other half was clean water. It went down into the system, and really we shouldn't be charging her as being contaminated water. I believe that is the way it works. Half the bill is actually a sewer charge that is usually charged to every resident. It's on the municipal water system. I believe that's correct. Maybe the commissioner can verify that if we can, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
I think I'd like Dan to give a full explanation on the whole thing so that we have a clearer picture of the whole situation. So, Mr. Commissioner.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess first, if I could respond to Councillor Sprovieri's request, water bill is generally about 50-50. 50%. The rates are a little different and the volumes are a little different, but the average is about half and half. So you're generally correct on that, because we don't meter the sanitary
your mic on.
side.
Is your mic on?
Yes, it is.
Oh,
is that better?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So that's from the billing process. As I've explained before, we bill quarterly for most of our, probably about 95% of our accounts are billed quarterly. There's small volumes. Large industries or water producers, juice companies and things like that are billed monthly. That's the process we've followed basically for 40 years. In this particular case, the issue that we believe is the culprit is the Oz water filter that was installed in this house as part of the new home build. And there was basically an issue in the backwash process that in effect it was left on, similar to a toilet leaking, and it just added up. And we've validated that the filter will use up that much water when it's opened, and you can't hear it in the kitchen or anything like that. It's in the basement. So that is an internal plumbing issue from our perspective, and the councillor is right. It's not necessarily our position, it's council's position that it's a user pay system, and where there's failure inside the home,
then that is the homeowner's responsibility. We have the authority as staff to write off, interest charges, penalties, fees and charges and things like that where we feel it's worthwhile. Our process, our internal process is if we get a request, and there's probably about, out of the 1.2 million bills a year that we produce, we probably average about 1,000 or so bills a year that are in similar circumstances, both from industrial and residential. First thing we pass through is if there's an issue of concern about affordability. We work with our human service folks. We can't pass on the account because that's a confidentiality issue, but we'll refer them to human services to get a validation that there's an actual issue about inability to pay that would put the family in jeopardy. That probably happens about probably about 5% of the cases we deal with, so it's a very small situation that get resolved through human services. And then our only avenue is to extend payment terms, and we have extended payment terms up to 2 years without interest. And so that's council's direction, that we have no staff authority to write off the water bill per se, and that is why the resident is here, and I think staff empathize with her as well. So she's following the only avenue of appeal she has. I'll leave it at that for now, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, well, thank you for that, and again, thank you for the verification that half of that bill that she's being charged is actually for wastewater that would be.
Could I just a further point of clarification? As soon as water enters the sanitary system, it's not clean anymore, and it still goes through the system and it has to be processed as at the plant.
Oh, I understand that, but
yeah.
If you have all clean water going down the drain, or you have all contaminated water, it gives there's more work to clean up all the contamination. If all the water was contaminated, then a lot more would, in my opinion, you would have to do a lot more work to clean up contaminated water than clean water. Even though it gets contaminated along the way, but it's not as contaminated. That's the point I'm trying to make. So anyway, Mr. Chairman, I like to move it, the region work with the resident and only charge her 50% of the water bill that she's incurred. That's my motion.
Okay.
Thank you.
Before I go to Mayor McCallion, that's on the list, Dan, would you also, because when I asked you about this, you also explained to me that these types of water softener or whatever they are also have very clear direction on the manufacturing thing of how you're supposed to do the maintenance on that, and I think you explained that very well. That they warn you in there that the thing has to be turned right off in order to do that after the backflow or whatever it is that they flush in.
You're correct, Mr. Chairman. Actually, Reliance, I think, who's one of the big players in handling these ones that were installed by the developers, actually send correspondence out. The system works very well, but if you don't fully close off the filter through backwash, and it can happen accidentally. We've seen unfortunately too many incidents with the Oz filter, not thousands, but when they go bad, they result in similar situations. So, but again, I don't know the specifics of this case, but I know I think I've reflected to you, Mr. Chairman. My sister had one in her residence, and she would think it was turned off, and they said, well, I can still hear it running. Now, in the case there, the drain was next to where the filter was, so you could hear it. In this case, I think, and I could stand to be corrected, the drain was a little farther away from where the filter is. So unless you were in the basement, you might not hear it. And that's the risk of this particular device. A toilet you can hear if it's upstairs, but this is in the basement. So unless you're standing next to the drain, you might not hear it.
Okay.
And Mr. Chairman, just on
Just a
another
minute,
point, can I just another suggestion?
There was no
Perhaps-
point of order that I heard.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I don't need a point of order. I'll just go back on the list then. But
Go
if
ahead.
I can, just perhaps since this occurs and there's a lot of people may have this ozone type filter system in their homes, perhaps the region should make note on the water bill that anyone who has these devices should be careful that because they do malfunction at times, and so keep an eye on them to some extent because, the water bill only gets checked once every 3 months, and if it was a monthly water bill, probably the bill would be a lot less. Whereas for 3 months, it just keeps going, and the region doesn't get to really find out that there's a problem. It takes 3 months to really notice that there's an unusual amount of water being consumed, where then the region notifies the residents. So perhaps it should be a better warning system for people who do have these systems, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mayor McCallion?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm a little concerned. I think we have a policy that has worked extremely well over the years. And the staff has outlined to us, and giving the individual every opportunity. But if we start accepting responsibility for what happens within the house of the residents' appeal, we're going to be in trouble. If you don't think we're in trouble now, which we are, please, are we going to come up to the region appeal and spend the time that we've spent on this when the staff has given this individual every opportunity to look after the bill? You have to understand that, as he said, Dan said, we've had thousands of these, and the staff has, with the excellent, generous program you have, solved them. Mr. Chairman, I can't support a motion. If we start this, then I'll tell you I want to get out of the region appeal quickly, because if we start having people coming with their water bills, next thing it'll be their tax bills.
Yeah.
And I don't know where we're going to go. We have a very generous policy that has worked so successfully, as he has clearly indicated.
Yes. Councillor Foley?
Please remove the motion.
Councillor Foley?
Yes, I sympathize with the lady as well. It is a lot of money, but basically I have the same concerns that Mayor McCallion has, and that is that we will be setting a precedent here. There could be, as Dan put it, thousands of these out there. So if we start even at half with this, then what justification do we have to turn down the other 999 or whatever else comes forward? That's the predicament that I see. And has any effort been made to put some of the liability back on the company or the builder, the manufacturer? The company that made the water filter system, they're out of business, basically. It's an old system. It came with the house when it was built, so we didn't buy it, we didn't purchase it. It was there, and actually I was the one who was maintaining it on a monthly basis to clean it out and close it back, but I haven't touched the system in the last maybe 3 years. And I don't know how it put itself into what's called a backwash to use all that water without us knowing. So that's what happened. Yeah.
Okay, do I have a motion before?
I'm done.
You've been on the board twice or 3 times to let you on. I can tell you've been on 3 times, but what is your question?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I hear the rest of the council, and I appreciate their concerns. So I'm going to withdraw my motion. And what I'm going to ask for is that this issue go back to staff and work with the resident to come up with a payment plan, whether it be a year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, so that she can afford, whether she can pay $100 a year, $200 a year. I know that bill has to be paid, but at least let's work with her to make it easy and not be a burden, and not, so whether it be over a 1-year period or over a 5-year period, let's find a solution. You can work with staff, with Mr. Sheeler, and come up with a payment plan that you can handle on the long term. And because you're not going to get we're not going to get the cooperation here to give you a break. So, and I understand the concerns, but I'm only trying because you are my constituent, and that's our job, is to try to meet, to deal with our problems in our constituency. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm moving that this go back to staff and work with the resident, come up with a suitable payment plan that the resident can achieve over a period of time. Okay?
Well, just in fairness to staff, I think Dan said that they had been working with her. They've offered to do all of that, and I know that he won't quit to do that. I think it's kind of an insult to say that they should go 5 years or whatever it is. You have to be reasonable. He has to be fair. He's also said that if there's a reason that there's a difficulty from accessibility for a person to pay, that we refer them to Human Services. He said all of that. I think they've done an excellent job over the years dealing with these kinds of situations. I think the issue that you mentioned about maybe people need more aware of their filter system, if they have this, is a sensible thing for staff to consider, to put those notices in the board. So I thank you very much for coming forward with your issue. And again, I just want to say I believe that staff will continue to communicate with you and try to resolve it in a fair manner. Thank you very much for being here. So could I have a motion to receive the delegation? Councillor Paderak?
Yeah, I would just ask staff if they could look in to the possibility of seeing if there's an insurer in the world that would, whereby residents who are on the Peel Water and Sewer, for a small fee added to their monthly bill, could be insured against malfunction of equipment in their home that results in a large overpayment, and then that would be paid by the insurer.
Yes, Dan?
Yeah, it's good point, through you, Mr. Chairman, to the councillor. We actually have an industrial client who had a failure in his fountain that cost him $40,000. And we're actually following up with them on that exact point. That's basically, it's big enough, go see your insurer. Their request was that we should write off the $40,000 because their fountain failed. Yeah. And I said, well, I'm actually going to phone them back after. I wanted to see what council's discussion today on it, but I don't think I would bring that back to this council.
No.
Thank you.
Don't bother.
Okay. I'm going to, we're just a little past 11:30, so I'm going to turn into the Peel Housing Corporation, then come back to the council agenda. The president and the vice president are not here today, so I'm going to move and act as president. Is there any declarations on the conflict of interest and then on the Peel Housing Authority? If not, could I have a motion then to approve the minutes of the board directors meeting held on October the 24th, 2013? Would someone like to move that? Starr and Thompson. Are there any questions or issues? If not, all of those in favor? Carried. Moving on to the agenda then, we have no delegations, but we do have a presentation on item 1, report done by our General Manager, Rodriguez. Morning.
Morning. Yeah. Good morning, members of the board. I am pleased to present 2014 Peel Housing Corporation budget for your consideration. With me here is Dave Bingham and the Treasurer of Peel Housing Corporation, as well as John Achella, the Assistant Treasurer in the back. Both have been extremely useful in helping to make this budget what it is, and we shall be talking about that. So
if
I
you
want to
want-
say thank you very much to.
I just want to mention, it is in your folder, if you look in your folder, if you want to follow it.
I also want to thank the Human Services leadership team for their ongoing support in ensuring that we continue to look at housing and implement solutions in housing within a broader integrated human service framework. This has been a very beneficial approach to our tenants as well as the other people in the region of Peel. In today's budget, we will walk through 3 sections. The first section will talk a little bit about Pure Living. The second section will talk about, we'll go a little bit into the budget story, and then we will review the financial information. Details in regard to all these 3 areas are provided in the actual budget report. So the presentation that I'm making now is just a highlight. This budget for us is a turning point budget, and it's a turning point budget for a number of reasons. First of all, it acknowledges that social housing, and in particular Peel Housing Corporation, is and continues to be the sole responsibility of the region of Peel. With the departure of the federal and provincial partners, first starting with the downloading and the imminent end of the operating agreements that you will hear about in the Human Services presentation, what is popularly called the EOPA. I look at, from our side, we call it the end of operating agreement. The province and the feds call it the EDD, the imminent departure date from social housing. We have to make sure that the housing stock that we have continue to operate in a viable sense. Social housing is seen as a critical part of the strategy to end homelessness and to provide stability to our families so they can function well in society. This budget is a turning point because there's a changing level of need and complexity in our population. We have a higher number of young people, many of whom have a hard time engaging with the labor market and moving on. And we also have a very high number of aging people in our tenant profile. And I'll speak a little bit about that. We have done a great deal of successful work in order to manage the costs of Pure Living based on the requirements or the regulations given by the current programs. But this is getting more and more difficult. We look forward to work on a plan for future sustainability with a task force of board members to guide this work. We are on the right track because we continue to increase the contribution to reserves based on how we manage the affairs of Pure Living. Next slide speaks to a little more detail about our tenant profile and some of the key aspects of our business. If you look at this slide, it is clear that the overwhelming number of tenants in our buildings are children and youth and seniors. As I said earlier, we are overwhelmingly the housing choice of people with big families. As a matter of fact, Peel Housing Corporation has an average of over 2 kids per household, and the average for the rest of Peel is just about 1.4%. So there is a higher number of seniors. The second aspect that is an important part of our business and implications on the budget, has implications on the budget, is the income profile. 67% of our tenants are on rent geared to income or on some form of rent supplement. In this budget, you will see that we have reduced the ratio of rent geared to income to 67 compared to 68 in 2012. That has given us a little bit more financial room because with an increase of the market from 32 to 33, it has some positive impact on the budget. In addition to that, as a reminder, we continue to grow. In addition to the 68 Peel Living properties that we have, we're now also, as Peel Living, managing 6 regionally owned buildings, including 2 transitional properties, 3 shelters, with the corresponding number of units over there. This slide is important because it helps to remind us, first of all, the business that we're in as a social housing provider, and that is the obligation to provide affordable housing to our tenants. If you look at the market side, you will see that the rent per month ratio is 31.9%. If you look at the same ratio on the rent geared to income, average monthly rent to income ratio, it's about 31%. The accepted threshold for affordability that we work with is about 30%. And so you can see we're pretty much in the ballpark, and our tenants enjoy a level of affordability that meets the benchmark, the accepted benchmark. Affordability is the foundation of our tenant success and well-being. It stabilizes our seniors and our families with kids. It fosters meaningful participation in community, in the labor market, and because of that, they stay healthier and are more productive citizens. Here are the initiatives that we completed in 2013 based on the approved themes identified below, by the board identified below. In the area of tenant experience, we recertified our buildings, and that report would have come to this board a couple months ago. And this is important because it defines our service level. And one of the things that we're really proud of is that our buildings meet what you would consider a benchmark set by the private sector for quality housing for like profile of tenants. We also continue to implement the policies of successful tenancies, which means that we don't evict without a process that makes sure that we understand people's needs and we work with them so that they can have a repayment plan or whatever other options that they think are suitable, so that the net effect of that is that we've been able to reduce the cost of legal and administration associated with very long and drawn-out eviction processes, but at the same time help to stabilize families through various other forms of assistance provided within the Human Services Department. We continue to support our tenants in providing leadership and services so that they can improve their lives. We have 2 examples here that I will use, but we have many others. On your right is a picture of a youth career development event. This event was an event sponsored by a community agency in the region of Peel. We took over 50 youth to this career development conference. What it essentially is there's a whole plethora of professionals that set up desks in the room, as you can see, and the young people go and talk to them about their career, how they got in, and see whether it's a fit. If it isn't a fit, they move on to the next career, and it goes on a whole day. We think this gives the youth a good sense of, or a menu of options, and some detail about how they could pursue those options. As you can see, our own staff participated as property managers and clearly had some interest, and hopefully those young people will become part of our team one day. The other thing that we continue to do is to leverage the relationship that we have with our tenants by creating partnerships. Some of the partnerships, like the one you see here, are with the Women's Social Enterprise Project at Colonial Terrace. This partnership utilized a grant that was provided to the group to grow, to create a garden, and out of the garden, they bottled marinated jerk marinade and sold it, and the money they got, they put back into community programs. These are the kind of partnerships and leveraging those kinds of opportunities that also foster a sense of ownership and responsibility for the buildings that ultimately also has a positive effect on the costs of our service in a positive way, because people who have a higher sense of ownership tend to look after the buildings better. In the area of economic viability, we have been very aggressive in the past year in making sure that the operational cost, the major capital and the minor capital, which have traditionally operated in a silo format, are much more integrated, so that the cost expenditure in one area is offset by reductions in the other area, while at the same time ensuring that we have the necessary quality impact to improve our buildings. We've also continued to contribute as Peel Living in the local economy. Our social enterprise supports to places like St. Leonard through providing contracts to unlicensed components of our services, such as cleaning and move-outs, renovating move-outs, generates jobs and services, but it also gives opportunities to people who would otherwise not be taken up by the labor market. It gives them their first resume, it gives them confidence, and some of the stories that come out of some of those enterprises are just absolutely moving. So our contribution is not just to our tenants, but to the general population as well. We have been able to achieve, as you can see, some business out of our business efficiency, and I talked about earlier, an additional $2.4 million in our rent. Most of that has come not from moving people out of RGI physically, but actually making adjustments for those who can pay a little bit more and charging them closer to what they can afford, and as well as making the necessary market adjustments for rent increases as required or as permitted by the Residential Tenancies Act. Our non-rental revenue has also continued to add additional revenue. This is, as we brought a report back, I think in March, an area that we will continue to work within the limits of the law in terms of the Canadian Charitable Act and its limitations on revenue. However, it is an area that is a potential relief for our reduced funding. The next area that we have also undertaken important initiatives in 2013 is in the area of asset sustainabilities. You had a presentation last month about the asset planner and its value in improving the way we plan our capital plan, both in the short and in the long term. We also continue to rebalance and reprioritize the amount of money we put in our minor capital. 2 years ago, it was about 3.8. We've brought that down to about 1.8, and it's all part of that strategy of integrating the capital, the operations, and the minor capital, and using them a little more efficiently and effectively. We also managed to accrue savings from 3 different areas. One, we talked about savings from moving forward the BCAs, the building condition audits. In addition, we were also part of a lawsuit on elevators because of poor service from one company that I probably shouldn't name. And in addition to that, we also managed to get a $300,000 rebate from the FCM on account of achieving the energy saving targets for Chapel View. Finally, we couldn't succeed in what we do without a healthy and effective team. Mary Jo and Bruno, the two operations manager, brought a report that described the impact of some of those changes. The engagement of staff in Pure Living is an important part of, first of all, enhancing the value and the connection to housing and what our business is about. And so we have staff teams that contribute to our relationship with Habitat by going out and helping in the actual build. This attachment to the cause of housing, affordable housing, is important because we leverage that in terms of how people take responsibility and value the service we provide. We've also had staff really step up and go the extra mile and do building improvements. And here I want to stop for a second and acknowledge the extra work that was undertaken by Elaine Gill and Tanya Osborne, both who work out of the Maple Avenue building, who in their own time undertook to paint the corridors. This is an 11th floor building, and both of them achieved that task. The total savings, if we had to contract that out, is close to $20,000. I understand that they've also recently volunteered their time and repainted the lobby at Manor Bridge as well. These kinds of gestures are not only useful for us from a cost savings point of view, but they also provide the kind of leadership in our staff that creates the consciousness we need around cost savings. Elaine and Gil, stand up. And so going into 2014, we will continue to focus on the themes as defined and approved through the board. We will continue to do more work on tenant experience, enhancing the efficiency of the building. We continue to do work on the asset sustainability and, of course, ongoing work to enhance the quality and the contribution of our staff. The primary focus, however, for 2014 is improving the economic viability of Pure Living in the long term. And so we will be setting up, as agreed, a task force of board and staff to look at the long-term financial viability of Pure Living. The idea of this task force is to come up with recommendations to the rest of the board and to the owner, the region of Peel, on how we could begin to create our own programs in the long run. Now that a number of the key programs that were funded by the province and the feds are going to start expiring in 2015. I believe Arcadia Glen is the sort of first one on that. So we will also continue the work of revitalizing some of our communities. Twin Pines is prime example, but there are also others like East Avenue, where we have to make different decisions about their long-term viability. And that particular building is also undergoing a charrette to try and re-image it and revision it, because the cost of the building is just not worth continuing to fund. The land value along Lakeshore and Kothra has appreciated significantly to enable us to do something different there. These are just examples of the kind of things that we're going to have to include in our long-term sustainability strategy. We're also going to continue the work of improving and enhancing our governance and our strategic planning, and in particular to implement the findings of the audit, internal audit staff team that were presented to the board a year or so ago. Details about that will be coming to the board in December. In terms of our ongoing realities, I have spoken about our commitment to affordability to our tenants. I've spoken about the growing complexity and demand from our tenant population. I've also touched on the quality of our buildings. We did that last month. This is an example of, this is a breakdown of our buildings and their age. And if you look at the bar chart there, it will show you that at least 80% of our buildings are from before 1995. They will be hitting the 25-year mark in another couple of years. That is the normal year where you start to have extremely heavy expenditures in order to meet the expected lifespan of many of these buildings, which is about 40 to 50 years. So the major drivers as we move into a financial information are we have to increase our revenue. The gap between our revenue and expenditure is what allows us to contribute more to our reserves. Inflationary pressures are things that we have to deal with. We have talked about the asset, the age of the asset, and the need to renew our asset, and the conversation about the asset planner and how it will help us to plan better in the short and long term is part of this, is one of the budget drivers, as well as our perennial reserve shortfall. I'm glad to say, however, that after hitting rock bottom, we have begun a trend of increasing our contribution to the reserves. This is a picture, a general picture of our financial highlights. The following chart provides the year-over-year budget changes. Revenues have increased by 1.6% from 101 million in 2013 to 103 in 2014. Our expenditures have increased ever slightly by a mere $63,000. What that has allowed us is a net surplus of 8.3, which goes directly into our reserve fund. This is an increase of 1.5 million from last year. This picture shows the steps, the impact of the steps that we have described previously on the positive impact on our budget. This is the detailed breakdown of our operating revenue. 62% of our revenue comes from rental revenue. This is a combination of RGI and market. At 62% for an affordable housing provider, this is pretty good. We hope to continue to move that threshold up while at the same time ensuring that people continue to stay housed and continue to retain that 30% affordability. The rest of our revenue is from a combination of municipal funding at 25 million and an additional 8.4 million from the feds, primarily through rent supplements. Additional funding from the province and the feds is still part of that 25 million, most of which goes into offsetting the cost of our mortgages. The other rental is, of course, primarily our non-rental revenue, satellite cell phone, satellite facilities, and more recently, we have started to venture into photovoltaic and feeding into the grid and selling that for some money. This is our expenditure picture. It looks rather crowded, but the thing to remember about it is that the largest component of our expenditure out of this 95 million is our debt, which is partially subsidized. Our principal debt payments are 22.5 million, with interest payments of 13.4. The balance of expenditures can be seen here on the chart. The difference between our revenues, 103 and 95.1, is the room that I talked about earlier in terms of the surplus that goes into our reserves. If you look at the chart, you will also see that, in fact, the only proportion that we can call a manageable cost, in other words, and the areas in which we can move things around, is in the areas of maintenance, admin, staff, and minor capital. Those constitute 34% of what we call manageable costs. The non-manageable costs, which is the ones to the right, based on utilities, debt, and principal, constitute 65% of our cost, meaning those are areas that we can really not do much with. maybe the utilities to a certain extent, because by investing in more energy savings retrofits, we're getting a better break, as well as the work that is done for us by ARPAM in our gas leveraging program. This picture here is a summary of the expenditure, and I talked about the 63,000. The increases in terms of expenditure in property tax, admin, and maintenance are offset by decreases in utilities and our debt. The next picture is a picture about our capital summary. The carry forward for this coming 2014 projects still in the works from 2013, in essence, is 12,791,000. The request for 2014, additional requests for 2014, have been pegged after a thorough examination by the finance team, including the treasurer and assistant treasurer and their staff, to about 5.497. This request is an all-time low, but represents a point at which we want to take stock, and then through the work of the long-term sustainability and the task team, come up with a much more affordable long-term picture. It'll probably be more than that, but for this year, we've managed to squeeze that into so that we can take a really good look at what we can afford going into the future. The total for 2014, therefore, is 18 million plus. In order to complete our current existing projects, we will require a loan, however, from the service manager of 7.4 million for the 2013 carryover. So out of the 12 million, we have a shortfall of 7.4 million. And for 2014, we will require that 5.4 or 5.5 million loan. The details of the loan have been included in the actual budget story report that you have. And the treasurer we're happy to speak with more detail on that if we need to. Most of the money that we use is used for extending the life of our capital assets. And I hope to share with you in the near future what we mean by that and how we've changed our expenditure. The work and the approach that we have used at Bella Vista, for example, is a good example of how you can start to use money differently, have the kind of impact that is long-lasting, but at the same time, help you to be more cost-effective. This is a general picture of our reserve forecast, and again, at the top line, to focus on it, it shows the balance in deficit if we didn't get the loan that we are asking for. To summarize, we look forward to 2014 as a year when we will continue to do a comprehensive program operational review by our service manager. We will combine the resources of the service manager, which are mandated in terms of doing an operational review, and use that to also support the long-term sustainability plan for our next 15 years. Staff have already started to do various kinds of work in these areas. We've talked about the asset planner. We're involved in a study with Schulich, the School of Business, who are doing preliminary work for us. We've also been gathering information about alternative models of sustainability. All that information will be shared to this task team and will be part of what will inform the final recommendations. Thank you very much. All right.
Could I have a mover and seconder to put it on the table? Okay, and Crombie. Then Councillor Paterak.
Well, first, I'd like to congratulate you on the service that your staff gives to all of the residents. Every time we have a problem in one of the living buildings in my ward, which are both seniors buildings, they're on it, and they're on it quickly, and they resolve it very quickly, and they always inform me the beginning and the end, and I barely get to know about it when they've got it fixed. So I just want to congratulate staff on the level of service that they offer and their commitment. You mentioned that one of the areas that there might be some room for improvement on was the utilities. And you also mentioned that Chapel Hill, we had met our goals in terms of energy efficiency. And I'm just wondering, do we have a program for retrofitting our lights going from incandescent to all the way to LED? I know it's expensive, but the payoff is huge in the long run. And I just, it's one of those areas of low-hanging fruit. And I wonder if we're there already, or are we going on?
The biggest investment in energy savings that we undertook was using the SHERP program that also had a mandated energy savings component. So we've done quite a bit of work with that. We continue to work with the Housing Services Corporation, through who we leverage various funds and programs like weatherization. So using that, for example, we've been able to give relief to our tenants, the ones who live in townhouses and have high energy bills, and used some of the programs that are from Enbridge through the Housing Services Corporation to do window retrofit and all kinds of other energy retrofit programs. So, SHERP was the biggest input. We continue to seek out other programs. Our savings from the energy, some of them we put in a special energy reserve, and that reserve we hope to invest in the solar and photovoltaic retrofits that not only generate more revenue, but also reduce the cost of energy to our buildings. It is an area that, again, we will need to become much more robust, and we hope to have further discussion in the task team about how we do that.
Yes, and when I spoke, I was speaking more of the common elements, the bills that we pay for hydro in the common spaces that we have in our buildings. It wasn't 6 months ago that I mentioned to Steve Hall that we were still using incandescent bulbs in this room, and we changed over to the LED, and I forget how many tens of thousands of kilowatt hours he said we'd save in this room alone.
Yeah, I think, Bruno, you might have a, Bruno now, yeah.
I think the T8s, but we actually have a pilot right now. Our buildings, we've swapped out in all of the common areas, we've put in LEDs. So our hope is that we'll get some data back and then the potential to roll that out. And there is, as you said, Councillor Paderak, there is quite a bit of potential savings.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Councillor Starr?
Need a little clarification. The income that you received from both the rental geared to income and the market, is that legislated? I mean, by legislated, is there an amount that you have to charge, or is there flexibility?
There's flexibility in the market component, but that flexibility again is limited by the annual increases that you can have through the Residential Tenancies Act. I think this year was like 0.8%. In the rent geared to income, which is the majority, it is legislated that people pay only 30%. And if you're on social assistance, that's a significantly less number.
So that's a provincial legislation?
That's correct.
And the market rent, is that provincial, or are you following a local market? Or, I mean, even in Peel, it's got to be, the various locations got to be different markets.
That's correct. The markets are different based on location, but the provincial program allows you to charge a certain proportion of it in market. So that's the one we have a little more flexibility. And then the majority of it, which is about 67%, we have much less flexibility that way. We are looking at how we can continue to optimize location and that level of, and the market rents in some of our buildings, because some of them are in some really prime areas.
I just backing up a little bit, you said that the market rent is a percentage of the market rent?
No,
You
no.
were referring to RGI.
Yeah, I'm saying we have two components. One is the rent geared to income,
Yes.
and then the other component, which is 33% of our
Right.
tenants are paying market. Now, that market is about 80% of your true market.
That's what I'm getting at. So it's not a market rent.
David, you want to?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, if I may just step in. The housing is built in order to provide affordable housing. So even what we call market rent, because of the way the building is constructed, allows us to charge 80 to 90% of what would be charged in the private market. There's no subsidy going into the market rent.
No.
It's because we can operate at a lower cost.
That's
Is that
correct.
correct?
That's
And how
correct.
do we determine what the market rent is? It's based on the operating cost of the building?
Yeah, the market rent is initially calculated as part of the formula for the operating the building, yeah. But we have been able to squeeze a little more room above that in some places, so, yeah.
Well, that's where I'm confused. Is it a market that you're going out to the actual market and surveying the buildings in the area and saying this is what they're charging, or is it something you're determining from a cost-up basis?
Yeah, it's already, the market rent is already predetermined in the formula of the building, as David said. So that's what we use for the most part.
Cost-up basis.
Yeah, it's a cost, yeah. So it's not a real market, to
Not a
answer
market.
your question, yeah.
And why I'm asking these questions is that when I take a look at, you want to borrow money and you want to, and I'm not sure how you have a reserve, but if you added $10 a month to the number of units that you have overall, you'll have another $1 million every year. You have 7,700 units. Times 10, times 12 months, that's roughly 900,000 and change. And I don't know if you have that flexibility, but to me, when you're talking about, you're looking at all the options, what are the options? I mean, is this an option? I mean, can you charge on the market rent part of it, or is that legislated, or is that our formula?
That limits some of the increases for existing tenants.
Dave, you want to?
The Residential Tenancy Act, Councillor, does limit the increases on some of our properties unless there is turnover. So there is an opportunity when a unit turns over to make more of a change to the rent than would be allowed under the Residential Tenancy Act. But a large portion of our market doesn't turn over every year.
Well, I just think that, when you look at the number of units and the size of the portfolio, that anything you can do to provide a better reserve, and if you don't use that reserve, then pay down your debt. I mean, it's just common sense. And rather than try to run to every line, and then I see, well, okay, we're running to this line now, so now we have to borrow, correct?
We're trying to put money in the reserves, and the capital needs are bigger, yes.
Well, I just think that maybe we can take it offline, but I think that there's, I'd like to discuss that because I've looked at this before and I think I was I didn't quite understand it. I'm starting to understand it more, but I don't understand why, for instance, market, when it's not true market, why when somebody's paying, say, roughly $10,000 a year, why they couldn't pay another percentage point and have another $120 in there for reserve. I mean, it's just, to me, it's good business practice to have that.
And I think that's a conversation we can have as part of the ongoing task teamwork. You also have to remember that most of the people that live in the market are working poor. So it's not like we have a population that's so there are limits there also about the type of people, but it's a good suggestion.
No,
I think
I understand
it's a good conversation to have.
I'm just trying to minimize the risk, but maximize whatever we're doing, rather than saying, well, we'll just leave it the way it is.
Yeah, no, that's legitimate.
And I think we have to look at every line by line item that way.
I agree.
Mr. Thoms?
Thank you.
Can I speak to that?
Star, I just want to say that if you look at item 3, we're talking about coming back and trying to set up sort of a task force, or what you might say even as an executive committee, in order to spend more time at these in an innovative way of seeing exactly what you're talking about. David?
No, that was I was going to point that out.
Okay. Janet, did you want to speak before Councillor Sanderson?
Thank you. I wanted to reinforce the same point that this is a potential option as we look at the long-term financial viability of Peel Living. But the other thing I wanted to say is that it is a complicated answer to the question. Depending on how our buildings were funded, there are requirements around the overall affordability. So in some of our buildings, we have to maintain 80% affordability to market, and we rely on the province to give us data on what the average market is out in the community. So we have to stay within ratios, but there are buildings where we do have flexibility where that doesn't apply.
Councillor Sanderson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you also for the report, and I do have to say how dealing with Peel Housing is it's such a pleasure, if there is such a thing. Whenever you do have a problem, they're certainly there instantly and look after the situation. This past summer, I was on a FIT conference in New York, along with Councillor Sato and some staff and some other folks, and we were in not a Peel Living. We were in a social housing building in New York. I hope it wasn't Peel Living. And it was actually privately owned, and we did a tour of it. It was a brand new building, and they actually had in every unit, they were self-controlled with their thermostat and et cetera, so they could, their air conditioning and their heat and et cetera. And they also had another little mechanism there on the wall, and actually, depending on how you controlled your heat or air conditioning, it would give you the actual value at the end of the day, at the end of the week, and at the end of the month of how much hydro you used in that particular unit.
And the cost.
And the cost. And the developer that actually built that building was telling us how it really brought down the cost of people's utilities because they could actually see real time. So it was almost like a competition, I guess, amongst the families to see who was going to come in the cheapest. So, and the thermostat also, rather than a little wee thermostat that you couldn't see, you went over there and you cranked it up, you could actually see it, and it was great big letters in it, so you could see it from anywhere in the actual room. So if somebody happened to crank it up, whoever's paying the bill would be able to see, and they weren't long getting up and either adjusting or make sure that didn't happen. So when you talk about doing pilots and et cetera with lighting and et cetera, I would like to see something like that happen in a building just to see what the difference is, what the cost difference would be, and I'm sure that it would be, I'm sure there'd be quite a savings there.
So I was also part of the trip, and one of the things that I did after coming back is have a conversation with Steve Hall from Alprom. So they're helping us with initial investigations about that, and when we get something a little more in terms of how we could do it here, we'll certainly bring a report forward on it.
And it's great timing after we had that lady here from the farming thing here this morning with that apartment building there with the farm up on the roof there. It generated a lot of revenue as well.
That's true too, yeah. So we're also, through the service manager, we're also having conversations with the architect, with the builder, the private owner on that, and seeing the potential for those kinds of things.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, have I no further question on the budget then? All those in favor? Opposed, anybody? Budget's carried then. Moving on then to item 2 is the Service Manager Annual Information Return of 2011-2012, and it's here for information. Could I get a mover and a seconder? Moore and Whitehead. Are there any questions? If not, all those in favor? Carried. Moving then on to item number 3, which is the Peel Living Financial Viability and the Governance Review Task Force Team. Would someone move and second that? John and Alan. Are there any questions on that? If not, all those in favor? Carried. Moving then to the item number 4, which was the HVAC service, and it's here for approval. It's document 2012-47-2N. Would someone like to move and second that? Okay. Pat and John. Are there any questions on that? If not, all those in favor? Carried. Communications, we have none, and camera items, I believe we have none. Down to other business, we have none. Motion to adjourn then, Nando and Miles. All those in favor, carried. I am going to adjourn now to have lunch, but I want to say we can't afford to lose anybody or we'll lose quorum. So let's not take too long for lunch, and I always am.
Mr. Chairman, could
we'll
I?
See ya.
Mr. Chairman, just before everybody goes to lunch, there is an item on our agenda today called Poverty and Employment Precarity in Human Services, and there is a display out in the foyer that was at PAMA for the last 2 months, and it relates to the report. So just encouraging members of council to take a look before you come back in after lunch. Thank you.
Okay. So let's try to be back for 1 o'clock, please. I do have quorum back in the council chambers, so I'm going to move on because we got a big agenda yet. And so we're going to start in at reports, and Human Services are first. Councillor Miles.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've already dealt with, we did have the delegation, and so that report, I'm assuming, it was moved, Mr. Chairman, correct?
Yes, we dealt with that.
Okay, the next item then is Peel's 10-year housing plan. And we do have a presentation this morning by Sue Ritchie and Federico Carton Ortega, correct? And they're just returning from lunch. So why don't we just, or are you? Okay, so I'm going to go to, we've done with the Diversity and Inclusion Charter of Peel. Civic Action Diversity Fellowship Program is here just for information. I would take a mover of that motion. Moved by Councillor Sanderson, seconded by Mayor McCallion, all in favor. That's carried. And then we have did you want to speak to that?
Sorry, what is
The presentation from Sue Ritchie?
We're just waiting for them to arrive.
Okay. Okay. That's on the Civic Action Diverse City Fellowships Program, or?
No. No, that was just here for information that was received. Sue Ritchie is on the 10-year housing plan.
Okay. Then my question and my comments really are on the presentation, or the Civic Action Diverse City Fellows Program.
Okay, HSB2.
And Madam Chair, sitting at the delegates' desk today is actually Federico Carton Ortega, who is awarded a position of fellows on the Diverse City Fellows Program with John Tory. And I just wanted to offer my personal congratulations to Federico. We have many fine employees here at the city, or at the region of Peel, who make a difference within the region of Peel, but they also make a great deal of difference beyond the borders of Peel. And Federico is certainly one of those people. I've been fortunate to have my life cross paths with this remarkable young man, and several times, and I'm honored to call him a friend and honored to offer my congratulations.
Great. I think on behalf of all members of Regional Council and staff, our congratulations to you as well. You're welcome. Now you get to show us your stuff. So we are going to just hand the floor over to you to present the Peel's Housing and Homelessness 10-year plan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of Council, for the opportunity to speak to you today about Peel's Housing and Homelessness Plan. This strategic plan is a community strategy that will integrate housing and homelessness service systems in Peel. This is an aspirational plan developed with the community, for the community. As you know, housing is foundational to the health of the community, and this plan touches on the housing needs of all 1.3 million residents. We've heard from families who are seeking housing, whether rental or home ownership, and their challenges in finding housing that's affordable. We've heard from seniors who are looking to secure housing that's affordable and accessible and that meets their needs, like those who are wishing to remain in their homes but looking for assistance with renovations to make the home more accessible. And we've heard from young adults who are looking to be more independent by securing their own accommodations but struggling with precarious employment and lack of resources to secure their own apartment or buy their first home. Our intention in this presentation is to provide a brief overview of the background on why we need this plan, how it was developed with the community, and how it's different from other plans, and where we go from here. You may recall that the province introduced the Long-Term Affordable Housing Strategy in November of 2010, and the Related Housing Services Act took effect in 2011. LTAS and the Housing Services Act sets a new framework for housing in the province and requires the service manager to provide leadership to develop, approve, and implement a housing and homelessness plan in consultation with the community that's reflective of provincial interest to address housing needs across the continuum, which is shown on the bottom of the slide. The 10-year plan is a strategic plan, aspirational in nature, and council approval is required by January 1st, 2014. As discussed at the Housing Workshop with Council in April of this year, one of the 5 key accountabilities for Council as service manager is system planning. The housing system is made up of numerous components and services offered by a number of providers, including the Region of Peel. It includes outreach services, emergency shelters, supportive or transitional housing, nonprofit, cooperative, and private housing providers, private rental market, support programs, and home ownership. Partnership is key, and the region works with hundreds of partners in fulfilling this role. In our planning, we recognize that housing needs to be treated as a system that is well aligned with other existing plans and planning processes that support development, services, economic vibrancy, and fiscal sustainability. As a shared responsibility, it takes many players in the system to help address the complex and varied needs of individuals and families, and requires a strategic and well-thought-out approach. In preparing to develop an integrated plan, it is important to review what we know about the current system in Peel today, and over the next 2 slides, we'll provide a few key points. As you know, between 2001 and 2011, Peel's population grew by 31%, almost 308,000 people, which is equivalent to the population of the city of Markham. We know that housing is currently not meeting affordability needs for our community when 1 in 3 households are paying more than 30% of their income on rent or mortgage payments, and 1 in 7 households are spending more than 50% of their income on housing costs, requiring them to make some very tough decisions, including for some whether to pay rent or feed their families. We also know that rental housing in the private market hasn't kept pace with the rising population and demand. About a quarter of households in Peel are renters. However, in terms of the stock, only a fraction of new housing created is rental. And as a result, the rents are high, and they're on par with rents in the City of Toronto, adding to the housing affordability challenges in Peel. So what makes this plan different from the other plans? It's our focus. This is an integrated plan that brings together housing and homelessness systems planning with a focus on people and their needs. Navigating the system is challenging, and our community has compelled us to work collaboratively as orders of government with community organizations to focus on creating better outcomes for our residents. The plan focuses on what Council can influence through funding, policy, and planning, and sets a strategic vision for our community. This plan was developed with the community. The success of this plan is contingent on our continued commitment to work with all stakeholders, community members, organizations, the private sector, and all orders of government in a collaborative manner as partners in the housing system. And I'll now pass over to Federico, who's going to provide an overview of how we engage the community from the beginning of our process and the outcome of our shared efforts.
In developing this plan, we went beyond consultation and created the plan with our partners by taking a participatory approach. We started by releasing in January the We Heard report, which had 3 main components. The first one, a summary of what the community had told us over the past years through different strategies, like the poverty strategy. It also had key action-oriented questions. And lastly, a call to action and facilitator's guide for our community partners to support in engaging the community. The result of this effort led to over 500 individual responses from the community through a variety of methods. 20 sessions, actually, were organized by community agencies. To remain transparent in our process, we released all unedited input provided by the community into the plan, so they could ensure the plan was a true reflection of what they had said. In August, we released a draft plan and shared it with the community at large and council. Again, we asked our partners to help us engage the community to validate and inform priorities for the proposed actions. Over 200 individual responses were received. In keeping transparent, we released a report with unedited comments and all votes by the community. The plan we are sharing with you today is a result of extensive input by our passionate Peel community. The engagement process was tremendously encouraging and exciting for us and the community as well. The process was developed to empower and build community capacity, to be transparent and accountable to our Peel residents, to provide a variety of means for public engagement, and at this point we made a conscious effort to ensure that our approach was accessible, and to be efficient and cost-effective. The result was over 700 individual responses. In addition to our engagement, we formed a community reference group comprised of representatives from the private sector, local municipal staff, provincial and federal government, diversity and poverty groups, social agencies, and funders like the United Way of Peel. So what did the community tell us? Many of the things that we heard were very specific to housing, but we also heard that housing was not enough and that some may need additional supports. But people also mentioned things that weren't necessarily directly tied to housing, like transit or food banks or childcare. So having heard all of these, in a very simple yet aspirational way, the community said that the change that they wanted to see is that everyone has a home and homelessness is eliminated. And that is exactly the goal of this plan. 6 core principles are the foundation of this plan based on community input and provincial interests. Everything in this plan should be people-centered and inclusive of diverse needs, partnership-based to ensure that we work collaboratively to support people, economically, environmentally, socially, and culturally sustainable, transparent so that we share information in an ongoing basis, innovative to think outside the box and remain adaptive and flexible, and accountable so that we report on our collective performance and outcomes and that we make decisions based on evidence. So simply stated, the community said that there are 5 conditions that need to be met for this goal to be achieved, which are at the top of the screen. There needs to be enough housing. People need financial capacity and personal support services. To deliver this, we need an integrated system that builds community capacity and an enabling environment that connects housing to other services like transit, food, and employment. This plan is about the whole continuum, from homelessness prevention to private rental and owned housing. Our first objective is exactly that addresses that first condition, that there is enough housing of every type that is affordable and accessible. Our community also said that housing is not enough. People need the financial capacity, whether their own or with help, to secure and maintain their home. Additionally, people and families sometimes also need additional support services, whether it is to get a job, to support their family, or to age in place. These 2 conditions support specific individuals or families and are truly a continuum of supports. This is our second objective. And lastly, the community said it is hard for an individual to navigate a system with so many partners. This is a relationship continuum, which supports the last 2 conditions, an integrated system that coordinates partners so we can all work better together to create an enabling environment for our residents. This is our third objective, our integrated system. The 3 objectives of Peel's Housing and Homelessness Plan focus on 3 distinct areas that will help achieve this goal. The first objective focuses on available and accessible quality housing stock through 5 key strategic actions, which aim to increase the variety of housing options, including housing with supports, good quality and safe housing, encouraging cost-effective housing, and creating neighborhoods with easy access to supports and services. The second objective focuses on individuals and families and making sure that they have the supports in place to secure, maintain, and retain their homes. The actions focus on supporting individuals and families in having or achieving an adequate income, providing direct financial supports like rent geared to income supplements to those who may need them, or other services like mental health supports. And lastly, our third objective focuses on integrating the housing and homelessness systems and creating a system that is easy to navigate for residents. The 5 strategic actions under this objective focus on things like better coordination of funding and service delivery through collaboration and partnerships, better connections with other systems like transit, health services, and childcare, and sharing data to create awareness and knowledge for all partners supporting residents, as well as continuing our advocacy efforts.
So where do we go from here? This plan is aspirational and it sets a vision for the future. There's a lot to accomplish with our community partners over the next 10 years. Through our engagement processes, we ask the community their thoughts on setting priorities for the plan, and their input has informed our prioritization. In terms of the next steps, upon receiving council approval, the plan will be shared with the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing for ministerial review, which is required under the legislation. Based on the input from the community, the plan will be implemented in 3 phases, with timelines for each phase to be aligned with Regional Council's term of office. It is our intention to begin work with the Community Reference Group in January and report back to Council on our progress in late spring. Some of the key items in Phase 1, which begin in 2014, include developing the implementation model, continuing implementation of actions that are ongoing or underway, such as the development of an enhanced Peel Renovates program, and the continued investment in programs such as rent supplement and choice-based renting. And the review of the end of operating agreement impacts that will inform the long-term financial plan, as well as establishing targets and a framework for measuring our progress. Key items in Phase 2 that begin in 2015 include the annual performance reporting to the community and the province on our progress in 2014. At the start of the 3rd phase in 2019, a key item will be the mandatory requirement under the Housing Services Act to review and amend the plan as necessary, which will also provide us with the opportunity to evaluate the impact of our collaborative efforts with the community and update the implementation plan. In addition, the Human Services Commissioner, Janet Menard, has included recommendations in the 2014 budget to demonstrate our commitment to the plan and the implementation activities. As we conclude the presentation today, we'd like to take a moment to thank the members of our Community Reference Group and staff. Some of the members of our Community Reference Group were here this morning, but unfortunately weren't able to stay. Their commitment to the Peel community and the passion they've shown over the past year to create the first integrated housing and homelessness plan that will focus our collaborative efforts and positively impact the housing system in Peel was greatly appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor McCallion.
Yes. Excellent report. Here's a perfect example. If there is one service that is essential to all Canadians, is a roof over their head. Not necessarily ownership, but a roof over their head. And here's a perfect example of the federal government walking away. Hard to believe. If there's one responsibility of the federal government, in my opinion, is to ensure that that applies to all parts of Canada, not just Peel, everywhere, a roof over their head. I just can't believe. They're in Ottawa today, the FCM, talking about a housing strategy. We've been talking about a housing strategy for so many years, and a transportation strategy. And it just isn't working. The federal government, it doesn't seem to implement their responsibility. What they're talking about now is a surplus, reducing taxes, getting ready for the election in 2015, so at that time, with balancing their budget and a surplus, they can start to hand out some goodies to win the election. That's what they're doing. And what is so sad about it, the people are going to buy it. They're going to buy it. And here we sit. And if you think our needs are great, they're nowhere near the needs of other parts of Canada. I mean, we're lucky. We're maybe way behind in fulfilling the needs, but we're in a much better position. But think of other parts of Canada. So I think it's so sad. It really is sad. I don't know how to explain it. And Mr. Flaherty had the gall, as I said at my council meeting yesterday, had the gall to be on the front page of the Globe and Mail and saying, we're going to balance our budget, we're going to have a surplus, and we're going to be able to give you out some goodies. That's what he said. Front page on the Globe and Mail. And the people are going to buy it. They think balancing the budget at the federal government and a surplus is so wonderful. And yet there's people that are worrying about a roof over their head in all parts of Canada, including Peel. I just say to you, I don't understand it. Maybe somebody can explain it.
I think we've tried to include in the plan key activities that will include advocacy. We have included a representative from Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corp on our community reference group, and made it quite clear in the report that we need collaboration on all orders of government with the community and the private sector to successfully create a housing system that's affordable for all. And it will require everyone participating. And I do know that there's been a recommendation here that was endorsed by Council compelling the federal government to continue for National Housing Day, to stay committed to the housing agenda. And I think we will, as we're working on the details of the implementation plan, be working with the community to say, how can we do a better job to collaborate our efforts in that advocacy at all levels? And it really is about compelling others to understand the importance of all of those aspects and full participation from everyone.
Councillor Thompson.
Really good report, and it's good to inform us, and I guess you can see where they're converted. And I think you've heard Mayor McCallion talk about the feds, but where are you going to go with it? Now you've got good documentation. Where are you going with this? What's your next step on where you It's great to have this, but what's next? What are you going to do next to get this message out?
Well, I think that's going to be a priority for us with our community reference group. The key with the plan is that council as service manager is required to develop the plan, but the message we're also sending to the community is council is not responsible for solving the issue that's here, that it does require full participation of all. So we have had some preliminary discussions about what that looks like, what are the advocacy efforts, how can we engage others. An example can be, as the plan is approved by council, what actions do we take in taking this to our local MPs and MPPs, and what does that advocacy look like at that level? And we will develop a strategy with our community reference group and implement that as soon as we can to get people at the table.
Which is good, and I think this is where I'm going is I'm just wondering, you danced around on what the solutions could be. I think we need to get the solutions out there, and I think as council, that's what we have to endorse. You got 3 mayors that are very involved at a lot of upper level, but I think that's where you need to come out of this, is you need to shove the solution base out there to say, we've done the work, here's the solutions, and this is what you've got to do. And I think that way, the public's well aware and starts to put pressure, is what Mayor McCallion's saying is going on federally. There's going to be a provincial election next spring too. So I really think your timing is right to capitalize on this, and that's when I would really say, take your strategy, bring your solutions forward, and let's drive it. And I think, as a council, I'm willing to move this report, Madam Chair, but I want to see that we drive these solutions forward too, and we all do our part in lobbying.
Okay, thank you. I'm next speaker on the list. I just wanted to say that I think it is an excellent report, and certainly the report, I think, is the culmination of years of work that we've done as a region of Peel, but also some of the benchmarking that we've done through the Ontario Not-for-Profit Housing Association about how it's not enough just to provide housing if you're not there to support individuals in whatever stage or whatever the needs in life. So my concern isn't, I'm more concerned about cost implications, because if we don't have the dollars and cents to support the plan, then the plan doesn't mean a heck of a lot. And I certainly think that there's lots of opportunities for us to realize cost savings and realize benefits to those individuals that we house without adding additional costs. But there are also areas that are, if you're going to support people in the way they need to be supported, then there are going to be cost implications as well. So it is imperative that it is a three-way funded and supported initiatives. So region, province, and the federal government. So I'm trying to look at it and see, how are you ever even going to cost this out? because it's not going to be something that's simple, but certainly somehow we have got to get some kind of a commitment from the province and the federal government to go along with supporting this plan. So I leave that with you. I think it's something, it's screaming out that it's missing from the plan, and we're going to have to put some financial numbers to what it's going to take to actually be successful in implementing this plan. So I'll leave that with you, and thank you for the hard work that you've done. Okay, Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Back about 2004, there was a homeless forum held at St. Paul's United Church, and I'm going to go out on a limb and say that I don't think that there's any new issues raised today that weren't raised in 2004. And so I think we've known for a long time what the issues are. Bringing all the community partners together and finding the funding sources and the will and the spirit to move some of these forward. I think that the community partners certainly came to the table following the production of the report from that homeless forum, and I think there was some measurable improvement. But our homeless and near homeless population has continued to intensify, I think, and certainly through the most recent recession. I agree with Councillor Miles in that we have to put sort of a cost on this. It's almost an impossible task, but I think that we also know that the cost of not doing something will far exceed whatever number we come up with. And so it is a matter of convincing our other partners, convincing the community as a whole to work together to get something done. So the dollar value of what it's costing us, what the program would cost us, I think is a mere drop in the bucket. We're seeing the results of families, children in school, seniors, and we're kind of like treading water, trying to keep up with some of the increased demand from the community groups and organizations, individuals that contact our offices. So I too think it's a great report, and thank you for your presentation today.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the presentation. Along the same lines, listening to your to the objectives, to me, just listening, I think it's a huge task, and to achieve this plan, it's probably very costly, and most likely not achievable. Not to say that we don't try. Certainly something has to be done to make more housing available to the needy. And I think that to really work on achieving this goal here is probably not doable, because we know that there's both the feds and the provincial governments are really strapped for funds. We know that a big portion of the provincial funding and federal funding goes towards health care, which we know is on the increase. I believe the last time the doctor reported to us, I think over 50% of the provincial budget goes towards health care in Ontario, and it's growing every year. And probably that's where the government is putting more focus on, is to look after people's health and cover the health costs. It's a great objective, and perhaps something will come of this. And so good luck, and let's work together and see what we can achieve. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Cope.
I think our method of trying to be effective in provincial election and federal elections have not been very successful in the membership of the candidates that we get and trying to get our message delivered and then try and get some return. I think we've been more fortunate with the province in this last term of their in addressing issues in Peel. We've always talked about the growth issues that they've never addressed. We had a lot of community out there supporting us when we were talking about the strategy that many of them we did from the education side and from Success by Six and also our for Peel Fair Share. We had a lot of people involved in that. My feeling is that if David and our commissioners get our website and Facebook and those things more active in this region, I think that's where we have to go to keep our message out in front through that, our IT system. And David, I don't know what you want to chat about, but I know that you and the team are working hard at that and looking how we can finally get that put together and move that forward. I don't know whether you want to make some comments about it, but to me, I think we've got to look at the new methods of getting out in front of the people. And I think the way we do that is by having the right kind of people in communication that could help us, put us through that process, but also help to get it onto the website, get it onto Facebooks, get it onto any of those things that we can start being out in front. It's the first time that I've noticed that even in York and Durham, now they talk about homeless people and housing issues, where 10 years ago, they didn't seem to have a problem with that, where we already were trying to get this issue off the floor. So, David, I don't know whether you can add anything to that or not at this point in time, but I really think that's where we have to go if we want to be successful with this.
Very quickly, Mr. Chairman, you're right. We are working on a strategy to improve public service by harnessing digital technology, which would include the web site, for example, and not just the website as a way to provide information, but a way of doing e-commerce and allowing people to access services more efficiently through the website. Also, it includes social media opportunities like Facebook and Twitter and others. And I think you're right. Part of that strategy can also address advocacy and opportunities for another channel for advocacy.
Okay. So with that, you do have a report in front of you. It's here for information, adoption, sorry.
There's recommendation.
There is the sorry, let me just get back to where I was. Yes, sorry, yes. There is a recommendation that Peel's 10-year housing and hopelessness slip of the tongue, homelessness plan be approved, and that the report and plan be forwarded to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing as the service manager's submission for ministerial review and comments as required by the Housing Services Act, and further that the report and plan be forwarded to the cities of Brampton and Mississauga and the town of Caledon for their information. A mover of that report, Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Moore. All in favor? That's carried, and thank you very much for your presentation and the hard work that you put into this. Okay, we're moving on then. There is the minutes of the Early Learning and Childcare Task Force meeting of October the 31st. I'll take a motion to approve by Councillor Moore, seconded by Councillor Crombie. All in favor? That's carried. Question? Councillor Sado?
Thank you. I would like to ask council if I could be removed from being formally on this committee. Unfortunately, I did state when I went on the committee, I felt I should, because I had recommended that we set up the task force. But I did say, looking at the schedule, that I wouldn't be able to make very many of the meetings, and the meetings have been conflicting with other committee meetings that I have. So if I could ask council to officially remove me from the committee so that I'm not being counted for quorum and causing problems there.
Madam Clerk, do we need to do that by resolution?
I think we do.
Yes, we do.
I'll take a motion.
And I can't move it myself, I guess.
Take a motion to accept Councillor Sato's resignation for the committee. Moved by Chair Kolb, seconded by Councillor Whitehead. All in favor? That's carried, and thank you. We know schedules are pretty busy.
Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At the meeting, and I don't think it was part of the meeting, but part of the conversation as we were about to adjourn, we raised the issue of at what point in time does this committee need to consider dissolving, because the work of the committee is pretty much completed. So I would just ask through you to staff that perhaps that be an item on the next agenda for this task force, so that we can talk about the next steps and how staff might report the implementation and an update on the implementation of the recommendations.
Good. Okay, thank you very much. So that report has been moved and seconded. All in favor? That's carried. Moving on to HSC1 under housing is social housing and the end of operating agreements. There is a recommendation here. Comments or questions? Motion to receive. No motion to move the recommendation. Thank you, Chair Kolb. Moved by Chair Kolb, seconded by Councillor Sato. All in favor? That's carried. Items of communications. They are all here for receipt, so I would take a motion to receive items of communication by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Hames. All in favor? Oh, Councillor Thompson?
Real quick, I will support the communications, but it's tax credit for Ontario farmers who donate fruits, vegetables, and other perishable products needs to be added to that, because the egg farmers and the dairy farmers are all involved with this as well as in the past, some farmers, when the beef had gone to a slump, a lot of farmers were donating meat to a lot of the food kitchens as well. And just comment real quick on that, I would also put this out that the United Way help. There's a lot of areas that you can't get signed tax donations. So they're asking the United Way. I was part of this on this committee, and what they're asking for is if the United Ways in the areas that do exist of neighboring municipalities that do not have a United Way, that we help cover with the signing the donation certificates. There's there's tracing, but we got to look beyond our borders, and that's what I'm just saying, that if we need to for compassion, because I know we have some challenges in Dufferin, so I'm just using that as an example.
Thank you very much. I did miss the Poverty and Employment Precarity in Southern Ontario research report. It is here along with the display in the foyer. Is there any comments or questions on the report? It's here for your information. Moved by Councillor Paderak, seconded by Councillor Starr. All in favor? That's carried. Okay, back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Moving on to management, Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I go through this agenda, I want to take the opportunity today to thank the staff, both in the management section and the audit section, for the work that they've done over the last few months. Hard, diligent work. And certainly the audit committee, who deals with it more intensely on the audit side, know that pretty well all of these reports today before you represent the next move in the reorganization of of this corporation as it gets larger and more complex. So I just wanted to take the opportunity, if I could, on behalf of myself and the members of the audit committee and those of us who read these agendas. I know it's like watching paint dry to look at management and audit, but this is a tremendous change that's occurring, and Norma and the rest of you, I just want to thank you very much for your diligence and the cooperation in transition. MA1, the proposed encroachment agreement to reach an appeal on Brampton. There's a motion attached to Councillor Sanderson, seconder Councillor Miles. All those in favor? That carries. MAA2 is the capital financing of the growth infrastructure. And as well, when I get to a mover, there was a communication from Build in your additional agenda this morning, and I'll need a receipt of that as well as the approval of the report. Councillor Thompson.
Well, I think a lot of us knew this was coming. The challenge I have as we go forward, I just feel that I'd like to weigh in a little bit to say that forward financing maybe need to be considered. I know we were talking about the Halton solution, but I don't really think Halton solution serves Peel very well. But also, I think as we go forward to find on how to the big challenges we have is we need to look after our employment, and we need to grow that. So we got to be very careful that I think it's very fragile between the commercial and employment sectors right now. So I'm just saying, as we go forward, I still think we've got to show some diligence there. But I know you're looking for some direction, but I just thought that we need to weigh in, and I think we have to change our thought on doing business. So I think the report is very good. I think you've put out some good solutions, but I just wanted to weigh in on what my opinion was on that.
Thank you. Councillor Mayor McCallion.
Yes, I think it's an excellent report, and certainly gives us a picture with many options. Our staff, I have comments from our staff on it, but I noticed that you are going to consult with the area municipalities.
Definitely.
I'm sure they'll have their input into it. And I noticed the letter from the bill, and I would recommend that we bring them in. They just might find a solution to our shortage of capital funding for projects. And in light of the other reason I'd like to see them come in, as you know, the province is reviewing the development levies. And I think the bill needs to have a little bit of education as to the situation in regard to development levies. And I think this report would help to do that and would give the staff here the opportunity to discuss with them and maybe and ask them for their solutions. What would they do in this situation? So I would move receipt of the report, referral to the area municipalities for comment, and that a meeting occur between the regional staff and the developers. Build.
There's actually a motion attached to the report, so are you moving that as well?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Schwartz?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, Mr. Chairman, that it's definitely our intention.
Well, it really is moving the recommendations. I'm moving the recommendations.
Yep, I understand that.
It's definitely our intention to have discussions with Build on this, but before we engaged in discussions with the industry on such a major change to Peel's approach, or potential change to Peel's approach, we wanted to get council's endorsement first.
Oh.
So that's why we brought it here, and as Norma has said, the next step, council approves this, is to engage in serious discussions with both the area municipalities and the industry on how we move this forward.
Okay, thank you.
Chair. If the mayor would just allow a friendly amendment to that we put a time limit on that.
Oh, yeah.
So they can't drag us out.
No.
And I'd
Give them the courtesy of a meeting
yeah.
to seek their solution to the problem.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Miles?
Thank you. Nando talked about the new reality this morning. I think what we see in this report really reflects the new reality for growth municipalities. We can't continue the way we have in the past, and we have to look for alternative options to finance growth. And I think we have to do that in consultation with the municipalities and certain the development industry. So the report outlines a number of different options and alternatives for us to consider. So I just look forward to seeing them come back with some concrete recommendations as to a made in Peel solution to some of the issues, because I don't think we necessarily fit right into the box that has been created in other areas. But certainly there's lots of options for us to consider here, and it would be a lot easier if we went forward with the consensus of build than if we tried to implement changes that were perhaps contrary to the way they were thinking. So I support and I'll second the resolution by Mayor McCallion.
Thank you. Councillor Sanderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm a little bit confused in the letter from Build. It states in here that there was supposed to be a scheduled meeting on November 25th, and it was canceled because of limited agenda items. And obviously this was on the agenda? Or it must have been in discussion, though.
Mr. Ford?
No, I'll comment on that if I could. It wasn't on the agenda for discussion because we wanted to bring the report to council and find out if we had support from council to do the review. And then it was our intention to involve them. It was just too early to get them involved in this.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I have a motion by Mayor McCallion and Councillor Miles to adopt the recommendation and to refer the matter for discussion to the area municipalities and also the development industry. All those in favor? That carries. And staff take direction that it's to be a speedy process?
I think, as the mayor indicated, we'll have a meeting with them to get their views. So we'll set up a meeting with them to get their views, yeah.
Okay, I think staff understands that, and they'll take direction. MAB1, we've already dealt with the issue by referring it, and also MAB 7 and 8 is really the same issue, so going to have a motion on 1, 7 and 8. Councillor Thompson, seconder. Councillor Starr.
Off the right agenda here. You need to use the yellow agenda, Councillor Whitehead.
Page 7 and 8, I believe. It's all one report, MAB 1.
Right.
And
Okay.
we actually dealt with that.
That's right, you dealt with it, and we're now receiving, right. MAB2, an analysis of the recent recession on Peel's economy. Presentation by Stephen Van Offwegen, and Judith McWhinney. Judith, you look quite different today. Oh, here she comes.
Good afternoon, members of council. I'm Stephen Van Offwegen, and I'm the Director of Business Planning and Financial Support Services. The purpose of this presentation is to provide council with an overview of Peel's economic environment and the decisions that council made to support its residents and community during the recession and going forward. Beside me is Judith McWhinney, Peel's economist. She will be co-presenting with me this afternoon. Council will recognize this slide from previous budget presentations. It provides a high-level overview of the environmental factors that influence Peel's budget. Specifically, there are 4 trends which are resulting in increased program pressures and more complex community issues, including a changing economy, continued strong population growth, changing demographics, and increased regulation and legislation. As noted in today's council reports, Peel's economy continues to undergo significant change. At the same time, taxpayers continue to be resistant to further tax increases. This resistance is due to a number of factors, including the overall level of taxation in Canada and the growing number of people on fixed incomes. Today's presentation looks at how Council has managed Peel through the changing economic environment. I will now pass the presentation over to Judith.
Thank you, Steve. Good afternoon, members of Council. Over the past decade, the economy of the region of Peel has changed. This presentation will look at some of the most important changes that have taken place. But before we do so, I would just like to remind Council of some of the relatively strong growth that we have seen in Peel's economy over the past decade. Peel's economy has registered sustained growth in key areas of the economy. Example, population, where over the last decade, an annual average growth of 3% or so was recorded. In addition, Peel's business sector, as measured by the number of business establishments in Peel, have grown from 64,000 businesses in 2001 to about 89,000 at the end of 2012, and it is still growing. As such, Peel is now home to over 1 million residents and has a large, diverse business sector supported by a labor market which has also grown and has become more diversified, with a labor force of over 680,000 strong in 2012. These changes have contributed to an economy which has become increasingly diversified and resilient. However, in 2008, growth across the globe was interrupted by the onset of a global recession. This turned out to be the worst recession in over 60 years. Global output, as defined by GDP, gross domestic product, declined in 2009. Goods and services traded across the globe also declined, and the number of unemployed went up. The unemployment rate across the globe also increased. Canada and Ontario were also affected. They were not spared the effect of the global recession. This slide shows the impact of the recession on the economies of Ontario and Canada. And as you can see, the impact was more severe. In Canada, the output went down by 3%, in Ontario by 3.4%. Associated with this decline was also an increase in unemployment and an increase in the unemployment rate from around 6% to over 8%. Peel was not spared from the recession. And during the period, prime areas of the economy registered slow growth or declines. Peel's business sector is one such area. Although Peel business sector has remained large during the recession, numbering between 87 and 88,000 business establishments, within the business sector as a whole, there were evidence of the impact of the recession. On the left of your screen is the change in the total business sector in Peel. On your right, you will see the change in the manufacturing sector, the number of businesses in the manufacturing sector. So during the period, there were declines in sectors which were closely connected to the global economy, sectors which were export-oriented. Sectors like the trade sector also saw declines in business establishments. Other sectors which were more domestically oriented, meaning that they provide goods and services that were consumed locally, such as real estate and leasing, healthcare and social assistance, those businesses increased to result in a relatively stable environment, a relatively stable number of businesses in Peel's business sector. Peel's labor market was also impacted, and this slide shows the impact. The graph on your left shows the annual changes in employment in Ontario and Peel between 2007 and 2010. Both Peel and Ontario were impacted. The impact in Peel started earlier, in 2008, and continued into 2009. By the end of 2009, Peel had lost over 95,000 jobs, 1/3 of which were manufacturing jobs, and all were in full-time position. Ontario lost over 160,000 in 2009, just 1 year. Both Peel and Ontario started the recovery in 2010, and within 2 years, Ontario recovered all the jobs that were lost. However, Peel is still to recover. At the end of 2012, Peel was still 30,000 jobs below what it was before the recession. So, Peel's economy has changed. The business sector has changed. The labor market has changed. In the business sector, both business and the labor market, there is a reduction in the manufacturing sector. In the business sector, we have seen increase in transportation and warehousing, and as well as other service sectors. For the labor market, we have now fewer manufacturing jobs. We have more service sector jobs and an increase in part-time jobs. As a percentage of total, part-time jobs in Peel have increased from about 14% in 2007 to over 16% in 2012. And our unemployment rate also remains elevated. With the changes outlined, Peel's economy can now be characterized as being in a new normal. And this graph shows the composition of the business sector in 2001 and 2012. And this range is used to show that the changes that were observed during the recession, they were extension of what was taking place prior to the recession. And this graph, if you look at the red circle, it shows the number of business establishments in manufacturing and wholesale and retail trade. All those have declined. When you look at transportation and warehousing, that has shown tremendous increase over the period. Similar changes have taken place in the labor market. Probably the most significant was the reduction in the number of manufacturing jobs in Peel's labor market. In fact, in 2012, only 87,000 of our residents were employed in the manufacturing sector, compared with 148,000 in 2004. Peel's economy has been in recovery mode since 2010, and is expected to continue in this mode for the next 1 to 2 years. Some risks remain going forward. Probably the greatest risk is the sluggish growth in the global economy. Recently, in October, the IMF report that the global economy has stalled. And that is something significant. It is a real risk for the entire globe. However, over the long term, Peel has key strategic advantages that will continue to provide a platform for long-term economic growth. I will conclude this part of the presentation by looking at the sectoral distribution of both Peel's business sector and Peel's labor market. On your left is the business sector, and on your right is Peel's labor market. It shows that both the labor market and the business sector are now more diversified. If you look on your right, Peel's labor market, in 2004, the manufacturing sector would be absorbing almost a quarter of that pie. Today, it's only 14%. What does increased diversification mean? It means that Peel's economy is now less dependent on any one sector, both for business growth and for employment. It means, therefore, that Peel's economy will be better able to withstand any sectoral shocks which may occur in the future. It means that Peel's economy is now on a positive footing to ensure long-term growth. So I'm seeing the glass as half full instead of half empty. And with that, I will turn the rest of the presentation over to Steve. Thank you.
Thank you, Judith. As you heard Judith describe earlier, the global recession had a negative impact on Peel's residents and community. The recession also resulted in increased demand or pressure on Peel's human services, and we heard a little bit about that earlier today. There was a 73% increase in Ontario Works caseload from increased unemployment, and it also made it more difficult for youth to find meaningful employment. With increased unemployment, additional pressure was also placed on the need for affordable housing. In the construction sector, the demand for new construction and new housing starts decreased. During this challenging time period, Council provided strong leadership and quickly made some key decisions to ensure Peel's residents and community were supported. Some highlights included increasing resources to ensure both staff and dollars were available to meet the increased demand for social assistance, participating in the Summer Job Challenge to provide employment income and jobs for 200 Peel youth, increasing investment in affordable housing to ensure that there was more affordable housing subsidies available for the increased number of people who are at risk of not having a home, implementing a dental program for low-income seniors to ensure they receive needed dental care, a key component of overall health. The increased support to the community put additional pressure on Peel's financial condition. However, Council made key financial decisions to ensure that Peel remained financially healthy. Recognizing that during the challenging time period, taxpayers would have little appetite for tax increases, Council put forth a direction to achieve tax rate increases that were consistent with inflation. Council also recognized that in order to ensure the state of good repair of its existing capital infrastructure, by implementing a long-term strategy for infrastructure levies and a risk-based asset management strategy to address future replacement. To manage Peel's financial vulnerability, Council utilized tax room from provincial upload to help address additional recession-related costs and to invest in additional services such as affordable housing subsidies and to allow additional tax room for the city and town. Council also ensured it was ready to leverage external funding opportunities, such as the $176 million in infrastructure funding that was available. This additional funding reduced the pressure on Peel's capital reserves and allowed Peel to replace some key capital assets, such as the PAMA facility, roads, water and wastewater infrastructure. Recognizing that additional pressure was temporary, such as the increased costs of social assistance program and decreased revenue from the sale of recyclable materials, Council utilized rate stabilization reserves to partially mitigate the impact on the property taxes. As Judith noted earlier, even after the economy fully recovers from the global recession, Peel's economic environment is expected to continue to evolve over the medium to long term. A changing economic environment will present additional and more complex challenges to manage financially. However, Council has anticipated this scenario and taken strategic, proactive action to ensure that Peel remains financially healthy in the long term. To help ensure Peel's long-term financial sustainability, Council has encouraged and supported different ways of delivering services in order to produce long-term cost savings. For example, in 2012, Council approved a transition of laboratory services to internal delivery to purchase of service. This resulted in estimated savings of $2 million per year for the wastewater program. Over the past year, Council has made difficult decisions to transform the delivery of childcare service from directly operated early learning and childcare centers to providing subsidies to non-directly operated providers. This change, in combination with provincial subsidy, allowed Council to reinvest $14 million and eliminate the childcare waitlist at no additional cost to taxpayers. Council also approved a creative way to improve the negative effects of hospital offload delays and return paramedics quicker. By working jointly with the hospitals, Peel has gained at no additional cost an additional 5,500 hours in paramedic service which is equivalent to $1.1 million annually. Council also recently approved biweekly waste collection. This change will happen in 2016 and generate annual savings estimated at $5 million, as well as supporting Council's waste diversion objectives. Another key service change that Council approved was a delay in implementing the Energy from Waste plan. This resulted in annual savings of $8 million per year that will be used to reduce the financing costs associated with the new Energy from Waste facility. Although there are other examples, these changes serve to demonstrate Council's ongoing commitment to looking at how services can be more effectively and efficiently delivered, which ultimately results in better service and lower taxes in Peel. One of the key strategies that Council has implemented this term of Council is the long-term financial planning strategy, which was approved earlier this year. Part of the implementation of the strategy is a financial condition scorecard that will be presented to Council each year. It will provide Council with a high-level status of Peel's overall financial health and highlight any key actions for consideration. Council also approved a principle-based financial management bylaw, which governs and guides all of the region's financial policies. A principle-based bylaw provides high-level and flexible guidance required to effectively manage in a changing economic environment. In addition, in 2013, Council approved a new budget policy, a reserve management policy, an asset management policy, and a cash management approach. Each provides additional protection to Peel's financial condition. The budget policy includes a control to ensure that the capital budget has sufficient available funding. The reserve management policy provides more flexibility, allowing reserves to be more easily redeployed to areas of the greatest need. The asset management policy provides guidance for more effective capital spending for the state of good repair of Peel's assets and provides an annual status of those assets. The cash management approach ensures that Peel has sufficient liquidity to meet its future obligations. Council has also looked ahead into the future to determine if there will be any significant financial pressures that can be planned for in advance to ensure services will be sustainable in the long term. Council currently has in place a number of committees, for example, to assess the impact of an aging population on our health and human services, to review its accessible transportation services, including the impact of the Accessibility for Ontarians Disability Act, and to implement the long-term affordable housing strategy, which was presented earlier this afternoon. Council has also directed staff to analyze and research the changing economy to provide a better understanding of how it affects Peel. Currently, staff is undertaking an employment trend study to understand the implications of the changing economy on employment. This will provide input into the regional official plan review process and to help inform the next update of the development charge bylaw. Council has also implemented an annual review of the DC adequacy. If the capital plan indicates a DC rate increase of greater than 20% is required, a background study will be initiated. This will help to mitigate any future significant one-time increases to the DC rates. In addition, staff have been asked to undertake a macroeconomic study to assess the economic and revenue benefits to Peel and other levels of government from Peel's investment in its water and wastewater infrastructure. Although the past 5 to 6 years have been challenging due to the global recession, Council's strong leadership and decisive action have allowed Peel to both address the needs of its residents and community while maintaining its overall financial health. Council also initiated key strategic and program changes to ensure the long-term financial sustainability of its services through the new and evolving economic environment. I will conclude the presentation with this quote from the Moody's 2013 credit report that confirms that Peel Regional Council is making good decisions with respect to Peel's financial condition. This concludes our presentation.
Thank you. Mayor McCallion.
What is our unemployment? Is it 10.4%?
10.4% is the quarterly average unemployment rate for July to September this year.
Where? In
Peel? In Peel.
That's a very high rate. Gee.
What the quarterly average unemployment rate means is that if it was the same level for the entire year, it would be 10.4%. That's only for the quarter. Yeah.
You sort of give a positive and I don't see a very positive growth in Peel, because with the restructuring that's going on, and with the number of companies that are restructuring to the point of moving their operation to the United States, which is occurring, maybe not big companies, but medium-sized companies, I don't think I think Canada is stagnated in regard to any growth. In fact, if it's any appreciation, it's negative, not positive. So I don't know how you're judging, very difficult. This is always done on a Peel basis. I would like it broken down into Mississauga, Brampton, and Caledon, which would give us a much better situation. I know what's going on in Mississauga to a major degree, not completely, but I certainly don't know what's going on in Brampton. And what we're doing is proceeding with a lot of residential development and very little relationship between residential and job creation. And that's going to seriously affect our future.
Can I respond? The breakdown by municipalities, unfortunately, some of the data we can't get by municipalities. City of Mississauga has been speaking with me about labor force. We're trying to get them to give Mississauga labor force data in the same way Peel has it. To date, they contend that the sample size for Mississauga is too small for them to release data on Mississauga. So as that sample size increases, Mississauga will be able to get some data. For Brampton and Caledon, they are in the same situation. The sample size is too small, so StatScan won't release information for them.
Yeah, like our life sciences in Mississauga, which is some 400 companies, they're adding, most of them, not all, but it's only 5, 10, 15 people. But then we hit the other sector that is laying off 200, 300, and 400, which takes not too many of those to offset the short increase. So I'm going to refer your report to the Board of Trade and to our staff to see how it can be some connection between it and the situation in Mississauga. Yes, we're experiencing expansions, which is good, but all you need is one big close-up, and that sort of offsets all the advantages. Now, we do have some new companies moving in, there's no question about it, but it's hard to get a handle on it, very difficult to get a handle, there's no question about it. But I think the report is good, and I think it can help us to determine the future. But in my opinion, the economic progress of Canada is stagnant right now.
Thank you. Mr. Schwark?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to know, Judith, you had said that you pointed out that the number of jobs, business establishments in Peel has grown. However, the number of jobs are still 30,000 fewer than before the recession. But you ended your comments by saying that you were optimistic and the glass was half full, not half empty. And I think that's what Member McCallion was asking. Why do you see it that way from an economic standpoint?
Okay. The business establishments are business establishments located in Peel. The labor force data relates to residents who work anywhere. So there's not a one-to-one relationship between business establishments and the labor force.
The unemployed labor force could be working outside of Peel.
They could be working outside. So it's not only a reflection of what's happening in Peel, but the broader Toronto CMA and the GTA. With regard to why I finish on a positive note, yes, Peel has endured a lot. We have gone through a lot of changes. We have lost 95,000 jobs. That's a lot. We are still 30,000 jobs down. However, if you looked at the economy back in the 90s or even at the beginning of 2000, the economy was more vulnerable because manufacturing was a major part of the business sector as well as the labor force. And from that perspective, the fact that manufacturing is now a smaller part of the economy, going forward, any shock to any individual sector, including manufacturing, the impact on our labor market and our business sector should be far less than we have seen during the recession and since 2001. So it's, from that perspective, I say that the glass is half full as opposed to half empty. You can see it as half empty. Peel as a very export-oriented economy like Ontario, like Canada, it has endured a lot. It's still vulnerable, and the fact that the IMF is coming out and saying that the global economy has stalled, that's a risk. They have also said that the legacy of the recession is lingering and can emerge at any time. Now, that statement to me is a very telling one, that the global economy is still in a state where it has not come back fundamentally to where it was before. So from that perspective, there are risks, but there are also opportunities, and I'm trying to look at the positive instead of dwelling on the challenges that we have had.
Thank you. Councillor Starr.
Just a quick question. The correlation of a chart like this shows that, and I've seen the same thing before, the big drop didn't happen in September 2008. We were already heading down substantially. And do you have, you have the global recession line. Do you have the U.S. one by any chance? I don't need it today, but if you have it, I'd really be interested to see what happened there.
I could get that. It's not on the slide, but I do have information on the U.S.
But it's very, very telling to see that we were already a year into it, and you don't see that until you're in history, but we were in trouble in 2007. Thank you.
Chair Kolb?
I maybe look at this a little bit different, and that's why, Hazel, I said I think we have to give some credit to the province. If you look at our number, unemployment or welfare number, is still running at that 17,000, even though we've had growth in the region here by 17,000 in that range. To me, it's really been the uploading that the province has taken off and their fairness into Peel about assisting us with a bit more money in the human and the health side of our budgets. And I really think, my opinion is, I have the same feeling about Canada that you have. I think our federal government is spending money in the world instead of looking at home, what's happening at home. And but I think that it would look, a lot worse in Peel if we hadn't had that shifting of the responsibility from what our responsibility was back to the province, that our picture would look somewhat different today than what it looks like. So to me, I think your report does look positive because of the financial situation that we've been able to manage and the reserves that we put aside in the good time to help us through this whole recession. So that's the way I see it. But can we keep it there? I don't think we can keep it there if we don't get help on our capital side of the infrastructure money that we need and in the growth side of it. That's where I see our problem is.
Thank you, Councillor Paderak.
I wanted to go back to some of the area that Mayor McCallion was looking at. I understand that the unemployment rate is derived from the number of people who are actively seeking work within Peel. What I don't understand is how we determine how many people are employed who live in Peel. Where do we derive those figures from? Is that from CRA tax returns or?
No, It's from Statistics Canada. When they generate data for Canada and Ontario, they base it on all areas. So what the region has done is paid for custom data from that survey for the region of Peel.
Okay, now I just wonder how accurately it picks up self-employment, especially professional self-employment. Every time we have an economic downturn, some white-collar workers are thrown out of work, and smart white-collar workers realize that it's probably better in the long run if they work for themselves. So they start working from home, and there are large numbers, extremely large numbers, and I know that when we do our figures for how many jobs we have in Caledon, we're not allowed to count those. Those don't count when we're doing our ratio of jobs to residents. Because I know when I go around next year during the election, I'll find as many people at home on a Wednesday afternoon as I will on a Sunday afternoon. And it's because it's not that they're not all retired. There are an extremely large number of people who work for themselves, and they either work out of their home and they're there a good part of the time, or they're on the road doing personal consulting and all kinds of things. And every time I meet a new person in my community, I'm surprised at the diversity of types of consultancies and self-employment that exist that may be totally invisible unless you did a check through the CRA of tax returns by address. And I'm quizzical of the high rate of unemployment when for years I've been adjusting my own personal rate of unemployment by when I get stopped on the 410 when I'm coming south. I know that when school goes out, I get further south before I have to get off. When school is on, it's further north. But recently during this recession, I just don't see it. I see that traffic is just as heavy, or if not heavier. And so I have a lot of questions about how these high numbers are being derived. And I also looked at your figures, and you had in your figures that food and entertainment, food and accommodation had lost fewer jobs. Well, that's an indicator of prosperity. People are going out to eat. But we have a high number of unemployment, and people are still going out to eat. They're not being pressed. So there should be a correlation there as well. So I don't expect an answer, but I'm not confident in the high number.
I'll just say that I can't speak to the accuracy of the data since we get it from Statistics Canada. They would have to be accountable. But I can say that we do get information on self-employed, and it's a part of employment. We have had that data since 2006. Unfortunately, we don't have it for a longer period of time, but we have had it since 2006.
And if I wanted to be nasty, I would ask you to comment on the accuracy of the figures since the short form came in.
Oh.
But I won't ask that question.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson?
Good question is again, back to your manufacturing, it's lost the labor force. But the growth of the manufacturing isn't increasing the labor forces because it's becoming mechanized. Do you have any ratios to show what kind of industry and if it is growing? Because I know I'm seeing a lot more growth in the manufacturing, but it's all robotics. It's high end. And the employees that they do have are all starting with 6-digit figures. And a lot of them are just young students coming out of Sheridan and out of Conestoga or Georgian College. They're getting jobs. There's jobs waiting for them. Take your pick. And that's great. We're getting high end, but it's not very many. There's support services that come in and they say, well, it's the spin-offs. It still doesn't replace the hardcore manufacturing we have, and I doubt it's ever going to come back. But the thing is they say the manufacturing's dropped, but yet the output in manufacturing, if you look at through the trucking industry, there's a lot of it going on. But we're stuck to labor force, and that's the interesting equation. So what is the real reality out there? And I don't know if you've got data to tell us that or not.
I don't. The manufacturing labor force is given as one block.
Yeah.
We don't have it broken down into subsectors. I could find out if we could get it. My inclination is that they will, again, raise the issue of sample size. If the sample size is not at a certain level, they won't have the confidence in the result, so they won't supply to us.
See, and this is where we're getting caught with jobs per hectare. Doesn't meet the equation. Everybody says logistics. Manufacturing is just as bad as logistics, but it's the output coming out the door that we, it's the dollars generated per square foot. It's no longer a person, it's mechanization.
Councillor Sato?
Thank you. We had a presentation the other day at the beginning of our budget meeting from CIBC on the state of the economy. And one thing that was disturbing in general is that, and Councillor Paderak, his comment about people are going out to eat, therefore the hospitality businesses are hiring and they're, the jobs are there. But one of the things that they pointed out was that the growth right now, and this was more national, but it applied in our area as well, is from household spending increasing, not from the increase in exports, which is where we need the growth to be. So while, she talked about in the U.S., mortgages were as well. Mortgages are becoming more available. The rates are good. Therefore, people are spending. Presumably, also increasing debt with lower interest rates and that. So, and while that is making the numbers look good, it's not sustainable, and it's not how we need our growth to continue to occur and how we need our economy to grow. And she spoke a lot about the exports, which of course leads back into the manufacturing side of things. Mayor McCallion and Councillor Crombie and Starr and I met with about 40, I guess, of our Japanese businesses in the city of Mississauga this Tuesday night. And we were asking them, several were at the table I was at, are in the manufacturing area, but most of their manufacturing is not done in Canada anymore. So they are still one company that they manufacture chains. And I was asking, well, where, how much manufacturing is done here? They are still doing some of the sprockets. So a very small part of the product is still being produced here, which is a good thing. But the remainder of the product is being produced in the U.S. and overseas and in various countries. What they did say was that they're finding, with so much of the manufacturing moving to China and the lower cost of the products coming through, what they're starting to see is that those products that are being produced at the lower cost are also a much cheaper inferior product, and they're not lasting. And as time goes on, companies are starting to recognize that, and they are starting to look at producing the products elsewhere, hopefully in North America in general. But it was a very interesting discussion, and one gentleman at the table I was at was in the transportation business, and they're expanding in Mississauga. They have a large parcel of land. They're able to expand because the transportation side of things is doing quite well. All of the, other than office, and I have a lot of office that's being built in my ward over the last 3 years. During the bad economy, I've had hundreds of thousands, probably about 700,000 square feet of office space, creating hundreds and hundreds of jobs in the Meadowvale Business Park. But I also have industrial, and most of that industrial has been warehousing, which has been noted. A lot of it is, is automated. I have Conestoga Freezers, which it takes up a huge amount of land in the industrial park near Winston Churchill. And it looks great. They've expanded twice, which means business is good. But the entire plant is automated, and a very, very low number of jobs that are produced from this large, large plant. Some of my smaller businesses are producing more jobs. So it's a very interesting outlook. And, I asked the question, we were given statistics from the GTA, and it actually said Toronto. And I asked the question, do we not have statistics for Mississauga? You know, and I've asked our staff to try and get that information. So I was very pleased coming on that to see this report here, because at least it's giving us, you know, Hazel, you asked for the Mississauga and the Brampton numbers. At least we now have some Peel numbers rather than just the GTA numbers. So we're getting there. We're moving down in our focus. And you know, I think we have weathered it well from a regional government perspective, where I don't think we are, as the mayor said, we're still not there in the area of improving our economy for the long term. And to do that, we need to get into exports again from what we heard from CIBC. That's really where it's going to be coming from. So thank you.
We're going to go into overtime if we don't hurry on, but Councillor Crombie?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just make it brief. I was going to just elaborate on what Councillor Sato had said with the presentation that we had from CIBC when she talked about the exports being down and not seeing a recovery there. Also, we all mentioned the manufacturing sector, and the hope for us was in innovation and those higher value-added jobs to secure newer employment. But I was wondering if you had the numbers for what they're calling precarious employment, which is more those service-level jobs that are so insecure. It seems that people have jobs. They have 2 and 3 of them, but they don't have careers.
Not in those terms. Probably they would be included
Probably
in
those
part-time.
service level jobs, service industry
Part-time
jobs.
services. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, just a couple of quick observations on my part. This obviously will be a public document, and I certainly agree that the positive parts of it need to be emphasized. And one of the things we need to continually emphasize with those that are looking to situate in Peel is, in fact, the 2 major intermodal terminals for railways are either in Peel or right beside it. And of course, we have the international airport. So I think that when we produce reports and economic development products, we need to emphasize and put the light on that very real aspect, which is why I think that your movement of goods industry is growing. It's because the railway terminals are growing phenomenally. In Caledon, to give you a quick example, Mayor McCallion was talking about consolidations and moves to the United States. I'll tell you one of the things that's happening in Peel is there's consolidations taking place for Canadian business into Peel. Mars Products, for instance, a large food producer, has consolidated all of their distribution and ordering into Bolton. Acklands Granger, manufacturers of safety equipment, have consolidated into Mayfield West with their new plant. Canadian Tire, that we had to base here, are moving from Brampton to Caledon, but at the same time, they're moving their national distribution headquarters and consolidating it. So it's going from 800 jobs in Peel to 1,200 jobs in Peel. So I'm just saying that some of this consolidation that's going on is beneficial to the Peel economy, and I can see it just in my ward. Councillor Crombie, are you moving receipt of the report? Sure. Have a seconder? Councillor Sanderson, all those in favor? That carries. B3, managing through an economy, and motion of receipt is related to the previous item. Councillor Thompson. Yep. And over on this side, Councillor Hames. All those in favor? That carries. B4, the overview and update of the status of our reserves, which is here for information. Councillor Sato for receipt. Councillor Foley, second of that. All those in favor? That carries. B5, the annual development charge adequacy update for information. If there are no speakers, could I have Councillor Foley, and over this side, Councillor Starr. All those in favor? That carries. B6, the provincial upload update for information. Motion to receipt. Councillor Dale and Councillor Moore. All those in favor? That carries. The next 2 items, B7 and 8, were in your addenda this morning in your file. The B7 is the process for electing the regional chair. It's here for information. Mayor McCallion.
And my main objective is, and I think I mentioned it when I brought this forward, there is lack of knowledge out in the public that, in fact, there's 2 points of opinion that have been expressed to me, that you have to be a local councillor to become chairman of the region, which isn't so, we know. And the other is that people are saying, well, I didn't know that I could offer my name as a regional chair. So I think as to set up a lengthy process was not my intention. It's how do we get the information out? And that's why I was hoping that you would come up with a way in which early in 2014 that there be some information put out as to what the possibilities are, so that it is, so that the public knows it's open to anybody, that based on certain criteria, like all of us have, but that it's open, I would say. That's really was my main intent.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, we could take that as direction to make sure that we do get adequate public notice out about the position of regional chair and who qualifies and doesn't.
Yeah.
Okay. You moving receipt of the report, Mayor McCallum?
Yes.
Seconder? Councillor Thompson, all those in favor, that carries. B8 is the process for registering for the role of regional chair. It's here for information. If there are no speakers, Councillor Padarak's moving it over here. Seconder, Councillor Foley. All those in favor? That carries. B9 is the report of the Appeal Accessibility Advisory Committee. It's here for receipt. Councillor Sanderson, Councillor Starr. All those in favor? That carries. B10 is the report of the Audit Committee. Councillor Starr. Over on the other side, Councillor Dale. Discussion. All those in favor? That carries. C1, the underground parking garage repair. You know, when they dig around in the ruins of Brampton 5,000 years from now, the one significant structure they're going to find is the foundation, I think, of this building. There's a motion attached to C1. If there are no speakers, can I have a mover?
The end of February is your question.
End of February?
Yeah. Which year? Next year. No, what's actually happened, I've been there twice, is that there are a lot of soft spots in the old cement that they had to blow the top off, and now they're repairing those soft spots. It just shows you that probably nobody tested the cement when they put it in.
So the building could have fallen down.
Well, I wouldn't say that,
Why?
but
At a council meeting.
no, you might have fell through a hole with the car, but other than that, you'd be all right.
All empires eventually collapse. This is moved. The motion is moved by Councillor Thompson. The seconder over here, Councillor Crombie, perhaps. All those in favor? It carries.
I'm sure it'll be all right for the rest of my term and your term.
Yeah. Councillor item C2, the Region Appeal Purchasing Bylaw. There's a motion attached to that, and Councillor Sato, you want to speak.
Thank you. Just a quick question to staff. I had the pleasure of attending the audit committee last week and was kind of roped into staying. It was in between 2 meetings I was here for. But I was reading the information on the purchasing bylaw, and I did have some questions. Now, staff have sort of answered them. I mentioned this to Dan the other day, but in the bylaw, there was a section referring to lobbying and not the councillors not speaking, members of council not speaking to, and the proponents not speaking to us and all this. And I don't have it right in front of me. I have to find it in the bylaw here. But the concern that I raised at that time was if a member of council, there have been opportunities for us to meet with someone who is going to be bidding on an item, whatever it is, whether it's a major project or whatever. And we've been able to get educated by doing so. It's been a very valid educational process. And I was concerned that the wording in the bylaw, the new bylaw, was going to preclude that. Now, the response I got from James, and thank you for that, was that the bylaw, actually, that section only refers to an active bid process. But I don't see that in the bylaw saying that it only refers to an active bid process. So could you maybe help me out? And I'm fine with that, but could you help me out as to where in the bylaw it specifically says that that section only applies to an active bid process?
Yeah, it's section 783.
Okay. Sorry, tell me again on that.
It'd be on page 13.
13, thank you.
783.
Where's 13? Okay. Sorry, okay, I'm not finding page 13.
Okay, maybe it's
I don't think oh, wait a minute.
it's
No, I found it, sorry.
It's
Prohibitions and compliance.
right, and then just go down to 78 and then 783, and you'll see this during a bid solicitation process.
Okay, but that does not, it doesn't say the same thing for 781. And 781 is, it only says shall not engage in any form of political or other lobbying whatsoever, and I agree with that.
To influence the outcome of
Right.
the purchasing process. So it's in a bid process.
Okay.
So like when a bid's on the street type thing.
Should it not say that, though, that,
That's what it's inferred there when it says.
I know
yeah,
inferred.
yeah.
Inferred is a scary word.
And then if you go down to 783, it's more specific where it says.
Yeah,
during-
783 is
yeah.
specific, but my concern was that 781 does not specifically say during a bid process. Understand where I'm getting from? I mean, you're saying it's inferred, and
Yeah,
that's great.
well, it's to
You
influence the
understand it.
outcome of a purchasing process or the subsequent award. So that's.
Well.
Yeah. And then it's
Could-
further clarified in 783, so that's.
I guess I would prefer that it be very clear.
Okay.
Later on in the agenda, in these reports, we're going to be setting up the Code of Conduct Committee, and that's something that the committee is going to look at as referencing, instead of putting it all into a Code of Conduct, it's just so much easier just to reference existing policies and procedures. But if you're going to do that, then those policies and procedures need to be crystal clear. So if I could ask that perhaps 781 be, that the wording be put in there the same as 783,
Sure.
commencing with during the bid solicitation process.
Thank you, staff, for
Thank you.
taking direction on that. Are you moving the recommendation?
Yeah, I'll move the recommendation, and then when we get to the bylaw, because we're approving the bylaw today,
Yep.
could I ask that we would then deal with the bylaw as amended? Would that be appropriate?
Okay.
Thank you.
So you're moving it?
Yeah.
Seconder, almost nobody left on the other side. Councillor
We're all
Dale?
over here.
Councillor Sato, oh, she's finished. Councillor Dale, all those in favor?
Oh, wow.
It carries. Under Executive Office D1, the Annual Progress Report, Strategic Planning Cycle, presentation by Arvind Prasad and Simone Banz. How long will this presentation take?
50 seconds. I-
Proceed.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to present. Simone did time the presentation, so it is less than 6 minutes, and we will be quick. You'll recall, Mr. Chairman, members of council, that with the last term of council, council approved a strategic plan for the region of Peel. And in addition to the strategic plan, which had many goals and actions and so forth, council did a unique thing. It approved 24 term of council priorities. So these are the 24 priorities that council was going to focus on in terms of this term. Today's presentation, and the report on the agenda, we are talking about an update to you on year 3 of our strategic planning cycle. The ability to measure and report on the progress of council's strategic plan and priorities has been a focus. So we really want to get to how are we doing in trying to achieve the outcomes that we've said we were going to achieve. To ensure transparency and accountability in government, it is essential to measure progress and report to decision makers such as yourself. A key consideration when reporting is how do you make it easy to understand, simple, yet still informative. So the report is on the agenda, which provides you with an overall annual report update, but Simone's presentation today is about the art of infographics and reporting through infographics. So Simone?
Thank you, Arvin. Good afternoon, Chairman and members of Regional Council. I'm here today to share with you a project we've been working on to take the data we collect on the region's performance on implementing the actions of the strategic plan in terms of council priorities and display it in a visually appealing and engaging manner. Based on the principles of a picture is worth 1,000 words, infographics use visual representation to communicate information and tell a story quickly. You have undoubtedly seen infographics used in a variety of media formats, in newspapers, on television, and on the web. Performance measurement and the information graphics which have been created provide transparency, promote accountability, share progress towards outcomes, and tell a meaningful story by providing relevant information. Infographics are a way to share progress on measures the public cares about. We have worked with representatives from across the organization to provide a selection of infographics in each theme area in the strategic plan. Our goal was to make the information attractive, engaging, and easy to read. We wanted to create something that would pique the interest of the viewer so that they would want to learn more about the region's services. And here we have an example of one of the infographics. The subject of this particular infographic is access to housing. Now I'll show you some of the specific features of the infographic. First, we identify the theme and the strategic plan under which the service is being provided. We identify the strategic goal and action that is being implemented by the service. Where the service is also a term of council priority, we identify which one. By presenting the information this way, we demonstrate the alignment between the term of council priorities and the actions of the strategic plan. The outcome we expect to achieve in providing the service is prominently displayed. Below that information is the infographic showing an increase in the number of housing options funded annually. You quickly see the trend and the magnitude of the change. That's going to add a couple of seconds to my presentation. Under the heading of Understanding the Data, we provide additional information related to the program's information in this section. Information in this section provides context, helps to interpret the data, explains any barriers which impact on the success of the program, and identifies the extent of the region's role in influencing the outcome. Where will you find the infographics? The infographics have been designed to appear on the region's website, thereby increasing their accessibility to a wider audience. Under the strategic plan website, hyperlinks have been created for those actions which have a corresponding infographic. By clicking on the link, a PDF of the infographic will pop up. Viewers can also print the infographic if they wish. At this point, I'd like to show you a couple of examples of the infographics that are on the website. And if you were to go there As I'm making this presentation, these links are live links so that anyone listening to this presentation and wanting to get more information on the region's strategic plan and its actions can access the website and the corresponding information, and apparently maybe not in the council chamber. Unless I am probably doing something wrong.
I got it.
It's up there. There it
And
is.
mostly you've
there we
gone
go.
over.
And you'll notice that under the theme of environment, action 1.4 has been highlighted with a hyperlink. And if I click on that link, the infographic for action 1.4 comes up. And the action 1.4 is to protect and restore water resources, significant natural heritage, and environmentally sensitive areas. Aligned to this action is TOCP3 to reduce per capita water consumption, and you can see the reference to the term of council priority at the top of the page. The infographic illustrates the downward trend The infographic illustrates the downward trend in water consumption and shows our target to 2025. In the Understanding the Data section, we provide a hyperlink to the WaterSmart Peel website where viewers can get more specific information on the program. This is what happens when you allow a Luddite to work the mouse.
This is a graphic illustration why it takes 5 planners to change a light bulb.
Included in your package, agenda package, are samples of all of the infographics, which we have printed in an 11 by 17 format. By having the information available on the website, viewers can select which infographics they're particularly interested in and can print those out or share them, share the links with interested parties. And I think I'll just go on to get to the... I invite you to go to the strategic plan website. All of the actions with corresponding hyperlinks are identified. You can click on those and probably have much more success than I've had.
Yeah, well, don't add advice, then she'll figure out how to do it.
Do you want to go back with this presentation?
It's okay.
Okay.
In terms of future direction, we have already begun the behind-the-scenes work on the strategic plan renewal process. Through this process, future outcomes and related performance measures will be defined. Internal data collection will be supported through the use of the Integrated Planning Framework technology solution. Our goal is to have enough data collected on performance measures to create a performance dashboard, which will be available on the region's website. We will continue to work with data owners to identify performance measures and produce infographics, which will be added to those already appearing on the region's website. Thank you for your time, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you have on the region's infographic project.
Thank you, Simone. Councillor Miles.
Thank you. All presentations don't always go the way you plan, so don't worry too much about it. In my case, I'm more likely to read the hard copy than to try and make my way onto the internet to review this kind of information, because half the time I can't find what I'm looking for. So, but I do think it's important that we do continue to provide information to the public about who we are, what we're trying to do, where our priorities lie, and certainly that is defined through the region's strategic plan. I like the way you've laid it out. It isn't a lot of words. It's simple. It doesn't take an awful lot to figure out what the messaging is. I think it's the new reality. Nando left us with that word today, the new reality. This is the new reality of communicating. So thank you very much for your presentation, and I will move the report.
Thank you. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Patrick. All those in favor? That carries. D2 is the formation of the Regional Code of Conduct Committee. There's no limit to the number of members, but we have to have one from each municipality. So are there Councillor Sato from Mississauga?
I'll nominate Patrick. I want to comment.
Patrick for Caledon, you agree with that? And Sanderson? Moore? Well, listen, there's only 3 of you in the room. Miles, thank you. So we have one from each municipality. If anyone else wants to join the committee, they can let us know. Can I have a motion to move for that, for these 3 members anyway? Councillor Thompson?
Yeah, I would gladly move it, but there's one thing I gotta say is the code of conduct is how much is this gonna cost us to go forward is what I would recommend to the committee. We already have it at the lower level, and I know we went through this with CVC, and you're just banging into yourself all the time as an elected official. To me, we have it from our base, our lower tier municipalities. What I would rather say versus the code of conduct, we all know what we have to do. I would rather try to find ways and means to protect ourselves. We saw what the court cases were, and they were costly. What can you do to protect our elected officials from crazy court cases that are going on? I would rather invest the time on that versus doing a code of conduct, and I'm just giving you my opinion on going forward. We've got that from our local municipalities. We go forward with that, we carry it here, but I think we need to look at a way on how to protect ourselves from the nonsense that's been going on. And that's just my opinion.
Thank you. Councillor Sato?
Thank you. Councillor Thompson, council has never given direction for a code of conduct, and at the last meeting when staff prepared a code of conduct, there was no direction for staff to do so. And I was concerned at that time that the code of conduct could be in conflict with what we have at the local municipalities, which is why I proposed that, in my mind, a code of conduct should not be written by staff. It should be written by members of council, because that's with the assistance of staff. And should be generated as ours in Mississauga was. I'm not sure, and from what I've heard, that's how the others were as well. But we need to be very careful that that we don't have a code of conduct at the region, if we end up having one, that is either contrary or to what we have in the local municipalities. So the purpose of this committee was to sit down, take a look at that code of conduct that staff produced for the region, and take a look at the codes of conduct in the other 3 municipalities, determine whether or not we even need one at the region, or if the code of conduct in the municipalities covers everything here, or if we need something other than a code of conduct. So I'm not going into this with the assumption that, that we are going to end up with a code of conduct. That's what the committee has to deal with and come back with a recommendation to council.
Thank you. Mayor McCallum?
We have a code of conduct at the local level. Brampton has one. Caledon has one. I think one meeting would do it. Find out what is the difference between the 3 codes of conduct. And I think you'll find a lot of similarity, I would think, I would hope. Maybe not. And then come back with what I think the code of conduct up here should be the same as the code of conduct down at the local level.
Thank you. Are
There's
you
no
seconding
difference. It's
the
dealing with
motion?
regional government.
You seconding
Dealing
the
with
motion?
municipal government.
Yes.
Are you seconding the motion, Mayor
Yeah.
McCallum?
Yeah.
Councillor Thompson's moved it. Councillor Patrick?
Well, I would ask staff to bring forward a report for the 3 members to read before the meeting, with copies of all 3 code of conducts, points of commonality, points of difference, and then we have a working document that we can maybe do this in one meeting as.
Yeah.
That's very good. All in favor? It carries. D3 is the report of the Intergovernmental Relations Advisory Committee. It's here for receipt. Moved by Councillor Sato, second by Sanderson. All those in favor? That carries. There's one item under communications. Can I have a motion to receive that? Councillor Thompson and Councillor Starr, all those in favor? Finally, back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Moving on then to Public Works, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. PWA 1 imposing a special charge to the Municipal Act of the City of Mississauga, Ward 8. Who's the Ward 8
Katie, not here.
Katie. Okay, moved by Councillor Starr, second by Councillor Dale. All in favor? Carried. Transportation, roads, and operations maintenance level. It's here for information, and I got to say thank you for the maps. That's most helpful for anybody that's read the report. Moved by Councillor Starr, seconded by Councillor Crombie. All in favor? Carried. The report on the arterial roads, it's in your yellow sheets that came today, and that was from the report of last week. Moved by Councillor Sato, seconded by Councillor Sanderson. All in favor? Carried. Move down to Waste Management, report on Waste Management Committee, moved by Councillor Sanderson, second by Councillor Paderak. All in favor, carried. The wastewater priority, number 6, enhance integrity of wastewater collection, including flood remediation, moved by Mayor McCallion and second by Councillor Carlson. All in favor, carried. And down to communications, moved by Councillor Moore, seconded by Councillor Hames. All in favor? Carried. Back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Moving on to health then, Councillor Moore.
Done.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The first item on the agenda, members of council, is HEA 1. It's the report from the Aging Population Term of Council Steering Committee. It's here for receipt and approval. Moved by Councillor Paderak, seconded by Councillor Hames. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. The next report is HEB 1. It's the report of EPSC, the Emergency and Protective Services. Moved by Councillor Crombie, seconded by Councillor Carlson. All in favor? That's carried. There are 3 items under public health. One is HEC 1. It's the update on improvements to the food check, Peel Food Safety Performance. Moved by Councillor Paderak, seconded by Councillor Dale. All in favor? That's carried. HEC 2, it's the use of local data to better target the region's oral health school screening program. Moved by Councillor Sanderson, seconded by Councillor Starr. All in favor? That's carried. The last item is HEC 3, the Peel Postpartum Mood Disorder Program update. Moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Whitehead. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I'll turn it back to you.
Moving on then to item number 7, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4 bylaws. Our solicitor wants to speak to bylaw 1132, 2013. I'll give you an opportunity to do that now. Patrick?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. In order to respond to the concern that was raised about clarity in the bylaw, clause 7.8.1, we would propose to revise to read that vendors, their staff members, or anyone involved in the acquisition of goods and services provided for in this bylaw shall not, during the bid solicitation process or any subsequent award, engage in lobbying, to paraphrase. That will, I think, address the concern that Councillor Sato raised. And for consistency, we should also add, if you're looking at the text at 7.8.3, during a bid solicitation process or any subsequent award, for consistency of language.
8, you've all heard the amendment. I have a motion then by Dale and Hames to approve the amendment first, which is on 2013, number 113. All those in favor of that amendment? Is there any opposed? The motion is carried. All in favor of the bylaws as amended then? All those in favor then carried. Down to other business. We have no other business. Down to notice of motion. There's a notice of motion from Councillor Sanderson regarding the Federation of Canadian Municipality, National Municipality Railroad Safety Working Group. The previous notice of motion was given November the 14th, 2013 at Regional Council. Do you have a seconder, Councillor Sanderson, for your Councillor Moore? Okay. Are there any other questions or comments? If not, all those in favor? Opposed, anybody? Motion's carried. you have to go in the camera then? Okay, we don't really have to go into camera, so if someone would like to move the item in camera to deal with the in-camera report of the Early Learning and Child Task Force meeting held November the 28th, 2013 Regional Council meeting. Someone moves John and Thompson. Are there any questions? If not, all those in favor, carried. I need a motion then to confirm the proceedings of Regional Council and, by Moore and McCallion. All those in favor, opposed to me, motion's carried. And I need a motion to adjourn as Whitehead and Star. All those in favor of moving that the November 28th, 2013 Regional Council meeting be adjourned. All those in favor, carried. Thank you all for your cooperation. Hope you have a great weekend.
As many people know, is a 36-year-old organization. Basically, it's a volunteer-run organization, which means all board members are in a voluntary position. The organization began, the mandate was and continues to be to promote bilateral trade relations between India and Canada. That's number one. Number two, हमारी ये कोशिश है और उम्मीद है कि हम लोकल जो इंडो कैनेडियन बिजनेस पीपल हैं जो डायस्पोरा है हमारी GTA और basically across the nation to bring networking and business opportunities to the community. So we have a twin mandate. As of right now, we have about 2,500 members in the organization. And what we do in terms of activities, maybe I'm answering your next question as well, but what we do in terms of activities is we conduct a series of events all year round, some small events, some large events, some aimed at one segment of the business community, others aimed at a younger segment, and so on. One of the feathers in the cap of the ICCC, I think, is we do an annual awards gala in June. मैं आपको organization की सारी history एक nutshell में दे रहा हूँ,
जो कि मुझे लगता है हमारे दर्शक भी जानने के बड़े उत्सुक होंगे.
That's good. So one of our signature events for the year is our annual awards and gala night, which is generally held in June every year. What we do is we have established 11 different categories of awards. And we basically fan out across the entire nation looking for Indo-Canadians who have made significant contributions to our society in these 11 categories. There are categories like entrepreneurship, so we have a male and female, corporate executive, we have male and female. We have a technology award and so on, humanitarian, lifetime achievement and so on. And we locate these individuals or these individuals locate us, whichever way it happens, and we invite nominations, and then our board of advisors basically picks the winners in each category. So that's our signature event. It's attended by over 1,200 people, and every year it's been attended by all levels of government. हमारे पास federal ministers, members of parliament, provincial ministers, जो ओंटारियो के प्रीमियर है, सब लोग आ चुके हैं इस इवेंट पे जी, एंड दैट्स आवर सिग्नेचर हाईलाइट इवेंट ऑफ द ईयर. इसके अलावा हम बहुत सारे इवेंट्स करते हैं थ्रू आउट द ईयर विद द ऑब्जेक्टिव ऑफ मीटिंग दीज टू मैंडेट्स फॉर द चेंबर.
जी जगदीश जी, थोड़ा सा आपको यहाँ पे इंटरप्ट कर रहा हूँ क्योंकि ऐसा ना हो बॉबी जी को लेफ्ट आउट लगे. बॉबी, हु लोकेटेड हु? जैसे जगदीश जस्ट सेड कि हम जाके लोकेट करते हैं या लोग हमें पा लेते हैं. व्हाट एग्जैक्टली हैपेंड इन योर केस?
I think in my case, I was actually a board member a few years ago, Indo-Canada Chamber board member, but I actually had to step down for a short period of time to start a family. Start a family, went back to school. But I think it was maybe sometime last year, June Gala, when I got a call from the Chamber asking me to host their annual gala. And I mean, I think from my experience on the show as well, I've always loved to serve my community. So, you know, of course, I didn't turn down the opportunity.
We didn't give him the chance to.
No, I think from there, what's come is that we've discovered that our community, our South Asian community, does a lot of things great.
Right.
I think with the chamber, you know, the mandate there is obviously to foster bilateral trade between India and Canada, and we look at very traditional sectors, whether it's agriculture or education or energy. But one of the I think mandates that I've had personally is to look at the entertainment industry, media, film, television, right. Because there's a lot of opportunity, I think, in collaborating between the two countries. Personal story for myself, I wanted to be an actor growing up. That was my dream.
You're admitting it for the first time.
I am admitting it for the first time. I wanted to be on
breaking
camera.
News
it's
on
official.
Yes.
I wanted to be an actor.
Yes, breaking news on South Asian Focus
South
TV.
Asian Focus.
Actually, for people that are probably unaware, Bobby had started his career in a way with South Asian Focus TV.
That's right.
This was back in 2008, I believe.
I believe so. Yes.
Yes. You're the pioneer of this show.
Going way back, actually. Yes. I'm going back to my high school days when I actually did stage drama. I don't even think you know this. My parents will know this. I did stage drama, and I was pretty good at it. And I won a number of awards at my high school, that sort of thing. And I came to that crucial decision that a lot of Canadian South Asian children go through. Well, what am I going to be when I grow up? And my mother, I'll give her credit for this. I still remember what she said to me. She said, look, you're a Sardar in Canada. There's no roles for you in Bollywood, and there's no roles for you in Hollywood.
This must be 15, 20 years ago, though.
15, 20 years ago.
Yeah, see, right now you can't say that.
15, 20
we had a lot of singers, kings, and...
Well, but that's my point.
Yeah.
Back then, that was the reality, and I had to actually rethink, well, what am I going to do with my career? I have 2 children of my own today. I don't want to ever have to say that to them, that there's no roles for you. Because the reality is that Canada has changed so much over the last 30, 40 years.
Definitely.
The reality is that the market has shifted. So now the reality is, if you are of a diverse background, if you are an immigrant, there's an absolute need for you, your unique skills, your unique look. And that's what we're trying to communicate. And that's what, as a personal mission, the more ethnic people that I can bring into media and entertainment and film, that's the goal.
थोड़ा सा यहाँ पे आपको interrupt करूँगा. We'll take a very short break और बहुत ढेर सारी बातचीत करेंगे. Guys, don't go anywhere. हमारे साथ हैं बॉबी सानी जी और जगदीश बजाज जी. ICC फोरम क्या कर रहा है, टेलीविजन फिल्म फोरम जो कर रहा है, उसके बारे में जल्द ही बातचीत करेंगे. We'll take a very short break. We'll be right back. Canada India Film and Television Forum, November 29, 2013, 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. Pearson Convention Center, Brampton, ICC.org.
South Asian Focus newspaper is the voice of the South Asian community. South Asian Focus, available in drop-off boxes in public locations across the GTA, including Brampton, Mississauga, Gerrard Streets, Little India, Markham, Richmond Hill, and Vaughan.
Not only do I work on aging in Peel, but I watch it too. Not only does it provide information for people over 50, our younger viewers tell us it's very helpful for them too. Someday, we're all going to age, even me.
You're watching Rogers TV, Mississauga. You're watching Rogers TV, Mississauga.
The opinions expressed in the following program are those of the participants and do not necessarily reflect those of Rogers or Rogers TV.
वेलकम बैक फ्रेंड्स, मैं सनी जोशी एक बार फिर से आपका स्वागत करता हूं। मेरे साथ हैं एज ऑलवेज दो बहुत खास मेहमान जिनसे पहले सेगमेंट में भी हम बात कर रहे थे। इस सेगमेंट में भी बातचीत करेंगे जगदीश बजाज जी जो कि वाइस प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ आईसीसी हैं एंड मॉडरेटर एट द आईसीसी फोरम। बॉबी सानी साहब जो हैं मेंबर भी हैं। इन लोगों के साथ बातचीत करेंगे। आईसीसी एक कनाडा इंडिया फिल्म फोरम करने वाला है, उसके बारे में इस सेगमेंट में हम बातचीत करेंगे। बॉबी, कमिंग बैक टू द फिल्म फोरम, लेट्स टॉक अ बिट अबाउट दैट।
Sure. I think it's no secret that when we see Bollywood stars in Canada, everybody loses their mind.
Yes.
You know, and we absolutely love the shows that have been done here, whether it's IFA or TOIFA. We love when films are shot here as well.
Yes.
It's an opportunity for us to connect with some of these stars that we see on the screen. But I think what's more important now, and what we're trying to focus on with this forum, is how can we actually formulate this collaboration between our two countries? How can we work together and actually drive economic impact for Toronto and for Canada? That's really the main focus. I think there's many players in Canada that are currently doing business with India from a entertainment, media, and film perspective, whether it's the likes of ATN or Ethnic Channels Group or our friends at Eros who distribute Bollywood films. But there's also this curiosity from their end in terms of, well, if we want to get more aggressive in Canada, if we want to do more business with Canada, with Canadian media companies, how can we do that? So really what this forum is, it's for people that are in the media, marketing, entertainment industry. It's definitely for actors, producers, directors, really tax advisors. It's the industry as a whole that we're trying to unite and to have this dialogue. So we've got many premier speakers that will be coming to our forum. Vinay Vermani is one of our featured speakers that will be on one of our panels, who of course is a Canadian actor and producer and director. But he's a unique case in that the films that he's producing, you know, there's elements of Hollywood, there's elements of Bollywood, but he's a Canadian as well. We've got David Rocco, who is a celebrity chef, an Italian celebrity chef, who has recently shot a new series called David Rocco's Dolce India.
Oh, okay.
Now, this is a cooking show, essentially, that has been shot in India. But what's very unique about it is it's been shot by an Italian Canadian. So in terms of, you think of viewership and what people want to watch, if you love food, there's something in it for you. If you love travel, there's something in it for you. If you're an Italian, there's something in it for you. If you're an Indian or South Asian, there's something in it for you. And really, if you're a Canadian that's just curious about food and culture and travel, there's something in it for you.
You mentioned 5 things, but off air, I remember Jagdish mentioning another 6th thing in there also.
Yes, as a potential advertisers, and I've walked in those shoes before, so as a potential advertiser who wants to reach the Italian community, I had some conversations with this show. So it's interesting how you can see so many perspectives that come together. And just to add to what Bobby said, the forum, the essential purpose is to develop bilateral trade.
Okay.
Our governments have set a target of $15 billion by the year 2015.
Okay.
Several rounds of CEPA negotiations have concluded the 8th round just recently.
Okay.
So there is a fair bit of momentum towards developing an a strong Indo-Canadian trade, which basically the forum is being run with that background in mind.
Okay.
And a very interesting, and I'll quote one of our sponsors, which is the City of Toronto, and a gentleman by the name of Randy McLean, who is the acting film commissioner for Toronto, is on one of our panels, and he puts it quite well. He says, India, we want you in Canada. We want you to come here to shoot films. We absolutely want that. But we want you to use our resources as well, because we have more than enough talent behind the scenes, behind the cameras, as well as on screen as well.
Right.
So use the talent that's in Canada. So again, going back to my personal mandate, my personal mission of actually bringing these opportunities to the forefront for our community. It's these type of forums, it's these type of dialogues that are actually going to make it happen.
राइट और जगदीश जी, मैं आपको यहाँ पे एक और भी छोटी सी बात बताना चाहता हूँ। जैसे बॉबी जी ने अपनी कहानी बताई, हमारे कम्युनिटी प्रोड्यूसर जो हैं दिनेश सचदेव, पिछले 15 सालों से वो एक साउथ एशियन फिल्म फेस्टिवल चला रहे हैं, छोटे तरीके से, छोटा छोटा होते होते आज 15वां साल था हाल ही में पिछले महीने। फिल्मी जो है उसको सेट करने का कारण ये था कि दिनेश सचदेव भी बॉबी जी की तरह ही एक एक्टर, प्रोड्यूसर, डायरेक्टर का काम उन्होंने किया है, राइटर का काम किया है, साथ ही साथ यहाँ के उस छुपे हुए टैलेंट को, खासकर साउथ एशियन टैलेंट को बाहर लाने के लिए फिल्मी जैसी चीज़ों को जो है एस्टैब्लिश किया गया है।
आई होप ही इज गोइंग टू अटेंड द फोरम।
डेफिनेटली। इसीलिए मैंने ये चीज़ मेंशन की है, क्योंकि ज़्यादातर वो अटेंड करने से पहले निकल जाते हैं, लेकिन मैंने जानबूझ के ऑन एयर ये चीज़ को मेंशन किया है।
आई विल मेक श्योर दैट ऑन माय वे आउट आई रिमाइंड हिम to be there. और आपके दर्शकों को भी, there's a lot of people that are in the industry, on the outskirts of the industry, desirous to be in the industry and so on. So
लेकिन उनको पता नहीं है कि कौन सी राह लेनी है.
Exactly.
Yeah, they are probably lost कि is there a platform for us or not? ये वो platform है.
ये वो platform है और मैं आपके दर्शकों को invite करना चाहता हूँ to please go to our website www.iccc.org.
जी.
इसमें आपको सारी details मिलेंगी of the forum and please register and we look forward to seeing.
जी. और ICC pretty much मैं फिर से इससे पहले कि we run out of time, ICC Bobby for you and for Jagdish for both of you can be joined by anybody. जो भी South Asian है वो इसे join कर सकता है.
Absolutely. Membership is one thing. It's open to anybody. Again, iccc.org पे आपको membership application forms मिल जाएंगे. There are different levels of membership. It is open to just about anybody in the community.
Okay.
Not even we don't even restrict it to the Indo-Canadian community.
Okay.
We have so many friends from
anybody that is South Asian भी हो तो India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh कहीं से भी.
Even non-South Asian.
Okay.
We have so many friends who are members of the chamber.
Okay.
Who are not South Asian.
जी, gentlemen, समय बहुत जो है जल्दी भाग जाता है. मैं आप लोगों से इजाज़त चाहूँगा. मुझे लगता है कि the message has gone out. लोगों को पता चल गया ये क्या है, कब है, वो हम राइट नाउ CG बोर्ड पे ज़रूर डालेंगे. तो आप लोगों से मिलेंगे बहुत जल्द. Till then, bye bye आप दोनों को. दोस्तों, don't go anywhere. We'll take a very short break and we'll be right back. Canada India Film and Television Forum, November 29, 2013, 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. Pearson Convention Center, 2638 Steeles Avenue East, Brampton, ICC.org.
This is Rogers TV, Mississauga.
Rogers TV connects with and engages our audience while you effectively promote your business with high-frequency exposure at the lowest industry rate. Rogers TV provides a unique marketing strategy that reflects your business with the best match from our program lineup. We offer several promotional opportunities from TV ads to on-air guest appearances to social media and to the web. Go to rogerstv.com/promote-your-business for more information. Promote your business on Rogers TV.
What's great about Rogers TV is that we support local sports.
We give you game recaps, highlights, and standings, but it's the local stories, the teams, and the athletes that's what's important.
You can find out about all your local sports teams right here on Peel Sports on Mondays at 5:30 on Rogers TV.
This is Rogers TV, Mississauga.
The opinions expressed in the following program are those of the participants and do not necessarily reflect those of Rogers or Rogers TV.
वेलकम बैक फ्रेंड्स, मैं सनी जोशी एक बार फिर से आपका स्वागत करता हूं। मेरे साथ है दो बहुत ही खास मेहमान, शिरीन मंदानी जी जो कि एग्जीक्यूटिव डायरेक्टर हैं फॉर रहमा कम्युनिटी सर्विसेज, और उनके साथ हामदिया अब्दुल रहमान जो कि एक स्टूडेंट हैं जॉर्ज ब्राउन की। क्यों वो दोनों यहाँ पे आए हैं इसके बारे में बहुत ही जल्द बातचीत इन दोनों से करते हैं। वेलकम बोथ ऑफ यू। शिरीन जी, सबसे पहले ये बताइए कि रहमा कम्युनिटी सर्विसेज जो है ये क्या है और किस चीज़ों को ये सपोर्ट करता है?
रहमा कम्युनिटी सर्विसेज एक नॉन फॉर प्रॉफिट और चैरिटी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है जो कि 1999 में रजिस्टर हुआ था। और ये पर्टिकुलरली साउथ एशियन सीनियर्स, विमेन और न्यू कमर्स के लिए प्रोग्राम्स और प्रोजेक्ट्स करते हैं। हमारा एक रीसेंट प्रोग्राम है जो कि बहुत सक्सेसफुल है, वो है हलाल मील्स ऑन व्हील्स। सो बहुत सारे सीनियर्स हैं जो अकेले रहते हैं, जिसको खाना पकाना मुश्किल होता है और जो हमारे कल्चर का खाना खाना चाहते हैं, तो उसको हम लोग किचन में एक प्रोग्राम है जहां हम वुमेन को ट्रेन करते हैं कलनरी स्किल्स में। ये लेडीज़ खाना बनाती है और हम जाके ये सीनियर्स को देते हैं। इट्स फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट
और होम डिलीवर होता है।
होम डिलीवर, इट्स हलाल, इट्स फ्रेश और इट्स लाइक मेड एंड हॉट एंड इट इज़ सर्व्ड एंड वॉलंटियर्स जाके उनको खाना देते हैं। सो ये एक हमारा प्रोग्राम है। और एक ये सहेली ग्रुप जहाँ पर कुछ सीनियर्स सोशली आइसोलेट होते हैं, तो ये एक प्लेटफॉर्म है जब वो आते हैं, मिलते हैं, फ्रेंडशिप्स करते हैं। सो दैट्स वन सहेली ग्रुप।
सो एक तरीके से नेटवर्किंग भी है लोगों के लिए एक दूसरे के साथ।
जी हाँ। और दूसरा है इंफॉर्मेशन रेफरल। सो जब न्यू कमर्स आते हैं तो अगर जिनकी फैमिलीज़ है तो दैट्स वेरी गुड, मगर जिनकी फैमिलीज़ नहीं है वो प्रिटी लॉस्ट है और उनको एम्प्लॉयमेंट अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ चाहिए होती है। आई मीन इंडिया से मास्टर्स करके आए बट यहाँ पर फिर भी वो ढूंढते हैं और उनको उनकी तरीका एम्प्लॉयमेंट नहीं मिलता। सो बेसिकली हमारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन उनको इंफॉर्मेशन देती है, रेफरल देती है और कनेक्ट करती है।
जी, यहाँ पे मैं थोड़ा सा आपको इंटरप्ट इसलिए कर रहा हूँ कि जब ऐसी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन 1999 में फॉर्म हुई, किसी तरह की सरकार की या गवर्नमेंट की प्रोविंशियल लेवल पे या सिटी के लेवल पे आप लोगों को हेल्प मिलती है आगे बढ़ने के लिए?
हमारे एंड वी आर वेरी ग्रेटफुल, हमारे फंडर्स हैं जो हमें सपोर्ट करते हैं। सिटी ऑफ टोरंटो है उसमें, ओंटारियो ट्रिलियम फाउंडेशन है, स्टेटस ऑफ वुमेन है जो कि फेडरल फंडिंग बॉडी है, और जो है अभी रिसेंटली हमारी IDRF है, इंटरनेशनल डेवलपमेंट एंड रिलीफ फाउंडेशन, उन्होंने हमें फंड किया है। सो इसे काफ़ी सारे हमारे ग्रांटर्स और फंडर्स हैं और डोनर्स भी है, पर्टिकुलरली जो कॉर्पोरेट सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी देते जैसे डिलॉयट कंपनी है, बैंक है, स्कोशिया बैंक है, RBC। सो ये लोग हमें सपोर्ट करते हैं।
बहुत अच्छी बात है। एंड दिया, हाउ आर यू? आई नो यू आर अ स्टूडेंट फ्रॉम जॉर्ज ब्राउन. हाउ डिड यू गेट इन्वॉल्व विद रहमा कम्युनिटी सर्विस एंड व्हाट वाज द पर्पस बिहाइंड इट?
When I discovered that a service like this was available, I was very surprised. I really was interested in the fact that they helped so many different people, newcomers, women, as well as seniors. And I like the way they integrated different services to help one another, particularly the Food Enterprise Program. What happens is we've got about 30 women that are involved, and they're taught culinary skills by a professional chef. And a lot of these women come from countries as newcomers, and they are facing language barriers. So we do provide them with culinary skills through the one-year certificate, and we also assist them with their job search. So it's a program that's actually funded by the International Development and Relief Fund. And it's been running great, and we have an upcoming event. There is an intercultural festival on December 7th. So they're really excited. They're looking forward to showcasing their talents. So
Right.
they will be providing food.
शरीन जी, जैसे दिया ने अभी कहा कि जो औरतें हैं आती हैं उनको भाषा की प्रॉब्लम होती है, लैंग्वेज बैरियर जो है खासकर नॉर्थ अमेरिका में आके जो होता है, लेकिन आप culinary skills सिखा देते हैं। ये 1 साल बाद, जैसे दिया ने कहा, देयर इज़ अ सर्टिफिकेशन दैट दे गेट एंड वो अपने पैरों पे खड़ी हो जाती हैं। लेकिन क्या किसी तरीके से भाषा की भी हेल्प, लैंग्वेज में भी उनको हेल्प दिया जाता है रहमा कम्युनिटी सर्विसेज?
इंग्लिश लैंग्वेज प्रोग्राम्स नहीं करता, बट जो कि लिंक क्लासेस होती है, जैसे उनका लेवल है वो हिसाब से उनको रेफर करता है। मगर कलनरी स्किल्स जब वो सीखती है तो वो ऑल्सो दे कम टू नो कि डिफरेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस क्या कर रही है, तो हम उनको कनेक्ट भी करते हैं। तो अगर वो केटरिंग करना चाहती है, घर से बिजनेस करना चाहती है और उनको ग्रांट्स की या लोन्स की ज़रूरत है, तो हम देन वी रेफर देम टू दैट काइंड ऑफ ऑर्गेनाइजेशन जो उनको सपोर्ट करता है।
और ये जो इवेंट है, जैसे दिया ने कहा, ये इवेंट क्या एग्जैक्टली करने की आप लोग कोशिश कर रहे हैं इस इवेंट के जरिए?
इंटरकल्चरल फेस्टिवल जो है 7 दिसंबर को है, नूर कल्चरल सेंटर में है। और इसके गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर है ऑनरेबल माइकल कोटे, मिनिस्टर फॉर सिटीजनशिप एंड इमिग्रेशन, एंड फूड मैगजीन की डायरेक्टर, शैटलिन मैगजीन की डायरेक्टर क्लेन टेंसी आ रही है। एंड वी आर ऑल्सो एक्सपेक्टिंग आवर गेस्ट ऑनरेबल मारियो सर्जियो जो मिनिस्टर फॉर सीनियर्स है। तो ये इवेंट बेसिकली डिफरेंट कल्चर्स को कनेक्ट करेगा, सो साउथ एशियन, मिडिल ईस्टर्न कल्चर्स को। सो वहाँ पर तरह तरह के डांस होंगे, और जैसे दिया ने बताया कि एक अपॉर्चुनिटी है कि हमारे लेडीज़ जो ये सर्टिफिकेशन प्रोग्राम खड़ी है, तो उनको वो अपने स्किल्स को प्रेजेंट करे, शोकेस करे। और एक मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़ मैं बताना चाहूँगी कि हम लोग एक प्रोजेक्ट कर रहे हैं एल्डर अब्यूज़ के ऊपर, जो कि फैमिली सिस्टम में होता है। क्योंकि हमारे साउथ एशियन लोग अपने फैमिली के साथ रहते हैं, तो फैमिली के अंदर जो अब्यूज़ होता है जिसके बारे में बयान नहीं किया जाता
या हम छुपा लेते
हैं, तो वो उस पर हम लोग यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ ओंटारियो के साथ रिसर्च प्रोजेक्ट कर रहे हैं। तो ये इवेंट के अंदर हम लोग एल्डर अब्यूज़ पे स्किट्स भी कर रहे हैं। सो रायसन यूनिवर्सिटी की कंटिन्यूइंग एजुकेशन वाले ये स्किट करेंगे। सो बेसिकली इट्स अवेयरनेस, इट्स फन, इट्स कनेक्टिंग पीपल, और मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट वहाँ बहुत सारे कम्युनिटी एजेंसीज हैं जो अपने सर्विसेज के बारे में बताएंगे। जैसे ओंटारियो सीनियर सेक्रेटेरिएट है, सो वो सीनियर्स के सर्विसेज का बता रहे हैं।
शरीन जी, बहुत कम समय है, जाने से पहले ये बताइए कि वॉलंटियर्स की आपको ज़रूरत है एंड लोग आपको कांटेक्ट कर सकते हैं?
हाँ, हमें कांटेक्ट करें। में जैसे चैरिटी चलाने के लिए तो लोगों की ज़रूरत होती है, रिसोर्सेज की ज़रूरत होती है। तो मैं चाहूँगी कि अगर हमारे साउथ एशियन कम्युनिटी हमें सपोर्ट करे, सो वी विल बी वेरी ग्रेटफुल एंड वी कैन प्रोग्रेस, बिकॉज हमारे लिमिटेशंस भी है और नीड बहुत ज़्यादा है।
जी, एब्सोल्युटली। शरीन जी, थैंक यू सो मच। एज ऑलवेज टाइम जो है भाग जाता है, और ऐसी चीज़ों के लिए हम ऑलवेज कोशिश करते हैं कि सैफ टीवी पे ऐसी चीज़ों को ज़रूर प्रमोट करें। दिया जी, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर कमिंग। शरीन जी, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर कमिंग। दोस्तों, कहीं जाइएगा मत, कई और खास मेहमान हैं जिनके साथ आपकी मुलाकात कराएंगे। विल टेक अ वेरी शॉर्ट ब्रेक एंड विल बी राइट बैक। Rahma Community Services Intercultural Festival Linking Diversity, Saturday, December 7, 2013, 12 p.m. to 7 p.m. North York, www.rahmacs.org.
You're watching Rogers TV, Mississauga.
ਓਮਨੀ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਐਡੀਸ਼ਨ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਵਿੱਚ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਦੀਆਂ ਖਬਰਾਂ ਦਾ ਪਹਿਲਾ ਤੇ ਇਕਲੌਤਾ ਰਾਸ਼ਟਰੀ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਰਣ ਹੈ। ਸੋਮਵਾਰ ਤੋਂ ਸ਼ੁੱਕਰਵਾਰ ਰਾਤ 8:30 ਵਜੇ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰਮੁੱਖ ਸ਼ਹਿਰਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਸਾਡੀ ਟੀਮ ਮੁਲਕ ਭਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਭਾਈਚਾਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਸੰਬੰਧਿਤ ਮੁੱਦਿਆਂ ਤੇ ਖਬਰਾਂ ਬਾਰੇ ਰਿਪੋਰਟ ਕਰਦੀ ਹੈ। ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਇਲਾਵਾ ਪੰਜਾਬ, ਦੱਖਣੀ ਏਸ਼ੀਆ ਅਤੇ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਭਰ ਦੀਆਂ ਖਬਰਾਂ। ਓਮਨੀ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਐਡੀਸ਼ਨ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਜੋੜ ਕੇ ਰੱਖੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਭਾਈਚਾਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਸੋਮਵਾਰ ਤੋਂ ਸ਼ੁੱਕਰਵਾਰ ਰਾਤ 8:30 ਵਜੇ ਓਮਨੀ 2 ਤੇ।
We just have to dress up like a squeaky clean all-American family.
This is my son, Kenny Miller, and my lovely daughter, Casey.
You have to decide what kind of man you want to grow up to be, Clark. Whoever that man is going to change the world.
With my brains and your speed, we should be destined for greatness.
I'm never going slow again!
watching Rogers TV Mississauga. The opinions expressed in the following program are those of the participants and do not necessarily reflect those of Rogers or Rogers TV.
वेलकम बैक फ्रेंड्स, मैं सनी जोशी एक बार फिर से आपका स्वागत करता हूं। मेरे साथ है बहुत ही खास मेहमान जो कि इस शो पर एक नहीं, दो नहीं, तकरीबन 5-6 बार आ चुके हैं और जब भी ये आती हैं मुझे बहुत खुशी होती है क्योंकि हरविंदर बाजवा जी जो हैं प्रेसिडेंट हैं फॉर CSASL और कई ऐसे काम इन्होंने किए हैं जो कि आई लुक अप टू हर, मैं बहुत इंस्पायर होता हूँ जब भी मैं हरविंदर जी से जितनी देर भी मुझे बैठने का मौका मिलता है, मेरे लिए बहुत इंस्पायरिंग है। मुझे लगता है आपके लिए भी उतना ही इंस्पायरिंग होगा। वेलकम हरविंदर जी।
थैंक यू सो मच जी।
हरविंदर जी, ਇਹ ਦੱਸੋ ਕਿ CSASL ਐਗਜ਼ੈਕਟਲੀ ਕੀ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਫॉर ਪੀਪਲ ਦੈਟ ਆਰ ਅਨਅਵੇਅਰ ਆਫ ਇਟ।
ਹਾਂਜੀ, CSASL ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਆਰਗੇਨਾਈਜੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ, ਇਹ ਮੋਸਟਲੀ ਪ੍ਰਮੋਟ ਡਿਸੇਬਿਲਿਟੀ ਰਾਈਟਸ ਐਂਡ ਕ੍ਰੀਏਟ ਸਪੋਰਟ ਨੈਟਵਰਕ ਫॉर ਪੀਪਲ ਵਿਦ ਡਿਸੇਬਿਲਿਟੀਜ਼, ਆਲਸੋ ਪ੍ਰਮੋਟ ਇੰਡੀਪੈਂਡੈਂਟ ਲਿਵਿੰਗ। ਇੰਡੀਪੈਂਡੈਂਟ ਲਿਵਿੰਗ ਦਾ ਮਤਲਬ ਅਸੀਂ ਹਰ ਵਾਰੀ ਐਕਸਪਲੇਨ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਇੰਡੀਪੈਂਡੈਂਟ ਲਿਵਿੰਗ ਇਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪਣਾ ਘਰ ਛੱਡ ਕੇ ਜਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਕੱਲੇ ਰਹਿਣਾ। ਇੰਡੀਪੈਂਡੈਂਟ ਲਿਵਿੰਗ ਦਾ ਮਤਲਬ ਹੈਗਾ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਜੋ ਆਪਣਾ ਸਾਊਥ ਏਸ਼ੀਅਨ ਕਲਚਰ ਆ, ਆਪਣੀ ਫੈਮਿਲੀ 'ਚ ਰਹਿੰਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਇੰਡੀਪੈਂਡੈਂਟ ਆਪਣੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੰਮ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ ਜਾਂ ਕੁਛ ਵੀ ਆ, ਆਪਣੀਆਂ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਆਪ ਖੁਦ ਕਰਨੀਆਂ, ਨਾ ਕਿ ਡਿਪੈਂਡੈਂਟ ਹੋਵੋ ਆਪਣੇ ਫੈਮਿਲੀ ਮੈਂਬਰਸ 'ਤੇ। सो दैट्स द मीनिंग ऑफ प्रमोट इंडिपेंडेंट लिविंग
जी। और हरविंदर जी, CSASL जो है अगर मैं गलत नहीं हूँ 1999 में फॉर्म हुआ था और एक कारवां जो है काफ़ी लंबा रहा, तकरीबन 13-14 साल जो है, और इतना लगता है कि साल ब साल इट्स रियली ग्रोइंग।
99 इसदी असी इट वॉज फाउंडेड राइट एक्चुअली। इसके पिछे कई कारण से जो देखते साड़ी साउथ एशियन कम्यूनिटी च अवेयरनेस की जरूरत है डिसेबिलिटी प्रति, और जोड़े डिसेबल लोग आ उन्होंने भी मोटिवेट करने लिए, इनकरेज करने लिए, ताकि वो अपनी एक नॉर्मल लाइफ लिव कर सकन एज मच एज दे कैन विद डिसेबिलिटी राइट। और दूसरा कई होर इशूज़ हैगे ने, जिस तरह लोगों के नाल स्टिग्मा अटैच है, पीपल विद डिसेबिलिटी तुसी ऐ नहीं कर सकते, आ नहीं जस्ट जज बाय अपीयरेंस, सो दैट्स नॉट ट्रू राइट। अगर तुसी देखो कल डिसेबल लोग लॉयर्स भी हैगे ने, काफ़ी अच्छियां जॉब्स ते ने, एथलीट भी ने, बट साडी कम्यूनिटी च बहुत घट ने। सिर्फ उन्होंने इनकरेज करने की जरूरत है। कई ऐसे आर्ट आ, मैं हुण पिछे जी देख रही सी कि इंडिया का शो आंदा नच बल्ली, ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ डांसर ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਲੈਗਸ भी नहीं हैगियां राइट। और पीपल जो कहते कि डिसेबिलिटी एक जे मैरिज ਦਾ इशू आंदा ते तद भी ਉਹਨੂੰ यही कहा जाता कि तू डिसेबल है। वो जो बड़ी इंस्पायरिंग वो कपल हैगा राइट, जिस च उन्होंने एक्सप्लेन। सो दैट्स व्हाट वी वांट टू सी टू आवर पीपल डू इट। सो मैनू बड़ी खुशी हुई उसनों देख के। बट असी इत्थे नॉर्थ अमेरिका च रहिंदे होए आ जिथे काफ़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी है, बट इस स्टिल उन्हां चीज़ां तो ਜਾਂ फैसिलिटी तो वांझे हैगे आ, क्योंकि लोग ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਹ ਹਜੇ ਵੀ ਘਰਾਂ 'ਚ ਬੈਠੇ ਨੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਅਨਕਰੇਜ ਨਹੀਂ, ਜਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਸੈਲਫ ਕੌਨਫੀਡੈਂਸ ਨਹੀਂ, ਜਾਂ ਲੋਕ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਇਹ ਕਹਿ ਕੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਤੇਰੀ ਡਿਸੇਬਿਲਿਟੀ ਹੈ, ਤੂੰ ਕਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਇਹ ਕਰੇਗਾ, ਜਾਂ ਤੂੰ ਇਹ ਕਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਕਰ ਸਕਦਾ, ਇਹ ਤਾਂ ਚੰਗੇ ਭਲੇ ਲੋਕ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ। ਸੋ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਅਸੀਂ ਅਵੇਅਰਨੈਸ ਕਰਨ ਲਈ ਨਹੀਂ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜਸਟ ਗਿਵ ਦਾ ਚਾਂਸ ਜਿਸ ਬੰਦੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜੋ ਐਬਿਲਿਟੀ ਹੈ। ਇਸ ਲਈ ਅਸੀਂ ਇੱਕ ਪੇਰੈਂਟਸ ਗਰੁੱਪ ਸਟਾਰਟ ਕੀਤਾ ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਪੇਰੈਂਟਸ ਨੂੰ ਮੋਰ ਐਜੂਕੇਟ ਕਰੀਏ ਜੀ, ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਆਪਣੇ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ 'ਤੇ ਫੋਕਸ ਕਰਨ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀ ਡਿਸੇਬਿਲਿਟੀ ਆ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਕੀ ਸਕਿੱਲ ਆ, ਕੀ ਐਬਿਲਿਟੀਜ਼ ਹੈਗੀਆਂ ਨੇ। ਇਸ ਬੜੀ ਇੰਟਰਸਟਿੰਗ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਸਟਾਰਟ ਤਾਂ ਕੀਤਾ ਸੀ ਐਜ਼ ਏ ਮਦਰ ਨੂੰ ਸਪੋਰਟ ਕਰਨ ਲਈ, मोटिवेट करने लिए, क्योंकि मदर्स ज़्यादा आइसोलेट होंदियां, बच्चा डिसेबल है तो बाहर अंदर नहीं जाती। जस्ट साडा मकसद सी कि उन्होंने मोटिवेट किया जाए, लिव द नॉर्मल लाइफ, गो गेट आउट ऑफ योर हाउस, इनवॉल्व इन द कम्यूनिटी विद द चाइल्ड राइट। तुसी ये नहीं छिप के बैठे रहो ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਰਿਲੀਜੀਅਸ ਪਲੇਸ ਤੇ ਵੀ ਜਾਓ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਦੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਦੇਖੋਗੇ ਰੀਜ਼ਨ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਲੋਕੀ ਬਾਰ-ਬਾਰ ਪੁੱਛਦੇ ਤੋਂ ਹੈਜ਼ਿਟੇਟ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਇੰਸਟੈਡ ਆਫ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਜਵਾਬ ਦੇਣ ਨੂੰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਘਰੇ ਬੈਠੇ ਹੋ ਬਟ ਸਾਡਾ ਮਕਸਦ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿਸ ਇਜ਼ ਨਾਟ ਅ ਰਾਈਟ ਲਿਵ ਯੋਰ ਲਾਈਫ ਲੈਟ ਯੋਰ ਚਾਈਲਡ ਲਿਵ ਦ ਲਾਈਫ ਬਟ ਇੰਟਰਸਟਿੰਗ ਥਿੰਗ ਫਾਦਰ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਸੀ ਤਾਂ ਨਾ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਦਾ ਚੇਂਜ ਕਰਕੇ ਨਾਮ ਪੇਰੈਂਟਸ ਗਰੁੱਪ ਰੱਖਤਾ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿਉਂ ਜੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਵੀ ਸੇਮ ਹੈ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਨਹੀਂ ਅਲਾਉਡ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਜੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਵੀ ਵੈਲਕਮ ਹੈਗੇ ਤੋ ਇੱਥੇ ਮੈਂ ਕਹਾਂਗੀ ਪਲੀਜ਼ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਡੇ ਪੇਰੈਂਟਸ ਗਰੁੱਪ ਨੂੰ ਜੁਆਇਨ ਕਰੋ ਜੀ ਔਰ ਆਪਣੇ ਬੱਚੇ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਇਆ ਕਰੋ ਜੋ ਵੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਹੈਲਪ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਕੰਟੈਕਟ ਕਰਕੇ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਲੈ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ
ਜੀ ਹਰਵਿੰਦਰ ਜੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸੀ ਸੈਸਲ ਬੇਸਿਕਲੀ ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ ਇੰਨੇ ਸਾਲਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਅਗਰ ਫੰਡਿੰਗ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਵੇ ਤਾਂ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ ਜਾਂ ਪ੍ਰੋਵਿੰਸ਼ੀਅਲ ਲੈਵਲ ਤੇ ਜਾਂ ਸਿਟੀ ਲੈਵਲ ਤੇ ਇਸ ਚੀਜ਼ ਦੀ ਹੈਲਪ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ
ਹਾਂ ਸਿਟੀ ਲੈਵਲ ਤੇ ਤਾਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਸਿਟੀ ਨੇ ਕਾਫੀ ਸਪੋਰਟ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ ਬਾਈ ਸਪੇਸ ਪ੍ਰੋਵਾਈਡਿੰਗ ਰਾਈਟ ਜੀ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਥੋੜੀ ਉਹ ਲੋ ਕੋਸਟ ਤੇ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਰੈਂਟ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਸਬਸਿਡੀ ਤੇ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਸੀ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਉਹ ਫॉर ਸ਼ਾਰਟ ਪੀਰੀਅਡ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਸਟੈਬਲਿਸ਼ ਹੋ ਸਕੀਏ ਹੁਣ ਉਹ ਅੱਗੋਂ ਫੁੱਲ ਰੈਂਟ ਤੇ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਨਾ ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ ਦੀ ਫੰਡਿੰਗ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਤੇ ਕੋਈ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀਗੀ ਸਿਰਫ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਦੀ ਸਪੋਰਟ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਅੱਜ ਤੱਕ ਆਪਣੀਆਂ ਸਰਵਿਸ ਪ੍ਰੋਵਾਈਡ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਪੇਡ ਸਟਾਫ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਜਸਟ ਲਾਸਟ ਈਅਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਇੱਕ ਪਾਰਟ ਟਾਈਮ ਕੋਆਰਡੀਨੇਟ ਹਾਇਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਬਾਕੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਸਭ ਉੱਥੇ ਵਲੰਟੀਅਰ ਹੀ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ
ਜੀ ਤੋ ਹਰਵਿੰਦਰ ਜੀ ਸੌਰੀ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਇੰਟਰਰਪਟ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਘੱਟ ਸਮੇਂ ਰਹਿ ਗਿਆ ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਰੰਗ ਦੇ ਗਾਲਾ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਕੁਇਕਲੀ ਦੱਸੋ ਬਹੁਤ ਘੱਟ ਟਾਈਮ ਹੈਗਾ ਜੀ
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਰੰਗ ਦੇ ਗਾਲਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹ ਸਾਡਾ ਐਨੂਅਲ ਫੰਡ ਰੇਜ਼ਿੰਗ ਡਿਨਰ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਇਹਦੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਫੰਡ ਰੇਜ਼ ਕਰਕੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਫਿਸ ਦਾ ਰੈਂਟ ਔਰ ਆਪਣੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬਿਲਸ ਹੈ ਜਾਂ ਹੋਰ ਆ ਉਹ ਕਵਰ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ ਔਰ ਇਸ ਦੀ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਰੂਰਤ ਹੈ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਦੀ ਸਪੋਰਟ ਹੈ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇਸ ਦੀ ਫੰਡਿੰਗ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਨਾ ਕੋਈ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ ਦੀ ਨਾ ਕੋਈ ਹੋਰ ਕਿਸੇ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀ ਰਾਈਟ ਔਰ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਜੋ ਆਫਿਸ ਸਪੇਸ ਆ we have to keep it to run the organization so we really need the support from community so come out on the December 1st sorry 15th
ਜੀ ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਸੋ ਮਚ ਹਰਵਿੰਦਰ ਜੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਘੱਟ ਸਮਾਂ ਆ ਮੈਂ ਆਈ ਵਿਲ ਸੀਜੀ ਬੋਰਡ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਦੱਸੂਗਾ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਆਣਾ ਦੋਸਤੋ ਆਪਣੇ ਦਿਲ ਖੋਲੋ ਔਰ ਖਾਸ ਕਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਹੈਗੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਭੈਣ ਭਰਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਦਿਲ ਖੋਲੋ ਔਰ ਸੀ ਸੈਸਲ ਨੂੰ ਰੀਅਲੀ ਹੈਲਪ ਕਰੋ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਥੋੜੀ ਹੈਲਪ ਦੀ ਲੋੜ ਆ ਵੀਲ ਟੇਕ ਅ ਵੈਰੀ ਸ਼ਾਰਟ ਬ੍ਰੇਕ ਐਂਡ ਵੀਲ ਬੀ ਰਾਈਟ ਬੈਕ Rang De Gala Shringar Banquet Hall, Sunday, December 1st, 2013. Shringar Banquet Hall, 2084 Steeles Avenue, East Brampton. Website www.csassel.org. Phone number is 905-799-7274.
You're watching Rogers TV, Mississauga.
Rogers TV connects with and engages our audience while you effectively promote your business with high-frequency exposure at the lowest industry rate. Rogers TV provides a unique marketing strategy that reflects your business with the best match from our program lineup. We offer several promotional opportunities from TV ads to on-air guest appearances to social media and to the web. Give us a call today at 905-897-3928. Promote your business on Rogers TV.
I've sold a lot of homes and condos in my career, and buyers and sellers, they get really stressed out, but they don't need to. If you watch my show, you can call in, get your questions answered, everything real estate related. Make the whole process a dream come true. Watch Into with Real Estate.
Not only do I work on aging in Peel, but I watch it too. Not only does it provide information for people over 50, our younger viewers tell us it's very helpful for them too. Someday, we're all going to age, even me.
This is Rogers TV, Mississauga. The opinions expressed in the following program are those of the participants and do not necessarily reflect those of Rogers or Rogers TV.
वेलकम बैक फ्रेंड्स, मैं सनी जोशी एक बार फिर से आपका स्वागत करता हूं। मेरे साथ है बहुत ही खास मेहमान, लेकिन मेहमान को आपसे इंट्रोड्यूस करने से पहले एक छोटा सा एरर पिछले सेगमेंट में हुआ था डेट को लेके। रंग दे गाला जो है वो संडे दिसंबर 15, 2013 6 बजे से लेके 9 बजे तक श्रृंगार बैंक्वेट हॉल में है। हमने गलती से उसे 1 दिसंबर कर दिया था, तो एक बार फिर से हम उस चीज़ को करेक्ट करते हैं। इट्स 15th of December 2013 जो कि संडे का दिन है। मेरे साथ है बहुत ही खास मेहमान गगन बंगा जी, जो कि एक आर्टिस्ट हैं, और आज जैसे आपको भी पता है कि जब भी आर्टिस्ट आते हैं हम बहुत इंजॉय करते हैं उनके साथ बातचीत करना। तो गगन जी के साथ इस पूरे सेगमेंट में हम इनके कारवां को जो है आस्ते आस्ते करके फॉलो करेंगे। वेलकम गगन।
Thank you.
It's a pleasure to have you. What inspires an artist to do this kind of work?
I think it's more passion driven. My passion and like my hope, and I want other people to see what I do and what I enjoy. I want other people to look at my art and feel what I feel when they see it. Whether they look at my art and they see the meaning and context that I was trying to put into my art piece and my idea, or they look at the art and they connect it to their own life. They connect it to events or memories that they have, as long as they are looking at my art and they still think and they're still inspired based on what I do, whether it's they're art driven or they just imply it in their life as is.
Or if they just imply it in their head, but they can't really put it on, you know,
words, yeah.
in words or in picture the way you've done it.
For sure. What also drives me is I could draw what I feel, as I don't really talk about much. So I feel that I put all my emotion and my heart based on what I draw and what I produce.
And who, you know, when an artist does this kind of work, who actually inspires that artist? Is it just something from within, or is it, in your case, you know?
In my case, it's within, I would say. It's just how I feel, whether it's like rage or sadness or just memories I want to depict. Ideas that I'm walking down the street and I just see something really amazing and I think, hey, you know what, that looks amazing. For example, this piece is like the sunset with birds flying in. Well, I would say they're flying out towards the sunset. Other people would say, hey, it looks like bats. But at the end of the day, it was all a memory that I had of the sunset and birds flying around. So everyone has their own idea behind it, but whatever I see, I take a picture of it and I go back home and I just draw it.
Okay, and what's, for people, I do a bit of sketching here and there, but I don't know what kind of art this is for people that have no idea. I mean, they understand there's a sun, there are birds flying, or some may call it bats or whatever, you know, to each his own, but I can see obviously birds flying. What kind of art is this?
This is a type of art called batik art. It's very ancient art. Many people don't do it from what I do know. The process is very long. You have to apply each color one by one.
Okay.
Once the color is applied, for example, so I did the white. So once the white was applied to my canvas, I had to save the color. So I'd have a steam cooker out right beside me, smell of candles, amazing scents, and I would save the color individually. Once the wax is saved, I go on to my next color and so forth.
Wow.
And then you have a canvas full of wax and you're just like, what do I do now? And you literally just stand there, you're just unrolling all that wax and taking all the excess wax off, so there's no wax at all. And once you're done that, you can see all the amazing colors and the brightness pop, and it brings a lot of effort. But once you're done that, it's not over. You have to iron the piece. You have to ink it with black ink, so you put emphasis on what you want to show in your piece. And then once you're done that, you have to re-iron it and make sure everything's good. Do little touch-ups and you're done.
And what's with this, the other piece that we have here?
So the other piece, this was when I was about 16 years old, and I was still in high school. I was still developing my style. This was when I was learning the batik style, so I was learning under a trainer, and it was just this whole concept of people just felt like you just needed to speak out, but I just felt like I didn't need to speak out. My art speaks for itself. Okay. So it was more with that concept with the girl and her gesture, and I had this whole fascination with skateboards. So I'm like, hey, why not put it as if she's on a skateboard? So it was more connecting it to my life.
Right. And when you say batik art, ancient art, are there a lot of people in Canada that do this kind of art?
It depends on who you ask. There are many that you're able to find. Everyone has a different style, but the style that I learned the batik art is very precise, as well as the people. There's different styles of doing batik, but the style that I do is very ancient, and not many do it. I don't know many that have. I haven't met many that do, but the people who do know about batik art from back home, from either Africa or India. And Africa as well.
Okay.
Yep. So when people do find out it is batik art, they're amazed. they'd never seen someone in Toronto doing it. So
wow. So it's something very unique for somebody like young like you to be getting into something like this. And there is some other work also that there's some other work we would love to see.
So there's another work that I'm currently working on. It's a series of images, and they're lions. I have a huge fascination with lions. So this is one of the pieces. Lions are always driven to me. They're always such fascinating animals, just the way they are and the power that they have. And it's something that I enjoy working on. So I'm working on this at the moment. So it's 2 different pieces, and it just depicts different styles of lines. This is something I want to go ongoing. I want to use it a couple times. It's going to be an ongoing series for a couple years, and whenever I'm inspired by a picture or when I go to the zoo and so forth, I'll just base it off of that.
Okay. And are there any exhibitions that you've already put for this kind of art?
So when I was 15 to 16, I had 2 exhibitions with my high school. So I had one at Toronto City Hall. Okay. And that went on for about a week, and then I had another exhibition at Etobicoke Center of the Arts, and that went on for about a week as well.
Wow. And how before, we usually run out of time when all the interesting stuff is done. Before we actually run out of time quickly, how has the family support been for all this?
Well, at the beginning it was a bit rough, I can say. A lot of people usually don't support the arts, but once my parents were able to see how much passion and how driven I was and how it was my own personal outlet, as I say, they've really seen that, hey, she's actually passionate about it and that's what she wants to do, and it's not just a little phase as some people would call it. They'd say, hey, she's just gonna draw for a year or 2, she's good at it, but she should go into science or something else. But now they're very supportive, and I can say that they're my main supporting group.
Thank you so much, Gagan. It was a pleasure talking to you, and maybe we'll have you come over in another few weeks and talk a bit more about your artwork. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
दोस्तों कहीं जाइएगा मत, एक और सेगमेंट बचा है और ढेर सारी बातें करेंगे एक नए गेस्ट के साथ. Don't go anywhere. We'll take a very short break and we'll be right back. Thank you, Gagan.
Thank you so much.
That was really good. Rang De Gala, Shringar Banquet Hall, Sunday, December 15, 2013. Shringar Banquet Hall, 2084 Steeles Avenue, East Brampton, 905-799-7274.